Good morning. We'll. Oh, oh shit! I had the stream open on YouTube. Rip. We're about to see if my computer explodes, ladies and gentlemen. And no, the cat is no longer behind me. Um. Currently at the moment, because that I am a huge nerd and I run a repository for my for the Linux distribution that I use. And every night, starting at like I think 1 a.m., it compiles packages for me. Um, will the boxman rudely interrupt again? I mean, he didn't really rudely interrupt last time. I knew that he was gonna go live. Apparently, last night he stayed up ridiculously fucking late, though. Like, I think he was still live when I went to bed at like 11. Like basically at like 11 or 10:45. So I don't know if he's even. Yeah, which is crazy. Essentially, that means that he was probably up till like 5 a.m. his time playing that video game. I have no idea if that means that he's even going to stream today, but if he does, it's whatever. I mean, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. Um, I can still get a good 4 hours in before he's online, which was my intention. I think probably the longest stream days for me are probably going to be Saturday and Sunday, and those will also probably be the days when I make the most money. It is currently 1:30 p.m. UK time. I mean, yeah, that's fine. He's probably still asleep. Also, he does shit before he streams, so. Hello, Conradical. Okay, so I've been doing a bunch of reading and stuff. Um, uh, like I said, we'll see if my computer explodes, because currently, at least according to my thingy, 99 to 100% of my CPU resources are being used, and they were being used before I started streaming, because the Linux kernel is being compiled. But OBS shows no dropped frames, so yeah. Unfortunately, one of the packages in my repository, actually there are multiple versions of it, is the Linux kernel. Because that Arch Linux has something called the Arch user repository, which is basically if you've ever used Gentoo, in Gentoo you compile all your packages, but Arch has like a version of this where people will write a script that will compile a package for you, and this is for packages that are not in the main repository. And I made a repository, basically. I run a repository that compiles the most popular packages from the Arch user repository, the AUR. And I wrote a bash program that every night automatically, because I fucking love automation. Oh my god, automation is so sexy to me. Like just like automating computers to do stuff and shit. I wrote a bash program that essentially compiles it basically runs through my list of packages, checks them for updates, and then it compiles ones that have new updates, and it uploads them to a web server that I run out of basically my living room. So right now, this computer is currently busy compiling the Linux kernel. So I will stop the compile if my stream explodes, but it should be okay, I hope. So I also turned off the Windows virtual machine too. So we've got Hunter Brook here. Ooh, my cursor is a bit laggy. Lol. Actually, it's not that bad. So Hunter Brook Media reported that Ubiquiti is selling equipment to Russia. Ubiquiti is I'm actually incredibly sad about this, because that Ubiquiti is they make routers and like networking equipment, and I really wanted to buy an Ubiquiti router. In fact, I need to check with my brother, but my brother bought my dad a new router, And I'm pretty sure it was an Ubiquiti router. And when I was at my parents' place over Christmas, I was really impressed with how nice and good it was. And so learning this is actually incredibly fucking sad that this is what they would do. Um, but yeah, this company has put out this report, and I believe they also have a video on their YouTube channel, which I think we should watch. I listened when I was in the shower this morning, I listened to Preston Stewart talk about this. Um, but yeah, this shit is pretty nuts. Because these guys are violating US sanctions. Preston Stewart actually had an interview with the CEO of Hunterbrook, which is an investigative journalist outlet. But they're not just that; they also do this thing where I think they investigate companies, and then when the company, if they find that a company has done something, these guys are so confident in their reportings that what they will do is they will short the stock of that company. Now, obviously, you could say there's a perverse incentive here and that they're just trying to fuck over companies. But I mean, like, if what they've said isn't true, then Ubiquiti should have the information to prove it, and they should come out and say, no, you're wrong. And then Hunterbrook is just going to lose a whole lot of money. But as of right now, it looks like Ubiquiti has not commented on this. I'll have to check to see if they've said anything. But yeah, this is crazy. Obviously, this violates US sanctions, which means it violates US law. But the real question is, does Trump give a shit? Is he going to do anything about it? Probably not. Which sucks. So that basically just leaves us to do stuff about it. Oh, also, the guy who owns Ubiquiti is he owns an NBA team. I don't know anything about. So let's see what Wikipedia has to say about this company. This is like a huge company, by the way. This company is worth billions of dollars. There is no reason why these motherfuckers. Wait, oh my god. What the fuck is this? Is this actually letter Z marking used by the Russian? somebody, somebody vandalized the article and they put a Z. That's so funny. I'm not even mad. Normally I would say don't fucking vandalize Wikipedia articles, you guys. But you know what? This is fucking cinema. Absolute cinema. I'm sure that it was one of the NAFO fellas that did this. In which case, you know what? Congratulations. Well done, guys. I should make a post in their Twitter community and ask which of you is responsible for this because it's fucking based. But yeah, okay. Alleged use by Russian military. So yeah, like this company is huge. It's worth a lot of money. There is no reason whatsoever why these fucking people could not afford to do like actual like normally companies will hire teams to ensure that their purchases are fine and that they go through and stuff, you know, or that they don't violate various laws or that they're not selling to the wrong people. But apparently, Ubiquiti here outsources a lot of their sales to like third parties, and it doesn't look like this is like some sort of weird ideologically driven thing on the part of their CEO. It looks like they just don't give a fuck, which is kind of crazy. Who is their CEO? Does it say? That's the founder. Who's the current CEO? Or is he the current CEO? Oh, he is. This guy owns the Memphis Grizzlies, which is Tennessee's NBA team. Yeah. The edit was done by a brand new account. Oh, that's awesome. I gotta screenshot this before it's gone. Okay. My computer's getting a little sluggish as I was trying to take that screenshot. I just want to say, you guys, that the CPU that I'm currently using is a Ryzen 7 1700, and it's one of the first ones that was released, okay? This CPU is like 10 years old. And it is still a fucking beast if it lets me do all of this shit. The guy that owns the Grizzlies was evading sanctions. Sorry, I don't know anything about computers. So basically, what's happening here is that Ubiquiti is selling network communications equipment to the Russian army. Good morning, short stack goblin. Or rather to people on behalf of the Russian army. It's not necessarily Ubiquiti. I don't think it's Ubiquiti specifically, but it is people who sell stuff on behalf of Ubiquiti, you know, like merchants basically, because people like Ubiquiti doesn't necessarily sell their shit directly. Other people will usually do it for them. You know, they're like one of those companies. You know, like a lot of the the companies that like exclusively sell all their shit via like Amazon, for example, and they don't even have their own online store. Yeah, Ubiquiti's like one of those companies, except I think they probably do have their own online store. Let's see. I don't even know if I would say that it was like a contractor. I just want to say that I fucking hate websites that don't fucking work with Dark Reader, because now I have to blind you all, and I'm so sorry. Hold on. Let's see here. Start here. Yeah, like these guys, they sell like routers. But they don't just sell routers, they also sell access points and stuff. So if you're ever in if you hello Two Hinged. If you're ever in like a building or whatever that has like a Wi-Fi network that covers the entire building, more than likely what you're going to have is it's not necessarily going to be from Ubiquiti, because lots of companies make these, but you're going to have like one of these. It's going to be like an access point, and it'll be like this circular thingy basically, and it'll connect usually via an Ethernet cable, and this will extend the reach of your Wi-Fi thingy. Now I think these are routers, but you can also make routers into access points. I believe my parents have one of these, which is crazy. And I mean, I'm sure that my brother, who is a big supporter of Ukraine, feels really fucking bad. Yeah, Linus Tech Tips uses these. This is where I first heard about them. I think that Linus actually improved the quality of his parents' Wi-Fi at their home through the use of one of these guys. But yeah, like these guys make quality shit. I am eventually going to be in the market for a new router. The current router that I'm using costs like $350. But yeah, Kalinda, is Canada arresting Alberta separatists that met with the Trump State Department, or is Canada cucked on the "our people can be traitors"? Wait, what? There was Alberta separatists met with. Okay, that I don't know yet. I don't know whether or not like those people would be arrested, but. Oh, also there was a mass shooting, or not a mass shooting, but there was, I don't know if it's a mass shooting. There was a shooting in Quebec on a Cree Nation reserve. I think it was. I think it was a reserve, or it was in a Cree community at least. Good morning, Mr. Miser. We are in fact nerds here. Okay, let's see. Can I buy one of these? Okay, buy now, or is it going to tell me where I can go to buy it? Okay, so they do have their own online store. As you can see, their shit is quite expensive. Although, I'm assuming this is in US dollars too. Oh no, it's not. This is, I think, Canadian dollars, $380. I have an Asus router. It's one of those gaming routers, and I paid like $350 for it. So I'm not gonna like be like, oh my god, look at how expensive this router is, because I have a stupidly expensive router too. Mind you, this was from like a long time ago. When I worked at Best Buy, okay, I bought a lot of shit. Now I bought that router from Canada Computers, but still, because they were the only ones who had it. But yeah, when I worked at Best Buy, I would buy a lot of shit because it was so cheap. Because that employee discount was fucking amazing. I bought smart bulbs. I ended up getting two new phones. Yeah, I bought like a bunch of crap. Just because it's so like when you're someone like me, I'm like a huge fucking tech nerd, and when I'm surrounded by technology, I'm just like, oh, I must have this. Oh, hello, Mina. We're just learning about how this company Ubiquity, which I thought was really cool, I basically got super. They basically they are betraying American law and good decency by selling their shit to the Russian army. Oh yeah, they aren't the only company that makes these, which is good. That's me in a military surplus store clinic. Yeah, we've all got our own sort of thing. I feel like SDA would probably say something similar about like maybe not him in a gun shop, but maybe, I don't know. Um Epic might say something about the military surplus store too. But yeah, this shit is fucking nuts. It's just, do you ever sleep? It's like 5 a.m. No, it's not. It's 8:44 a.m. here. I went to bed at like 10:45 last night. Don't have sanctions on RU. I mean, the US has sanctions. Like, this is a violation of US sanctions. You're not supposed to be selling shit to the Russian military. Yeah, I'm on the East Coast. Typing with gloves is not recommended. Oh, are you Mina, I got somewhere I have fingerless gloves that I would use when my hands are cold. Maybe I'll find them again just for the lulz. When I was at home, my dad actually bought heated gloves. Like he ordered them on Amazon when I was there. And then like he got them and they're so cool. Although I think they're like 250 bucks. They've got like they've got like buttons on the outside and you press it and like a light comes on that indicates like how cold it is or what or how warm it is inside the glove, like the heat. Yeah, he bought those because his hands were really hurting when he would go outside and blow the snow. But it's cold outside. I want my fingers to be covered. Oh geez. Is it cold in your apartment, Mina, or are you outside right now on your phone? I got one of those gloves that's got like that thingy on it that oh, you're outside. Oh geez, that sucks. Um I mean, if you're not around anybody, you could always try dictating into your phone. Hey, what are you researching for Euromaidan? So, Lactoid seems intent, and I am going to listen to the rest of his arguments. But what I want to research for Euromaidan, and I asked the Clanker to give me this rundown here because what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through these reports and sort of name search stuff just to check. I was reading the OSCE report on. I'm researching the dictatorship laws that Yanukovych passed because this argument that is often made about how removing Yanukovych was illegal is, I think, very silly. Oh, you're in the subway, Mina. Isn't it a little bit warmer in the subway? Um, yeah, I think the argument about removing Yanukovych is silly because I would argue that Yanukovych violated the Ukrainian constitution, which means that if he left and then he ran away, and I would argue that he ran away because he knew that he was going to get impeached, and he very possibly was going to go to prison because I think he broke the law, or at least that's my impression. So the question that I'm now asking is, did the dictatorship laws violate Ukraine's constitution? And there have been numerous people who have written stuff about that. Um, yeah, I because if Lactoid wants to make like fucking legal arguments like this, then yeah, to be fair, it was like 10 votes short of being legal. Oh, if you're talking about the if you're talking, wait, what was 10 votes short of being legal? The like the vote to remove him? It wasn't an impeachment vote. That vote was like they just passed a resolution to remove him from office. Although I did read on a Ukrainian website that that there was a um there was something put in, like there was a impeachment bill registered in the Rada, but then they just never moved forward with it. I suspect, now this was never made public, but my suspicion is it's because they didn't have the votes to impeach him. But I mean, if he hadn't have run away, it's possible that they could have gotten those votes. But he could have contested the vote and didn't. Oh, the vote to remove him? Yeah, I mean, I like he ran away to Russia, and my suspicion is that the entire strategy there was probably like I feel like even the line Yanukovych was illegally removed from office, this was an illegal and unconstitutional coup, is Russian propaganda. There is a great article on the constitutionality of Yanukovych's removal by the Kharkiv Human Rights Protection Group. Um, who's going to moderate you in Lactoid? And how much prep time you got? I haven't scheduled anything with Lactoid. It's probably gonna be Wick because Destiny said that he wouldn't do it, which I understand. But I mean that doesn't matter. Like maybe Destiny will still watch it. Maybe I can ask him to. And also if I do well, I'm sure Dylan will watch it as well. But yeah, I haven't asked him yet. It's kind of like a we'll just do it later sort of thing because right now I'm still digging into research and I'm watching Lactoid's other debates because that I want to figure out like what is the best vector from which to approach this because I don't necessarily want it to be an all over the place kind of thing. I feel like it might work better if we just focus on one particular thing. And it seems like his main obsession with like saying that Ukraine and Russia are both like thugs and that this is all way more complicated than it actually is or some shit is to point out that like the West has been sold to say the West has been sold a lie and that actually it's more complicated and like Ukraine was stomping down on its constitutionality of its people or like on the self-determination of people in the East or whatever. It's not that important if it's legal or not, in my opinion. Like there was a revolution and he fled. Yeah, I mean I agree. There was a revolution basically. But Lactoid's argument would be that you're going to take a legal or ethical kind of angle of both, honestly. I mean, actually, probably more of an ethical one. Because it, honestly, at the end of the day, like, I think that the argument that Yanukovych was removed illegally, you could say is technically true. But at the same time, like, bro, he ran away. And the Ukrainian constitution, I guess, didn't expect that the president would just run away, would just flee the country. And so that was kind of just never put in there. Like, you could just argue that's a failure of the Ukrainian constitution. But like, what the fuck were they supposed to do? Just kind of sit on their asses and hope that he would come back? Or go to him and be like, can you please come back so that we can like, impeach you? I don't know that he would have done that. Also, he probably was, it's possible he was afraid of getting killed, but given that he fled to Russia, I imagine actually, he didn't just flee to Russia. I think the Russians got him out of Ukraine. Like, he ran away to the east and then the Russians got him out. Which means that there was some sort of coordination there. And it would not surprise me one iota if the Russians were like talking to him and like telling him like, okay, this is probably what you should do and all this other shit. Legal arguments are often pedant points. Ethics are hard to defend a point for people who rely on law. Yeah, I know. I mean, like, law is generally supposed to be downstream from morality. Did you see Dispel and Huts the other day? I didn't. I might watch that for the lols. Dispel is so fucking bad faith, though. I just like he really is. If he's in my Discord and like he would like get super mad at me saying this, but he's just so fucking bad faith. Like he cannot like that guy is incapable of relaying or of like understanding other people's arguments, or if he does understand them, he just chooses to ignore them. Oh, now Mina, you're saying that Dispel is a troll. Okay. Cause yeah, I think other people told me that he's not necessarily a troll or whatever, but I don't know. Mina, you know him better than I do. He went to Kharkiv and then Donetsk, then Crimea, and then he took a boat to Russia. Oh yeah. Apparently his car got shot at. Oh, you like him, he's a friend, but did he admit to you that he's basically trolling? Because I don't even know what the hell his MO is. He claims he's a liberal, but then he spends a lot of time attacking liberals who are pointing out how leftists are bad, and I don't even know, yeah. Oh yeah, I know that he trolls, but I wonder if like he actually believes in any of the things that he says, you know? Or do you mean that he trolls when he's being bad faith? Okay, yeah, of course he didn't. He was like, don't listen to Mina. The pond is an interesting place. Yeah. Um, It's actually funny. He joined the Destiny canvassing Discord, and it feels like the only thing he's doing in there is just like criticizing the way in which they are canvassing. It's funny. Dispel is a smart guy. Sometimes I have trouble knowing whether he's serious or not. Yeah, I know. He also has permanent joking voice, I feel like when he talks, it just sounds like he's fucking trolling, which does not help at all. Okay. But so yeah, someone said Ukrainian constitutional process in 2014. Okay, let's see. Uh, let's see if it just finds it. Oh, there it is. This is the Kharkiv Human Rights Group. When was this? Okay, this was written in 2015, so that's good. This is an archive post. Yeah, he's a bit of a post-irony guy. He seems to be really interested in philosophy too, which sometimes puts me out of my depth because I'm not, like the Discord server, I couldn't figure out what the fuck went on. Oh, you mean the pond? Yeah, I know. Yes, I'm aware. The pond is GBJ in server form. Yeah, the pond isn't that Smugbug's server? Isn't that his thing? Because Pond Scum is his podcast, I think. Yeah. I don't even know if Smugbug is someone to be taken seriously either. I probably won't bother. I was thinking, but oh, I meant to send you to the symposium on Ukraine. I'll link in the Discord. Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah. So constitutional process in 2014. Ukrainian constitutional process in 2014 began a series of constitutional transformations aimed at legal regulation of the new political reality that had emerged as a result of the revolutionary events under the title Euromaidan. Oh yeah, that's right. They wanted to change the constitution too because I think there was I think it was in 2004, I think. What happened was there was another during the or after the Orange Revolution, they did constitutional reforms to limit the power of the president. And then Yanukovych had those undone because he wanted those presidential powers back. He wanted to go back to the I think the 1991 1995 constitution. There's so much irony, and the format is strange. I couldn't figure out where to post anything. Old hat. Let's learn some history. Yes. Vervest says, but it was legal. Sorry, but what were people supposed to do? Lie down and take the beatings from paid thugs in Berkut? Lactoid is such a fucking ridiculous. Well, yeah, I know. That's the other dumb shit. Wait, did he actually say, but it was legal with regards to like the protest laws? Because that's so stupid. The only reason why the escalation occurred, by the way, of the peaceful protesters is because the fucking Berkut came in and started beating people. And then like people started fighting back later on, and then everything was escalated, and like it turned into a fucking war zone. There were former soldiers out there, and they built like fortifications in Maidan, and they stayed in tents, and like people literally camped out there. They had like encampments in the square, and it went on like this. The pond is a doomer server, obviously. Of course it is. I mean, yeah, like I just the footage from that documentary Winter on Fire is fucking insane. Like it was somebody was there on the ground, like the people who filmed it, they were there on the ground filming stuff. And I should find like more footage from Euromaidan as well, like news reports and whatnot to further confirm, so I'm not just going off the documentary, but it's just yeah. Legality debates that are not held by legal experts are so damn useless. Yeah, I don't want to have like a legality debate necessarily. But yeah, I just I want to have like a moral debate, but he's going to try to make these weird claims about it being unconstitutional. And did I mishear you say that? No, they beat people. They did not eat people. Sorry. Sometimes my my accent I actually hate the sound of my voice, or at least when I listen to it recorded. It actually makes me feel better to know that Lonerbox and Destiny also both hate listening to themselves because they probably sound different in their head than they do on recorded video. It's weird. People, I don't know if there's something that happens um, where, oh, you also have the same thing, Conduit, state sanctioned cannibalism. Yeah. Um, Linus says there's a claim that protesters were also shot from a rioter field hotel, and trees which show bullet holes from the wrong direction were removed, so there's not enough evidence. Yeah, I don't so you're talking about the February 20th Maidan massacre with the snipers. Good morning, Bomber of Doom. I have no idea why you're yawning. Bomber of Doom. Isn't it like it's fucking 4 p.m. in Israel? Why are you yawning, bro? Are you trying to pretend that you're not in Israel? I know you are. It's early. It's early for me. It's not early for you. You fucking Middle Easterners. It's fucking like almost 4 p.m. for you guys. Unless you're like somewhere else right now, which you might be, you know. Um your voice sounds more low pitch in your own head. Yeah, I think so. I don't know. Like my voice doesn't sound. I hate how my voice sounds when I listen to myself. But I think I'm getting used to it. It's early. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm fucking on your side. Okay, wait. Bomber of Doom, are you in the U.S.? Are you like? I thought you were Israeli. I could have swore that you were because I've talked to you on voice before, and it just sounded like even if you're not in Israel. Um. Oh, you're in America. Okay. America, fuck yeah! I need to get a soundbite of that because it would be funny. Oh, hey ZJM. Yeah, I know it's early. I'm sorry. Just bass boost the fuck out of it. Hassan does it all the time to compensate for his fragile masculinity. Now I don't want to bass boost my voice. Um, I'm talking about the Maidan massacre. There is a theory that snipers who aren't state affiliated shot the rioters and not the police. It's like a conspiracy slash not verified. Just be ready for that. Yeah, no, I am ready for that. I've been looking into that a bit. Listen, the actual answer to that seems to be that we have like a shitload of video footage. I think that it seems like that one is a bit murky in that maybe there were like some state agitators or some agitators who did shoot rioters or who shot at police, but there were absolutely still shots that were being fired by the Berkut, as is evidenced by like witnesses and the direction that the shots came from. And yeah, it's not like that clear cut. However, I feel like I could even let that go because the thing is that the agitators or whatever often are blamed as being like, talk to Anna, she was on the ground. I don't know if she was there at that because that was in, that was not in Kharkiv, or that wasn't in Kharkiv. I think that's where she was protesting. It was in Kiev, but I can ask her. I can DM her and ask if I can talk to her about that. It would be interesting. Yeah, I know. It's literally one guy. It's one guy who like has this theory and who's been pushing it, and he wrote like a whole book on it and shit. He's an academic, unfortunately, at the University of Ottawa, which makes me sad. Oh, she told once she was that she was in Kiev during the Maidan massacre. I thought she was out protesting in Kharkiv because I know that like there were protests in other cities. Yeah, that Ivan guy whose last name I can't pronounce. Um, Katchanovics, Kachanovsky. That's the guy. Ivan Kachanovsky. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, it is murky. I don't like Russia. I don't agree with them politically, and I like UKR. That UKR is Western Line, but that agitator's pot is murky and makes me doubt. That's all. Oh yeah, no, I mean that's fine, Lannis. Although at the end of the day, I guess like keep this in mind. It doesn't fucking matter. Even if that was true, none of it justifies anything that Ukraine is currently going through or Russia's invasion. In fact, all of this is fucking stupid. Every single one of these arguments is dumb because absolutely none of this gives Russia like casus belli to attack Ukraine. They have no right to go. The only thing that would give them any sort of right, and only then if it was being done as a bilateral thing through the UN or what have you, and like with the support of others besides just their puppet state Belarus and fucking Chechnya, would be if Ukraine was actually committing genocide against ethnic Russians in the Donbass, and there is zero evidence of that whatsoever. Um, Kachkanovsky, he is a researcher, and there's a Kiev court case which says the trees were removed. Yeah, I know that there's like some stuff about that. I haven't like dug super hard into that. From what I saw, like even just glancing at it, that's like one of those things where we're honestly probably never necessarily going to know the identities of all of those snipers. And the part of the reason for that, first of all, is because that a lot of the Berkut guys who Ukraine wants for murder, they ran away they fled to Russia, so they can't be questioned. And any other people they can't necessarily find, I don't remember, did Lactor deny the presence of Russian troops in Ukraine before 2022? No, I believe I'm there. He can't have denied that. I'm pretty sure, I think he must have accepted that in the debate with Dylan and Lonerbox. Because that came up. Also, Putin fucking admitted it. He admitted that the little green men were his dudes in Crimea in fucking 2014. I don't know if they admitted that it was their guys in the Donbass, because like there were, Russia was supplying those separatist troops, and there were a lot of Russians that were on the ground fighting, like Igor Girkin and his guys, even if they weren't necessarily like officially with the Russian military or whatever, but they were fighting with the Ukrainian separatists. And I'm willing to bet, I haven't like looked a whole fuckload into this, but I'm willing to bet that the fucking that like probably most of the Ukrainian separatists that were fighting, or a large portion of them, were probably just Russians. Not like ethnic Russians, but I mean like just people from Russia. Bakut fled because in the deal with the opposition, there was a demand to investigate the massacre. Yeah, like a lot of those guys ran away. Now, I don't know if I think that in actually hell, it was even in the documentary. So there were people from that mentioned that there were agitators that were there that were shooting at people during the Maidan massacre. And now the theory the theory of the guy who was interviewed, who was there, he thought that those guys were people that were planted from the opposition, or like that were, or not the opposition, that were planted like by Yanukovych's government. But wait, ethnic Russians? Okay, ignore my American is showing. What's an ethnic Russian? Basically, ethnic Russians are descendants of Russian people that got moved into Ukraine after the Holodomor, after Stalin, after a whole bunch of people died during that famine. And basically what happened is this is classic Russian army stuff, or classic Russian stuff. Russia likes to move like Russian people into areas so that they can then claim that those areas, so they can like have a claim over those areas. Basically, it's a thing that they did during the Russian Empire, and then Stalin did it after the Holodomor and the famines, because like I think 1 to 2 million people were killed, and in order to like replace those people, he moved Russians in there, and these people are their descendants. In Crimea, Stalin ethnically cleansed the Tatar population. I'm not saying that right. I know I'm not. Yeah. Kalinda, we have a few Russians in this community and loners, I think. Teist is Russian Israeli, and we like him. Oh yeah, no, I know. I don't have a problem with that. I understand that there's actually quite a few Russian Israelis or descendants of Russian. I don't have a problem with Russian people. It's Putin and his government that I don't like. And that's the other thing too that's kind of stupid. It's this weird assumption on Russia's part, or rather within Russian propaganda, that they have claim, or they need to go in and rescue these people who live like in the East or in Crimea, because that they are descendants or quote unquote ethnic Russians, which just means that they are of Russian descent, which is dumb. That doesn't mean those people are not Ukrainian, or that like some of those people don't see themselves as Ukrainian. And yeah, there are people who do, even if like they grew up speaking Russian. It doesn't mean that they don't like want to be part of Ukraine. And that's most certainly the case in the Donbass, at least, because in Donetsk and Luhansk, if you look at polling numbers, at least before 2014, nobody wanted to leave Ukraine and join Russia. That was like a tiny number of people. Oh, I know. I guess I just like to see if we can get them and the Ukrainians here to talk shit about Putin and his sins. Oh yeah, that might be interesting. Russophobia. Yeah, Russophobia is a dumb excuse. It's so stupid, you know. Like hell, if anything, I'm actually more angry or like my anger at Putin is not just on behalf of Ukraine, it is in a lot of ways also on behalf of like Russia as a country because they could be doing so much better. But Putin is obsessed with like trying to bring back his fucking empire and he lives in the past. He doesn't want to come into the 21st century and deal with corruption and actually turn Russia into a prosperous country that could be friends with the West and America. He just doesn't care about that. That's not what he's interested in doing because he's like a fucking paranoid loser. Um, I'm Russian Israeli, but in Israel, anyone from Eastern Europe, Ukraine slash Russia slash Kazakhstan slash Belarus are treated as generic Russians. We are all Jews and Israelis first, and I never encountered any racism. Yeah, I wouldn't imagine that you would. I understand that there's like a large people, you know, the oil emoji. Oh yeah, we should get like an oil barrel emoji or something that just has oil written on it. I think that'd be cute. Someone put the emote for me, please, with the quote, the oil. Well, I mean, Russia's got a lot of oil, right? Like they are sitting on so much money, but they just keep fucking it all up. You know, like their economy is in the shitter. They could be doing way better than they are, especially with regards to, you know, if they dealt with their corruption. Ukraine actually wants to be a real country that is separate from Russia. And like I'm sorry, but all this bullshit about the fucking um about like the illegal and unconstitutional coup and like, you know, oh my god, snipers and like oh no, the people in Donbass are like losing their self-determination. Like none of this justifies Russia invading. None of it. To my knowledge, Russia is sitting on a ton of oil the same way Venezuela is. Yeah. Although I think Russia actually like probably has I imagine I would assume they do a better job probably, or they could do a better job at selling their oil. The problem is that no one wants to buy their oil right now except for China and I think India, and they do so at an exceedingly discounted rate because it's the only way that they'll buy it. The oil, there you go. Yes. Oil drum based. Do the emotes even show up? Oh, they do. Okay, but I guess that our emotes don't show up. Do the YouTube emotes show up from like my channel? In the on-screen chat? No, they don't. That's annoying. I'll have to do something about that. That sucks. Oh, you mean Russian dressing? I do freebies under cheap. Pay for me, mommy. I can't, Bomber of Doom. I can't like give you a sub. YouTube does not have that feature. But I mean, if somebody else wants to gift some subs, or if you guys, or if anyone here wants to give me some money, that'd be awesome. What I should do is I should make a goal. I should remove this subscriber thing, and I should make a goal for 150 bucks because that's how much money I need to make each stream, or like something close to that if I want to like be able to live every day or whatever. Although I was looking at like Lonerbox's earnings, and it looks like he like kind of varies between like $170 a stream to like $300 a stream depending on who decides to donate. So I imagine my biggest earning days are probably going to be on Saturday and Sunday because that Lonerbox doesn't stream that day, Mr. Mooten doesn't stream that day, and like Destiny might go live that day later on. Oh, hello. Oh, thank you, Marcus. Gifted memberships are good too. Also, I changed the names of the memberships. Oh, has gifted 2 cats. Okay, I mean, I guess. Thank you. I guess the membership names haven't updated. I changed the names because I thought 1 cat, 2 cat was kind of lame. Also, that's my cat Stuart. That a friend of mine made me. He made that for me. The little animation where he turns his head. It's from a video that I took of him. But thank you so much, Marcus, for the 5 gifted subs. I don't know if Bomber of Doom, you need to check your settings. If you actually want to receive a gift sub, you guys check your settings because that you have to have your membership like allow gifts settings to be on. If you're not using a brand account, then you can get a then if you're not using a YouTube brand account, if your YouTube account is basically just like your regular email or whatever, then yeah. I don't know if anybody in chat even received um Keep Your Bill Steins did keep your, oh, I don't know if Keep Your Bill Steins, if you got a sub. Good morning, Chase. Somebody needs to gift Chase a sub too. Uh but Law of Ukraine on revalidations of certain provisions of the Constitution of Ukraine. So wait, is this actually about like the removal of Yanukovych? Because I know they also changed the Constitution too. Um, the right to determine and change the Constitution of the Order of Ukraine belongs exclusively to the people of Ukraine. Oh, you were already subbed based. Thanks. Yeah, I think the memberships so far are about like $200, which is pretty cool. There's like so, yeah, with all the gifties, it's been like 90 memberships, which is really neat. I think it'll just gift to any old subs. Also, I think as the day goes on, the view count will also go up too. But it seems like the best way to ensure viewers increase is to just keep subbing. Are you shitting me? I can't find it. I don't even know where. Actually, you know what? You should just Google it. Just Google it to see if you can find it. Like just ask Dr. Google about where it is, and it'll probably direct you to where it is. Just because I have no fucking idea otherwise. Well, the cat went to lay down on my carpet in the sun. You can see his white tummy. Side true to don't ask Dr. Gemini. Dr. Gemini sucks. Okay, Dr. Gemini is terrible. I can't get over like how fucking awful Google's AI is, especially in comparison to my best friend ChatGPT, Professor Emeritus Gemini. Gemini's not good. Actually, I think that the Kharkiv Human Rights Group might have been one of the other ones here that was cited by punishing people for violating a procedure that basically didn't exist. What were they saying? Peaceful assembly, Article 39. Oh yeah, I should pull up the Ukrainian Constitution here too. I guess like I have to decide what I want to argue from the legal perspective. You need to fix the on-screen chat. It does not show emojis. Oh, it doesn't show. Okay, so it only shows some emojis, but then it shows other. You know what? Fuck it. We'll just go back to the old one. Just a sec. Wait, what? Oh. We'll just go back to the old chat. Hold on. Because the old chat showed everything. I was going to start streaming on Kick potentially. Damn, it's still compiling. I can't believe that this computer has not exploded. I am incredibly impressed by the capabilities of this fucking CPU. This 10-year-old CPU. This old-ass shit. What? Why isn't it showing? Oh, there we go. Jeez, okay. Took it long enough. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay, there we go. That's fine. Let's... But yeah, so I guess I need to decide exactly how I want to argue this against him. I think actually one of the things that I want to do is I started watching Lactoid talk to Connor, and I think that that's probably a more interesting conversation than the other one. Oh, yay! So, wait, Lannis, did you just purchase that? Thank you. Thank you for the sub, Lannis. Thank you for the membership. I keep confusing. I keep thinking of sub because I'm thinking of YouTube. But thank you. Oh, bye, Bomber of Doom. Good luck with research. I want a VOD and a summary. I will pay soon. Yeah, no, don't worry, Bomber. The VOD will be available. And when I'm finished doing all my various bits of research, I will also make this document available too. I gotta construct like the timeline. I'm mostly just gonna be noting like important events, but the Maidan massacre was on the 20th. Wait, the Berlitz were shooting? You mean the Berkut were shooting at protesters, likely killing most. Prosecutors found this to be the case. There's a conspiracy theory that the snipers were actually far-right agitators, but that doesn't seem to be true, at least not all of them. There are conflicting accounts. It's possible that some were agitators. Yeah, basically right now I've come to the conclusion that it's very possible that some of the people were agitators, but I don't know. And at the end of the day, like, I don't know if how much I want to focus on this because I don't think it matters. Like, this does not mean, like, none of this gives Russia casus belli to invade. It seems like Lactoid's position is that Ukraine shouldn't support, or that the US shouldn't support Ukraine because that both sides are bad or something, which I think is silly. Yanukovych's removal was illegal / unconstitutional. But yeah, like there's a bunch of there are certain arguments here that he was making. Like Ukraine is losing. That's not true. It's a stalemate. Zelensky is a dictator. That is ridiculous. You can criticize Zelensky. You can go out in the streets and you can protest against him. There are people who criticize the Russian war effort, or the Ukrainian war effort, and how things are going. There are people who criticize Ukraine's corruption. There are people who criticize Zelensky himself. Nothing has happened to any of them. The only people who get arrested are people who are doing shit in favor of the enemy, which is going to be the case of like basically any country in wartime, especially if your country's being invaded. Not having an election is fucking stupid. Or is a stupid argument to make in favor of a country being a dictatorship when that country is literally at war. And if they were to have an election, then they would be they would absolutely be vulnerable to Russian interference. And that's why Russia wants Ukraine to have an election so badly, so that they can fuck with it. And also, it's hilarious, by the way, that Lactoid thinks they should have an election. As he talks about the importance of self-determination, the people in Donbass would be denied self-determination. Did they change the mod symbol? Yeah, Transrights Crab, they did. It's a shield now instead of a hammer, or instead of a wrench. I actually really like it. I think it looks cool. Also, I am gonna get subscriber badge or member badges for you guys. My hot take about Ukraine is that they should give up claims on Crimea and parts of the Donbass. These areas are lost. They should require the Russians to leave southern Ukraine. Marcus, I don't know why you still see the wrench. It's probably because that YouTube is dumb and they are behind on shit. Lannis, listen, I don't agree. Unfortunately, I think that with Crimea, that would be way harder to take back. And right now, I don't think anybody has any illusions about trying to take that back. But I absolutely think that like the rest of it is silly. Like I don't think that they should be forced to give up any of that. Now I'm not necessarily under the illusion that they would have to fight it. I guess actually no. My opinion is basically that I think that it should be left. I think it should be left up to the Ukrainian people. The Ukrainian people should decide whether or not they want to give up that land. And we in the West should continue to support them as long as they have a will to fight. And right now they still have a will to fight, amazingly, after 4 years of this shit. Chase says, I'm here to ask if you have seen the Vosh anti-Israel clip number 2000, blah, blah, blah. No, I haven't, because I don't care. I don't know why you're still asking about that. Listen, I'm only going to watch Vosh clips if Vosh has interesting shit to say, or if I'm curious about it because I used to watch him. I'm not interested in hearing him talk about Israel, because all he does is say the same shit. He calls them a demon country, and then he compares them to Nazi Germany, and he says that like Israelis are all evil and that they're genocidal lunatics. And then like he talks about how Biden enabled genocide and therefore Biden was actually really bad. And it's just fucking boring. It's so fucking boring. Oh, I see you are. I'm sorry, Chase. I can't read sarcasm in text, and because you constantly ask about it, and you are constantly like posting shit in Discord or in my or Lonerbox's Discord and pinging us to look at it. I'm just like, okay, do you actually want us to look at it? I don't know. Um, Hard to tell. Yeah. Okay. But I mean, yeah, like these are the arguments that he makes. It's very hard to not think that you're just a fucking Russian shill if you think that Vladimir Zelensky is a fucking dictator, and you won't even say that Putin is a dictator, which I know is true because in that debate, hold on, let me see if I can find this. Also, just a second, Stuart opened the water fountain again. We're such a little shit. He is such a little shit. Huh. Okay, hold on, guys. Let me see if I can find this. Also, I don't know if the Ukraine research streams are necessarily going to get the same number of viewers as, people if I'm covering other stuff. Oh, there was also a Gaza update that I might want to check out too, and and there was another thing too as well, but so I'll have to look at this. The judicial means of constitutional transformation include primarily such documents as the Law of Ukraine on revalidation of certain provisions of the Constitution of Ukraine of February 21st, 2014, resolution of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine on the text of the Constitution of Ukraine, in redaction of the June 20th, 1996, with amendments and supplements introduced by the laws of Ukraine of the 8th of December 2004, blah, 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 December 19th, 2013, solution of Verkhovna on the dissolution of the president of Ukraine from fulfillment of constitutional powers and the appointment of early presidential elections of Ukraine. This dated February 22nd. Yeah, this is the resolution. The resolution of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine on vesting the head of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine with duties of the president of Ukraine in accordance with Article 112 of the Constitution of Ukraine, February 23rd. Yeah, so this is the this is the actual amendment. Yanukovych's removal was unconstitutional. Resolution removing Yanukovych. So I have the resolution here. It's very short too, so. On self-removal of the president of Ukraine from his constitutional authority and early elections of the president of Ukraine. Yeah, like it's so hard because he ran away. I don't know what the fuck. I know there are people who say that, like, yes, it was illegal and nothing bad happened. But like he didn't resign. He didn't have an inability to exercise his powers. And he was not removed by impeachment and he didn't die. I think that like the Ukrainian constitution just needed like an extra thingy. Because the inability to exercise his or her powers for reasons of health. It wasn't for reasons of health. There should have been something in here about like you fled the country, but it's such a weird thing because he fled the country after he committed crimes. So hello, Mirutsi. When is this debate happening? I don't know. I haven't scheduled it yet. Right now, I'm just like dipping my toes in and doing research because there is so much shit. I actually, if I do schedule, it's probably going to be better. Hello, Avi. The American Revolution was illegal. Just ask the. I know, you're right. It was. The founding fathers committed treason against the King of England. It was illegal. That's also why it's fucking stupid. But obviously, Lactorn's argument is just going to be, yeah, but nobody asked the citizens in Donbass if they wanted to like rebel or whatever. And obviously, like my answer to that is like, yeah, okay, but like, did anybody ask the people protesting in Kyiv if they wanted to get beaten up by the Berkut? Like, does that then make it okay? Like, should we have just let Yanukovych do whatever he wanted in order to appease all the people in the East? Because that's crazy. Like, you can't just do illegal shit. Wait, Laura? What are you, a fucking liberal? Yeah, I know. That I thought was funny, by the way. Kalinda, you forgot to announce in Discord. Oh, yeah, you're right. I did. Thank you for reminding me. Hold on. Oh, hello, sir. You know, it's funny. I actually think that I forgot to announce. By the way, Marutsi, or TRC, or any of the others who are in here, you guys are free to announce. You can announce in my Discord if I forget to announce the stream, like you guys do with Loner. But it's up to you. You don't have to, obviously. I will announce. Um, okay. Hello, sir. Hi. Aw, hello. You're so cute. Hi, baby. 6'7". Need a pithy nightbot like Vosh used to have a long time ago. Oh, yeah. Oh, you're not a Discord mod. I should make you a Discord mod, TRC. Me of the American Revolution, Ken Burns' new documentary on it is fire. Oh, that might be interesting for me to check out. Of course he's always demanding my attention. It's because he's a huge sweetie. And because he got fed earlier than normal this morning. I have to go to the store later today because I need to pick up some food for him. He gets the premium good stuff from the specialty, well, not the specialty pet store, but I don't get, like, the food that he gets isn't from like Walmart or whatever. You should, no, I'm not going to make you a Discord mod, Avi. I already made you an emote colonizer. So I can ban all the Zios. Oh, by the way, actually, Avi, we have like YouTube emotes now. Can you post some of the emotes that you made for the Discord in the community suggestions, like the image versions of them? And they have to be 1-to-1 aspect ratio. Imagine if Turkey joined the fight. Damn, Russia would be so mad. Yeah. I feel like the do not fed emote is hard to read. Hi. Aw, you like the chin rub. I found a video of a caracal playing a cat. I mean, caracals are just big cats, right? But yeah, so that's a thing. Anyway, with regards to like the fucking ubiquity shit, basically, Hunterbrook, does Hunterbrook have, let me see, is it here? Because I know they have, I think they have a YouTube channel. Oh my god. Okay. This, I can't look at this while I'm fucking, while shit is compiling. do not fed font needs black outline. Yeah, I think that that's the thing. It does. I can do that later, but I can't do it right now because like I can't. I turned off my virtual machine and I can't like fucking run Photoshop. Um, but I mean, Avi, if you, yeah, I don't know. I can probably do it. It's definitely a bit hard to read on mobile. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's also kind of hard to just read in general, but uh Hunter Brook. Read our full investigation. Do you guys have a channel? Okay. This was 2 days ago, so this is it.
Crazy story. Russia's war in
How an MBA owner's company powers Russian battlefield communications in Ukraine. Um, There are similar options for Ubuntu or Mint, probably not as resource intense as Adobe as well. Yeah, there's GIMP. I know. I mean, I'm not using Ubuntu or Mint. I use Arch. I use Arch, by the way, but that doesn't matter. Not sure I'll have the bandwidth until Sunday. That's completely fine. That's fine, Avi. You don't have to do it now. It's okay. It's not a big deal. I can also like mess around with those emotes as well later on. The YouTube chat emotes are harder because you're very limited. Like they have to be really small, and YouTube won't let you upload them unless the aspect ratio is 1:1, and it's annoying. Hi. Can I help you? Oh my god, you're purring. I don't know if you guys can hear when he rubs against the microphone. I actually added a noise gate to the mic just because that there were certain things that you guys would hear that I didn't really, or like when people would make noises out in the hallway and stuff. Also, I think that it's annoying that you could hear the clicking of my mouse. Irrelevant, but there is no better feeling of relief than when you oh my god, Jesus Chase. Cat heard him just fine. Based. You've heard it a little. Is there a file size limit for YouTube emotes? I don't know. Let me find out. Hold on. YouTube emotes. Guidelines. Oh yeah, the 1 megabyte is the maximum. And they say I guess they recommend 48 by 48, but I think it'd be 32 by 32 or whatever. But yeah, the aspect ratio has to be 1:1, and if it's not, then it doesn't work. Custom emojis, custom emoji specifications. Can be a JPEG, PNG, or GIF. You can have animated GIFs. The size must be less than 1 megabyte. Image dimensions is 48 by 48 pixels is preferred. So those are the image dimensions that it has to be. I guess that's what they device differences. Emojis will show up on mobile devices. Emoji will show at 24 by 24 pixels. The image is scaled to match the pixel density of the device. On most monitors, they show up as 24 by 24. On Retina and high DPI devices, the images show up 48 by 48 or higher. Yeah, but so 48 by 48 is the size that emojis need to be. 48 by 48 pixels, and it can't be bigger than 1 megabyte. Okay. That's fine, can crop on PowerPoint. Yeah, all right. Chase, come on. No, please. TMI, buddy. Listen, Chase is a little bit autistic, okay? All right. we're gonna watch this video. Or rather, what I'm actually gonna do is I'm gonna play this video. I'm just gonna listen while I run to feed him, so that we can kind of just learn or get more info about this. I mean, you're right. His special interest is Vosh. Actually, no, his special interest isn't Vosh. His special interest is cringe lefties and some cringe righties. But basically, you know, people who do crazy shit or who say insane shit online. Trump's border czar says he ordered work on a plan to eventually reduce the number of agents in Minnesota and that misconduct would be dealt with. Well, it looks like they are backing down. Yeah, I know. I imagine Chase does do it for the memes. Of course he does. That seems like it's the truth, you know. Okay. Border czar plans for eventual drawdown on immigration agents in Minnesota. Interesting. I'll have to, okay, we're gonna look at that too, don't worry. Actually, I might add that to the title. There we go. Oh, it's surprising that they're backing down in Minnesota. Yeah, I mean, it is one of those I'll believe it when I see it things, but it is looking like they are that they might back away, because it does seem as though things are things are getting like obvious. It's because they're starting to get pushback because like they went overboard. They shot that guy. That guy had a gun, and now there's been all kinds of crazy rhetoric that sounds incredibly anti-Second Amendment about how you're not allowed to take a gun to a protest and all this other shit, because that they literally couldn't think of any other reason to have this guy killed. Oh yeah, you're right. They did. Oh, are you talking about Renee Good? Yeah, and that was also a really bad one too. Apparently Dems were not told to come to Minnesota, I think last night. Oh, or told not to come to Minnesota. Interesting. Also, the other thing too is that the Democrats are now threatening a shutdown of like a partial government shutdown in the Senate, unless like there is reforms to how ICE operates. So now there's all kinds of pressure basically from a whole bunch of different places. Let me see if I can find the article. Yeah, you should post it in my Discord, Mr. Miser, and stream suggestions. How Minnesota is a Dem state. Yeah, I know. I don't know. I don't know how. Hold on. Stream suggestions. Oh, thanks, thanks, Chase. Yeah, listen, Chase, we'll get to like Gaza stuff later, potentially. Hello, ZJM. Hello again, buddy. I know, I'm sorry that I am awake or that it is so early. We'll see how long we go today. If Lonerbox doesn't go live, then I will potentially go for quite a bit. All right. What I'm going to do is we're going to watch this. This is 5 minutes, and then I'm going to pivot to some of the other stuff. Yeah. Oh, good. I'm glad you're out of bed. You know what? If I contribute to helping you guys fix your sleep schedules, absolutely based. And good sleep schedule pilled. I can't wait to see whether or not watching this video makes my computer explode. We are still compiling, ladies and gentlemen. W. Kalinda, thanks. Hi, early Linda. Hello, Stuart. Yeah, hi, Tash. Oh, hello. Hello, people, as you all come in. Right now, welcome to the stream, folks. We are talking about American company Ubiquiti and how they are selling equipment, networking equipment to the Russian army because they don't give a fuck about like checking their shit to ensure it's not going to bad people, of which the Russian army is one. Because they sell using yeah, this video should hopefully give like a bunch of breakdowns of it. Unfortunately, like I can't really go through and look at the report because that the website with that fucking the parallax thing, it's gonna make my computer explode. If those leaks from months ago are true, it seems Homan was actually being serious about targeting violent criminals as opposed to Noam and Miller, who want giant monthly quotas. Who's to say, though? I mean, yeah, like that could make sense. Dropped but used behind paywall. Oh, hold on. You dropped the article? Oh, there it is. Oh, that's fine. No paywalls here, my friends. I can get around that shit. I don't have to worry about paywalls. Not in this house. I have access to all the things because that I have a cool extension that lets me get around paywalls. House Democrats told leadership not to go to Minnesota. House Democrats have been privately advised by their leadership not to travel to Minnesota in support of anti-ICE protesters there, Axios has learned. Axios is generally a good outlet. Why it matters. Several Democratic politicians have made their trek in recent days, including Senator Raphael Warnock. That's the Democrat from Georgia that the DGG canvassers helped to get elected. And New York congressional candidates Brad Lander and Micah Lasher. Oh, I didn't. Oh, Brad Lander was the guy who ran for mayor against Mamdani, and then he told people to like put Mamdani down as their second choice or whatever. He's running for Congress now, I see. But in an email to the Democratic congressional offices dated Monday, a copy of which was obtained by Axios, a senior staffer for House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries urged members to remain in their districts for security reasons. The guidance comes amid a heightened threat environment for members of Congress, including recent attacks on Representatives Ilhan Omar and Maxwell Frost. In speaking with the Minnesota delegation offices in the governor's team, it has become clear that the best thing for members to do right now is to support their Minnesota colleagues by participating in the days of action in their home districts this week, the staffer wrote. Visiting the state right now, although well-intentioned, puts a burden on local resources and does not support our colleagues, the city and state government, local law enforcement, and most importantly, the people of Minneapolis. The authenticity of the email was confirmed by Axios by two staffers who received it. What we are hearing, that guidance has also been shared through informal channels. One House Democrat speaking on condition of anonymity to discuss sensitive internal conversations told Axios Minnesota elected officials cautioned members from going as it could add strain and overwhelm local law enforcement, the lawmaker said. And then the editor says the story is updated. Yeah, so I mean that makes sense. They probably shouldn't go there because then like resources have to be used to protect them when things are already really fucking crazy. So yeah, I would hate a shutdown right now. We're already 1.4 billion down in cuts to grant funding. NIH had to go. Well, Conradical, it's not. It's a partial shutdown. So I'm not sure it would impact NIH or like where you work. It wouldn't be like a full government shutdown. It would be a partial shutdown. And I think actually mainly the shutdown would be against the DHS, the Department of Homeland Security, because that's the bill, like the funding bill for DHS is what Democrats are refusing to vote on. They're fine with voting on all the rest of it. I read it was people who pissed and you coming here to make a ruckus. Oh my God, you got it. Good one, Mr. Miser. But yeah, I mean, this is an interesting article. It's good that they are keeping this in mind. Obviously, it's not, but yeah, We'll talk more about that in a second because Anderson Cooper actually interviewed some of the people who witnessed Preddy's deaths, and I wanted to watch that. Um, I think he did an interview with one of the women who filmed one of those cell phone, actually a couple of the women who filmed those cell phone videos. So yeah, but we're gonna listen to this first. Hold on. Hold on, guys. One sec. Let's see if this is working.
Crazy story. Russia
Okay, it is. All right. I will be right back, friends. Whoops, sorry. I said we're gonna watch this video. Hopefully it doesn't crap out. BRB.
Russia's war in Ukraine relies on a huge American company, whose CEO is the owner of the Memphis Grizzlies. And our reporting indicates that this company's gear has enabled crimes against humanity. Why do these Russian soldiers love the tech from the American company, Ubiquity?
Выражаем благодарность группе помощи народной милиции за предоставленные средства связи в виде антенн Ubiquity.
Нет связи, нет фронта. Старая военная мудрость актуальна, как никогда.
It's actually simple. Love the tech from the American company, Ubiquity.
Выражаем благодарность группе помощи народной милиции за предоставленные средства связи в виде антенн Ubiquity.
Нет связи, нет фронта. Старая военная мудрость актуальна, как никогда.
It's actually simple, though it might not be legal. Ubiquity's networking equipment is cheap, effective, and suspiciously available right on the front lines of the battlefield. It's part of Ubiquity's unique and highly successful business model. High quality, easily accessible gear at affordable prices. It's a model that made its CEO a fortune so large that he became the youngest owner in the history of the NBA. But that same model has led to what we believe is tens of thousands of Ubiquity devices ending up in Russia since the start of the war in Ukraine. Our sources on this range from troops on the front lines to open source intelligence to conversations directly with Ubiquity suppliers. As Russian forces continue their assault on Ukraine, Ubiquity's devices serve Russian combat troops critical networking needs, including potentially enabling precision kamikaze drone attacks against Ukraine civilians.
То есть, например, расчет FPV, он не может работать без аэророзведки, потому что это будет полет, вслепую.
The UN has called some of these attacks crimes against humanity. And critically, sources told us that there are no viable alternatives to Ubiquity.
По вашим предположениям,
Я думаю, что это даже десятки могут быть тысяч. Чтобы давайте будем так же говорить, нет альтернатив.
While Elon Musk's Starlink devices are remotely shut off in Russia, Ubiquity products apparently work just fine. They're plug and play. We actually tested how easily Russians could obtain Ubiquity devices by contacting a bunch of their suppliers and asking them to send equipment to the front lines of the war. We spoke to nearly a dozen vendors in Russia, including some who claimed to be official Ubiquity suppliers. Not only did they promise to get us the Ubiquity gear in as short as a week, but they actually sent us thank you letters that they said were sent to them by the Russian military. The war in Ukraine is also heavily crowdfunded, so we looked on Telegram and found lots of social media posts from Russian troops thanking people, asking them for Ubiquity devices to use. This wasn't supposed to happen. After Russia invaded Ukraine, the US enacted sanctions and export bans with the purpose of blocking Russian access to tools like these. But Ubiquity relies almost exclusively on hundreds of third-party distributors for sales, rather than its own sales force. And Hunterbrook found that these third-party distributors have been supplying millions of dollars worth of prohibited Ubiquity goods to Russia, likely in violation of US export and sanctions laws, often through third countries like Turkey or Kazakhstan, with the goal of obscuring these trade routes. One Ubiquity official distributor in Ohio, Multilink Solutions, initially agreed to sell 450 Ubiquity items to a Hunterbrook reporter posing as a Russian customer seeking shipment to Moscow or Crimea.
Yeah, we can ship to Moscow too, no problem.
They later said they couldn't ship to Russia directly, but promptly sent an invoice for a shipment to
Sorry, hold on. My audio thingy exploded. Or maybe it was, I don't know. But I'm just gonna go back. No, the video wasn't effing. It was just my audio. I'm amazed I haven't dropped any frames. Although I guess most of the work, most of the work is being done by my GPU anyway in terms of encoding. So yeah, OBS isn't really. I'm not doing much CPU heavy shit right now. Hold on.
Turkey initially agreed to sell 450 through third countries like Turkey or Kazakhstan, with the goal of obscuring these trade routes. One Ubiquiti official distributor in Ohio, Multilink Solutions, initially agreed to sell 450 Ubiquiti items to a Hunterbrook reporter posing as a Russian customer seeking shipment to Moscow or Crimea.
Yeah, we can ship to Moscow too, no problem.
They later said they couldn't ship to Russia directly, but promptly sent an invoice for a shipment to Turkey, a well-known route for sanctions evasion. A former Ubiquiti product distribution employee told Hunterbrook about the company's slipshod compliance procedures. Ubiquiti itself openly says it doesn't have visibility over all its distributors or their activities. But claiming ignorance is not enough, according to the legal experts we spoke to.
That's actually fucking crazy. Like, your company is worth billions of dollars, guys. There's no reason why you should not be on top of this.
For this story.
Assuming that the company is aware and is not doing anything about it, that would be considered likely a failure to adhere to appropriate U.S. export controls.
It's hard to know the extent to which company leadership is aware, but with relative ease, our team at Hunterbrook was able to find publicly available trade data showing Ubiquiti distributors sending millions worth of equipment directly to Russia. It's hard to imagine a $34 billion company couldn't do the same if it wanted to track where its products were ending up. And this isn't the first time Ubiquiti products ended up where they weren't supposed to. More than 10 years ago, Ubiquiti was fined for its, quote, reckless disregard by the US government. That was after Ubiquiti's products showed up in Iran. At the time, Ubiquiti just faced a $500,000 slap on the wrist. It was the first offense, and its CEO promised to shape up. It can't happen again, Robert Paris said in an interview. If it does, I'll be in a lot of trouble. Well, it happened again. And this time, it looks much bigger. So the question is, what will the government do about it? Read the full story at hunterbrook.com/Ubiquiti. And don't tune this out because the war started years ago. People are still dying every day.
Yeah, so that's fucking crazy. Obviously it's possible that like they got it wrong, but I mean, I don't think like has Ubiquiti even said anything? Investigation, 80% of Russian troops' link-ups on the front line. Oh my god, 80%! Jesus. This is another story about this. Ubiquiti shares decline following short report. Yeah. Like, have they commented at all? Oh, oh my god, damn it, it's gone. Well, I saved it. This morning, guys, when we accessed the Ubiquiti Wikipedia page, the Russian Z was shown as their logo instead of their actual logo. Thought it was fucking based. Basically, I'm assuming a NAFO fella probably did the thing. I'm actually curious if there's anything about that on the talk page, but wait. Legal difficulties. Where is it? Is it not? Why is the Hunterbrook story not here? Uh-oh. This article's not even locked. Where's the talk? Oh, talk. It's right here. Jeez, I'm blind. Semi-protected edit request. Oh, someone fucked up the citations. No, this is August 2025. What? Reverted edits. November 2016. What the fuck? So did Wikipedia just roll this article back? Did somebody if someone's on Wikipedia or knows about this, that's so weird. I guess like did they just roll back this article and just not and just take this away? Hopefully someone else will come along and actually you know, contribute the something about the Hunterbrook reporting. But I'm guessing that somebody just someone just rolled it back. But I mean, I thought this was pretty fucking funny. Cuz I mean like alleged use by Russian military. Yeah, it used to, it was right there. And then they deleted it. So I'm guessing the article just got rolled back. Military Eye. This is a military outlet. I don't know how good these guys are, but Russian forces are actively using equipment from the American company Ubiquity to set up communication system and control drones. This is reported in a Hunterbrook investigation. According to the investigation, authors, Ubiquity link-ups, antennas, and networking equipment are frequently found at Russian military positions along the front line in Ukraine. According to investigators, Ubiquity link-ups make up about 80% of all Russian equipment of this type used on the front line. God damn. I mean, I should look at the report. I kind of want to. That's weird. It was there an hour ago. Yeah, I don't understand. The shutdown would stop non-essential operations. Research projects could be delayed, existing grant applications put on hold, and staff reduced. But depends on how long the shut. Wait, are you, Conradical, are you saying that the shutdown would actually that are you saying that like the government shutdown would actually impact you? I thought that it was only for specific departments. And I didn't think that yours was one of them. Tash Gordon says some dipshit reverted the Russian allegations on the wiki page, calling it a short seller narrative. Oh, Jesus, really? So basically what they're saying is that they're just going to say that Hunterbrook is lying because they are shorting the Ubiquity stock to make money, and they're going to dismiss all of this. I mean, if that's true, why hasn't Ubiquity come out and said anything about this? Because, like, if it's wrong, you would think that they would come out and disprove it and say, here's the data that makes this wrong. And as such, we shouldn't, like, now stop shorting our stock, please, you know? Like they've got a chance to make Hunterbrook look real stupid right now and cost them a lot of money, but they're not. I don't know why they wouldn't say anything. It also looks like Hunterbrook brought receipts too, because they went through like the Ubiquity data and found that a whole bunch of this shit was being sold to Russia. Like if they have like actual stuff, you know, like I would love to read this report, but unfortunately I'm pretty sure that if I scroll down through this, it's going to make my fucking computer explode. Actually, if I change it to this, maybe now it'll be okay, because then I'm not like fucking scrolling through all this weird shit. I don't know if I want to read this whole thing. It's really long, but like official Ubiquity distributor connections. I don't know. It seems like there's a whole bunch of like fucking shit here. So I think the problem lies in the fact that Hunterbrook is also an actual Yeah, it is. You're right. Which I think, you know, like that was something that Preston Stewart brought up as well. Is the issue is that Hunterbrook is an investment firm, and but they're like the guy who founded it like did that basically. He wants to investigate companies and then companies that they find to be doing negative shit, and then Hunter Brook, the investment firm side, comes in and shorts the stocks of those companies. And they have a chance to make money. So, I mean, like, this could be wrong, but I don't know why Ubiquity is ignoring it. It's weird. Because, like, if you don't talk about something like this, it has legs, and this could hurt them as a company. 6 appropriation bills are at risk. It would impact 8 or 9 agencies and departments. Mine is out of North Carolina, but we still rely on HHS and NIH. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's right. Because that in the Senate, Republicans are basically taking all those appropriations bills and wanting to pass them as a single bill. And they're not going to agree to break them up because they want to force Democrats to shut down the government. Like, basically, yeah, like that's the strategy that they're going to use, so that because they know that other departments besides DHS will be harmed if the Democrats proceed with the shutdown. But that's what they want, and that's probably what they're relying on, which sucks. Like, it sucks that they can't just, like, you know, see the bigger picture and actually you know, play or like be fair and actually care about funding the government. But, you know, obviously, of course not. They're being cynical politicians. You know, that's how this always works. In any case, maybe this is bullshit. I don't know. But like, it seems a letter of thanks from Russia's 623rd Indo-Pacific Regional Training Center to Nina Petrova Kuznetsova, owner of a Ubiquity networking equipment store, ubiquity.ru, for providing wireless bridges for Russian servicemen in Ukraine. Ubiquity.ru. Right, a letter from Russian company Voltec to Kuznetsova confirming that the radio bridges that she transferred were sent to the combat zone, ensuring reliable communications in critical situations. Kuznetsova shared the letter in response to a Hunter Brook report's request for feedback from the battlefield on Ubiquity purchases. Like, wait, is this on ubiquity.ru? Like, actually? I wish that they would link to the page where this came from. I don't know if I want to spend too much time talking about this because there's so much other shit to cover. I might look more into this later. I guess, like, it seems like this is really bad on the face of it. Now, maybe I am believing this too easily, but it does seem fucking nuts that Ubiquity wouldn't just come out and say, no, this is bullshit. Here's a mountain of evidence that shows that this is not true and this isn't happening. But I mean, that video is pretty damning if they've got like what, did they fake all of this just so they could do short selling? Or like maybe there's more to this than I think, but I don't know. It just I guess Wikipedia is just being way too cautious or something. I mean, I guess, but they don't seem to have anything to say about this. January 23rd. January 22nd. Yeah, they just not saying anything. These are reposts. This is the most recent. I wonder. Russian embassy in Belarus. Thank you for helping us kill Ukrainian children. None of this would be possible without you. We're so grateful. Russian embassy in Belgium. Oh, this is obviously like this is a fucking parody, but that's so funny. I have heard your company's networking gear is powering Russian battlefield communication in Ukraine. What are you doing to prevent this? There's a report saying that your safeguards are practically non-existent. Yeah, like the comments are full of this. Why the fuck haven't they said anything? Why? I don't know. Do you have a Wikipedia account? These community pages around Russia-Ukraine conflict get pretty heated. Wait, really? Jesus Christ! Is it like I do have a Wikipedia account, but I'm not logged in this browser. This Israel-Palestine shit, I thought that was crazy, but I guess that this is absolutely nutty in comparison. I'm assuming. Like. The Israel-Palestine stuff just went crazy, but I didn't realize that the Russia-Ukraine stuff became like that fucking heated. I mean, like, that's kind of ridiculous. Anyway. Okay. One sec, guys. And then we'll do we'll do other stuff. So I want to talk about the ICE stuff.
Because I watched it.
Okay. Oh, you know what? Also, we're gonna get the better YouTube thingy. Because they finally updated this shit. This is my favorite YouTube extension. So I want to use this instead of the one that I got. Oh. Basic controls within the player. Yes, that's what I want. Okay.
I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Like, what? What? And I knew he was gone because I watched it.
So this is an interview with the woman who took one of the videos. And Anderson Cooper interviewed her on CNN. So we're just gonna watch this.
And then they come over to try to perform some type of medical aid by ripping his clothes open with scissors and then maneuvering his body around.
Russia puts a surprising amount of effort into editing Wikipedia articles. Jesus Christ, of course they do.
Around like a rag doll, only to discover that it could be because they wanted to count the bullet wounds to see how many they got, like he's a deer.
Jesus.
I watched that, and that is what it felt like they were doing, and that is part of why I was like, what are you guys doing? Why would you jostle his body around like that? You're not even doing anything to help him. But I knew he was gone.
Well, for days she's been called the woman in the pink coat, and she captured the crucial video showing exactly what happened when Alex Preddy was shot and killed by DHS officers. She had not come forward until today, and her name, which is being revealed for the first time, is Stella Carlson. She's a children's entertainer. She runs a children's entertainment company. She's a face and body painter and an airbrush artist. All of it a world away from anything she or anyone could possibly imagine.
You knew he was gone then?
I knew he was gone. There was no way with the way his body was moving, and I only knew that because of the way they were manipulating his dead body, just playing with it. Like they're in a video game. They were looking at us and laughing.
After the shooting?
Yes. I mean, the reason of escalation was due to the mockery. We understand why the MPD is unable to intervene on a level we would like. But you would like to think that their kindness, compassion, looking us in the eyes would occur in these moments when we're being attacked in the streets. And the MPD just felt like they were part of that team.
The Minneapolis Police Department, they mean, yeah, she's oof.
At that moment. And maybe that, I'm not talking about the whole
Were
department,
Minneapolis
but
Police Department people on the scene?
once the yellow tape was up, there were MPD officers who were standing in line, 5 of them, I think, and they wouldn't look at us. Everyone just kept saying, just look at us. You're our representatives. You work for us. Why won't you look at us? Like a part of our community just was murdered in the street. Like, you're our Minneapolis Police Department. Why won't you even just look at us to give us solidarity? You know, when we walk around with the whistles around our neck, it's not that we have, like, we know we can't do much. But what we do know is that we can let our community at large know when we're walking around, like, I see you. And if you're stuck in your apartment, I want you to see me. I'm another person walking around who is here to protect you as best I can with my whistle and my phone, which really feels not great.
And yet, you stood there with a phone and you documented this. You didn't run away.
I am not one to run when I'm afraid. I just, no way was I going to leave Alex by himself, undocumented. Like, that wasn't an option. I mean, obviously somebody was just executed in the street. I knew I was in danger. We all were. But I wasn't going to leave if we weren't all cleared out. And if it wasn't for the collective actions over the past 3 weeks, I don't know if I would have been able to stay that long. But I knew that this was a moment, and we all have to be brave. And we all have to take risks. And we're all going to be given moments to make that decision. And I guess in my default mind of crisis there, that's where mine fell. And I'm grateful to myself, and I'm grateful to anybody who was supportive to me after, to make sure I could get to safety and get that video uploaded to the right people.
The federal government says that they are investigating what happened. Have you been contacted by anyone from the federal government? FBI?
Nope. No, I have
Border
not.
Patrol, Homeland Security?
I do have a legal team now who are fielding much of that, and I am no longer accessible in those ways.
I talked to your attorney this morning. She said she had not received any outreach from the FBI or anybody from the federal government.
I do not think they have my name yet. Obviously they will.
You've given testimony to state investigators.
Yes, yes.
Do you have confidence in a federal investigation?
I sure don't. You know, given it's this federal government, the same one that is, you know, basically making or like manufacturing charges against Trump's political opponents, I don't imagine that they are going to actually do an honest investigation into what happened, even if Tom Homan might want to. And I don't know that I believe that he does. Keep in mind, by the way, that Tom Homan is the same motherfucker who on live TV essentially confirmed the quid pro quo with Mayor Eric Adams, where they basically took away his charges and ensured that he would like, just so that he, like, they took away Mayor Adams's charges because he was charged with corruption relating to I think he received money from the Turks. I think it was Turkey. Yeah, it was Turkey. In exchange for like, or not money, he got like expensive plane rides and stuff from them in exchange for favors that he provided to them. And this was like a big thing that the Biden's DOJ was investigating, and the Trump administration basically made that go away in exchange for Adams playing ball with their immigration enforcement. And what wound up happening is that a judge actually dismissed the charges, and I believe he did it with prejudice because that he didn't want them to be able to bring them back again, because the reasoning for dismissing it made no fucking sense. Like, they didn't provide a good reason, because that they had previously, like, previous DOJ people amassed all this evidence. Also, I think it was an attorney, like, there were a bunch of resignations over this shit too, over the fact that they were basically engaging in quid pro quo. And Tom Homan was on Fox and Friends with Eric Adams, and he said some shit that made it pretty clear that that's what it was. So I don't, I cannot, I don't like, fuck that. Yeah, Tom Homan is also scum. He also accepted $50K from undercover FBI agents as a bribe and still got that. Oh yeah, that was a question that people are always asking about that nobody ever fucking talks about with him. Yeah. Also, from before, Barabas says, we need to figure out a way to shut out Russian government users from our shit. Yeah, I know, right? True. Project Pat says, a story from 5 days ago popped into my head that ICE agents in Colorado were leaving death cards in the vehicles of detainees via, not Jesus Christ. Wait, really? Damn. I think they wanted to count GSWs to be able to claim there was a round fired from his weapon. Yeah, maybe. Maybe that was why they wanted to.
No. No, I do not. I have faith in various representatives throughout our country who are trying to do the right thing and make sure that justice is served.
Also, I'm sorry about the audio crackling. I'm sure that that's because my computer's fucking exploding right now. I mean, it's not actually exploding, but because my computer is so busy doing a bunch of things.
I have faith in our local government in Minnesota. I think they are wanting to make sure to protect us and investigate it thoroughly, but they are trying to block that from happening. They wouldn't even let the investigative team come to the crime scene. I mean, their goal is to protect themselves and to spin stories.
It's incredible to me, though, that 4 days after this shooting, you have not been contacted by anybody from the FBI or the federal government. Right. What does that tell you?
That they're protecting themselves and they don't care about the truth of what happened. They're looking for their way to create the truth that protects them and allows them to move forward with whatever it is, which we all have various ideas of what that looks like, but whatever it is that their long game is in creating this violence in our streets. This is not, these are people from all over the country who have not been trained to intervene, kick down doors, break away families, leave children stranded in the street without their parents, having communities throughout Minnesota trying to come together to figure out who can foster all of these children who have been abandoned in apartments that have been kicked down with now no family around. I mean, how can you justify that? There's enough evidence for what they've been doing before it ever came to murder.
To you, this is murder?
Yes, I know it is. It was an assassination in full view in the middle of the streets of somebody who has served our country and continues to at the Veterans Hospital. Like, nobody should have to worry about being assassinated in their streets, especially in America, which nowhere it should be that way. I think people are feeling like there's nobody here to help us. There's nobody who can step in to protect us. And I think people are at a loss and shooken, like, what do we do? What can we do? What is in our constitutional rights that don't seem to matter? The Constitution doesn't seem to matter. There's many people who have died, but we don't know what that looks like. You know, people from being detained and having a medical crisis.
Alberta thing and stream suggestions, $500 billion USD. How much was Greenland supposed to... Wait, what? Trump officials met group pushing Alberta's independence from Canada. What the fuck? ICE condemns death cards left in vehicles of Colorado residents. Ooh. Okay, that's YouTube. Okay, I'll look at these two things in a sec. First, we're gonna finish watching this. I don't even know what to say about this. Obviously, like, this is really fucking horrific, and of course, like, a lot of these people feel like they don't have any kind of recourse, which is also incredibly annoying and shitty. Which kind of, I guess, brings back the whole thing about the political violence stuff and all these questions relating to that, and the fact that basically, even if Democrats like, well, first of all, the other shitty thing is that we still have a year. We still have until November of this year, which is basically practically the end of this year which has just started, for Trump to, like, continue to do shitloads more damage to the United States and to American institutions. And, like, obviously, when you think about it like that, it is incredibly disheartening, because the Democrats are limited in terms of what they are able to do. And then obviously, meanwhile, like, you have, and then it's like, and then everyone just bitches and complains about how the Democrats aren't doing anything. But the Democrats can't really do much as a minority. I mean, they're fighting back in ways that like they can. And I hope that this time they carry on the fight for longer in order to actually get some sort of concessions from the Republicans. But I mean, at the same time, I think about like what Con Radical was saying in chat about the NIH funding, or, you know, like, people who might lose things, like, or people who aren't going to get the money that they need in order to survive, and all of this other stuff. And yeah, it just sucks. It just sucks so much that like, that is kind of like, that's like where things are right now. And because the Trump doesn't give a shit about what people lose or don't lose. All he cares about is his popularity. And so all one can hope for is that Trump's popularity will further tank in order to like force him to turn around. But that doesn't mean that he still isn't basically going to continue to try to do whatever he wants. And I guess right now the only real weapon that people have, like realistically speaking, is like their voices and sort of making people aware of things in order to like further tank Trump's popularity or whatever, even if it means that you have to speak their language, like the language of Republicans. And I mean, like, there are people who still care about gun rights, you know, although obviously, unfortunately, that 25% of the country or whatever it is that are like hardcore like the Republican base, those guys are all fucking hardcore MAGA now, and they're basically lost, which is really sad. And I don't know what the answer is. I don't know what you do about those people. I don't know how you bring them back. I don't know how you communicate with them when they believe in like every fucking conspiracy. That's insane.
Crisis without intervention. I've heard of many stories where people are sick and they don't have their medications. Like, all of those human rights violations, those stories aren't being told yet. So this is only the beginning of a very long road. When this does end, we're all ready to move forward with productive ways to make this better. But how do we do that when our local officials in the state of Minnesota also have their hands tied? So it broke down to, then it's us. We only have each other. Nobody's here for us. Nobody's going to help us right now because their hands are tied. So this is what we can do. I can document in case somebody gets detained, which is what I was filming, right? In case someone gets detained. Did I think I was going to be filming a murder? No. An assassination? No.
Do you worry about you becoming a target because you've spoken out?
Yes, absolutely. Yes. But yeah, I hope that me coming forward and doing this allows others to do it with me. I think there's safety in more of us taking those risks, but I understand we cannot all do that. This is just, you know, one more moment to tell the truth, one more moment to...
Short Stack Goblin is Portuguese. He would feel insulted if you called him Canadian. The Greenland offer would have also been 0.5 to 0.7 trillion. So Greenland is worth more than Alberta. Checks out. Alberta has... That's funny because Alberta has oil. I'm pretty sure Greenland doesn't have oil. Although I think Greenland does have some other natural resources. Although that's not why Trump wanted it, obviously. We know why Trump wanted it, as Epic has like explained a bazillion times. It's because of the NATO shit. It's because that Greenland is of strategic importance as the polar ice caps melt, and that particular part of the world becomes used more as a shipping lane. Greenland's security becomes important, and they don't want that to be compromised, and the US is mad that NATO is not paying for more shit. Yeah. Short Fat Otaku is Canadian, not Short Fat Stack Goblin. Yeah. Who amongst us wouldn't be insulted by being called a Canadian? Hey! I like my country. Canadians are fine, but I would not like to be an American. She's too well spoken. I'm telling you, there are comments probably that she's a CNN plant. I can see them seething that people don't talk like that. That's kind of insane, Wasserman. I mean, she seems, you know, pretty normal, and she probably, you know, I guess, yeah, she probably, like, I guess, thought about what she was going to say for this interview or whatever. She also seems fairly emotional. The Portuguese are basically a British colony, though. RIP, shots fired.
I'm just here to represent all the work we're doing and I'm here to represent the truth. I'm not here to represent me, I'm here to represent we. I care about my community, I care about my state and my country. And this is one small thing I can do.
It was Stella Carlson who provided crucial evidence for whatever investigation may be done. Perspective now from former Minneapolis Police Chief Dario Arredondo. It is incredibly brave of her to come forward. She didn't have to.
Yeah, Anderson, what I saw from Ms. Carlson is that I saw both courage, but I also saw vulnerability. One of the things...
Oh shit, the police chief is a black dude. Cue all the talk about DEI. Or is that only if it's a black woman? Is that the only point at which they start getting super mad? I don't know. I don't know the right wing. Yeah.
Things that stood out to me as well is it was almost this appeal to leaders that we just want the truth. The people just want the truth. As tough, as difficult as it may be, she's saying have the moral courage. It may not be pretty, but tell us the truth.
Oh, he's a former Minneapolis police chief, not the current one. Still, I'm sure someone's going to comment about DEI. Calling out DEI is Spider's job. No, Spider just calls everything DEI. I don't, but he doesn't mean it. He's just memeing. Yeah. Not too much anymore. Brexit made them too poor. Oh, so now Portugal is no longer a British colony.
So stunning is, I mean, first of all, had she not videotaped this and had the bravery to stand...
I'm sorry, a Scottish colony? Well, I'm sorry. Wait, saying British doesn't matter. British and Scottish is just another way to, like, those are British and English are interchangeable there. Bots. We're not talking about Scotland.
And they're 5 to 10 feet away from this, and the others also. There were multiple people from different angles. The lies would stand. I mean, and who knows how many other lies have been told when there's not cameras visible.
Yeah, and and unfortunately, there's been situations throughout the country where these engagements, these interactions with police have not been captured on video, and so communities left to see what they know is the truth against another narrative. And so, again, courage, vulnerability, but bravery, and you can sense that.
Do you think the arrival of Tom Homan is going to make much of a difference in terms of actually what's happening on the ground, the tactics being used, the individuals who are roaming the streets masked?
Yeah, I think people are going to be expecting a change. They're going to be expecting a change in the tactics. Borders are home and being here. That's something different. But Anderson, if the people do not see a change in the tactics, none of it's going to matter. So they're going to expect change.
I know nothing? Really? Nothing? No, okay. I know you're kidding. Spider had a whole fight with Insomniac in Loner VC yesterday over racism. Oh boy, I'm sure that was fun. It was not. I wasn't there, but I heard about it later. Oh yeah, it probably wasn't fun, Maruzzi, just because because it's Spider. I mean, no offense to Spider, mostly, but it's okay, there was another another interview, but I wasn't able to find it this morning, so we'll just leave that for now. Also, don't buy shit tomorrow. No work, no school, no shopping. A general strike to protest ICE is attempting to go national. Oh, okay. My American friends, don't spend any money. Insomniac accused Spider of being unironically racist against Israelis and started invoking stereotypes about black people in response. I see. That includes DoorDash, you Zoomers. Yes, true. No DoorDash. Last Monday, Minnesota business Katzen Coffee wasn't open for purchases, but it did invite customers to hang out with cats and find community as part of a statewide economic blackout. Oh my god, it's a cat cafe! Aww! I love cat cafes so much. Oh. You must be 15 years old to be in the cat lounge Monday to Friday, Saturdays, and Sundays. Ages 10 plus are allowed with an adult. Young children are only allowed in the morning, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. with 3 regular TV events. That's so cute. When I was in Toronto, I went to a cat cafe. They usually will have their cats up for adoption, which is always super adorable. Look at these babies. Kitten. Ooh, delicious looking food. Aww. Baby Bell Mozzarella Bartholomew. Halloween Blizzard of 91, Holly. That's cute. So adorable. But that's cool. So they're having a statewide economic blackout to protest ICE agents, but people are still inviting people to show up. This Friday, the general strike is going nationwide. At least that's the aim of activist groups, unions, and some celebrities who have called for no work, school, or shopping after fatal shootings by immigration officers in recent weeks in Minnesota. Do they deserve equal? Who deserve equal rights? Trans rights, crab cats? Cats deserve extra rights because cats are superior to us in all ways. Isn't that right, Mr. Stewart? Isn't that right? I know that's how you feel. Cats are quite intelligent, yes. They are lovely, lovely, lovely creatures. Hi. Okay. One sec. Okay, let's see. So that's the thing that's happening. So you're like, yeah, Americans don't buy stuff tomorrow. Call me when a cat helps a blind person cross the street or when a cat helps catch the most wanted man in the world. Until then, dogs are better. Cats have actually saved their humans' lives, you know. Both cats and dogs have done that. This is a thing that has happened by both sides. I will not be part of this cat versus dogs war because I like both. I think both are lovely. Okay. Oh, I don't need the archive link, guys. In before my paywall blocker doesn't work and I do actually need the archive link. Law. Unlock the White House newsletter for free. Oh, wait, hold on. There it is. No, okay, it's fine. Trump officials met group pushing Alberta independence from Canada. The Trump administration has held covert meetings with fringe separatists from Canada's oil-rich province of Alberta as a rift deepens between Washington and Ottawa. Leaders of the Alberta Prosperity Project, a group of far-right separatists who want the Western province to become independent, met U.S. State Department officials in Washington 3 times since April last year, according to people familiar with the talks. They are seeking another meeting next month with state and treasury officials to ask for a $500 billion credit facility to help bankroll the province if an independence referendum yet to be called is passed. The U.S. is extremely enthusiastic about a free and independent Alberta. Jeff Roth, APP legal counsel, who attended the meetings, told the FT. He claimed that he had a much stronger relationship with the Trump administration than Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney. A State Department spokesperson said the department regularly meets with civil society types. As is typical in routine meetings such as these, no commitments were made. Jesus Christ. A White House official said administration officials meet with a number of civil society groups. No such support or any other commitments was conveyed. A person familiar with with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent's thinking said neither he nor any other Treasury officials were aware of any official credit facility proposal and did not intend to engage on the issue. The person added that no senior Treasury Department official had received a request for a meeting. I mean, these guys could just be lying, but you know. The Treasury declined to comment. A spokesperson for Carney declined to comment. The contacts coincide with a deterioration in the relations between the US and Canada. President Donald Trump and Carney clashed last week before the Canadian premier suggested Washington was creating a rupture in the world order. The US was unlikely to provide any material support to the fringe separatist movement, according to people familiar with the American position, but the conversations underline the tensions between Washington and Carney's federal government in Ottawa. Carlo Dade from the Canada West Foundation, a conservative think tank in Calgary, described the separatist leaders as attention seekers. He added, "The Americans are more than happy to continue to play Canadians off each other." Bessent caused a flurry of excitement among Alberta separatists last week when he described the province, the single biggest source of foreign oil in the American market, as a natural partner for the U.S. The Albertans are very independent people, he told right-wing podcaster Jack Posobiec. Oh God, there is a rumor that they may have a referendum on whether they want to stay in Canada or not. Oh, I'm sure that you're hoping that they do. The person familiar with Bessent's thinking said the Treasury Secretary neither supported nor opposed Alberta's independence, but views Carney as pursuing a personal agenda to the detriment of the province, highlighting his prior work on climate issues. I mean, yeah, I'm sorry, Alberta, if you're shit, you know, like, but climate change is a real problem that we do need to do stuff about. Bessent believes Alberta could deepen its ties with the U.S. while remaining a Canadian province, the person added. Carney grew up in Edmonton, Alberta's capital. The province is 3 million people, or 5 million people, has had a small independence movement for decades, with roots in Canada's formation more than 150 years ago. Ipsos polling conducted last week found that approximately 3 in 10 residents of both Alberta and Quebec would vote for their province to separate from Canada. But unlike Quebec, Alberta's independence movement has never gained any real traction. The APP is attempting to gather 177,000 signatures to bring an independence petition to the legislature in May. It declined to say how many it had gathered to date. Well, that doesn't sound too good. If you don't even want to say how many you've got, I kind of wonder if you even have that many. The talks will nonetheless stoke existing concerns of meddling in Canadian domestic affairs by the Trump administration and its proxies. We're seeking evidence of foreign interference, said Gil McGowan, president of the Alberta Federation of Labor, pointing to social media and campaigns, the use of online bots and mega influencer voices. It doesn't feel organic. We are being targeted by the mega crowd. Alberta is an essential partner in our federation, said a spokesperson for Canada-U.S. Trade Minister Dominic LeBlanc. The government is engaged in renewing the Canada-Alberta relationship based on common objectives and respect for each other's jurisdiction. Rath declined to say who the APP spoke to in Washington. We're meeting very, very senior people leaving our meet. We're very, very senior people leaving our meetings to go directly to the Oval Office, he claimed. The Separatist Party has adopted similar themes to the UK's Brexit movement. It accuses Ottawa of squandering billions of dollars in oil revenue and touts conspiracies around Chinese influence, Christian persecution, and the globalists' agenda. Oh my God. Rath said his group had also met officials from Quebec's separatist movement, which lost independence referendums in 1980 and 1995. Alberta's Premier Danielle Smith, oh, she's a bit crazy, who last year lowered the threshold for a referendum, opposes independence for the province. Why did you lower the threshold then? The overwhelming majority of Albertans are not interested in becoming a U.S. state, said Smith's spokesperson. The Alberta Forever Canada campaign, a counter petition opposing independence, received 438,568 signatures by a December deadline last year. Welp. Yeah, I mean, I kind of doubt that Alberta is going to secede from Canada. Although, yes, we do have independence referendums. Those are things that we have where provinces can leave. So, you know. So how long until little green men start getting spotted there? Oh God, yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen, but you know. JJ McCullough says that the Alberta independence movement is basically just one guy LARPing as the leader of a massive independence campaign. Yeah, he's probably right about that, because it doesn't sound like they've really gained much of any traction whatsoever. So yeah, it would surprise me if there was any more to this, honestly. Hello, buddy. Climate change is only real when they talk about Greenland. True. Long live a free Saskatchewan. What? Oh, that was funny. I saw this this map on Twitter the other day about the partitioning of North America, and for some reason, like, Saskatchewan also got given to the United States, and I don't fucking understand why. What the fuck did Saskatchewan do? Why? Why do you want to take them from us? It's unclear how. I wonder how much people will participate. A website for the national shutdown lists hundreds of organizations as endorsements. Okay, so there's that, and then there was this video that Cascadia needs to grow up here already. I mean, yeah, but how right-wing is Saskatchewan? Are they as right-wing as Alberta is? I don't know that much about Saskatchewan, I'll be honest. I've also never been anywhere in Canada outside of Ontario, unless going to, like, Hull, Quebec counts, which is where I was when I was in Ottawa. They're basically Canadian Israel. What is that, where all the Jews live? I have no... Yeah, I see, okay. Kalinda, like, listen, I'm sorry. It's not like I have tons of money to travel, okay? The main place that I've been to outside of this country is America, and that's because my mom's from there, and we used to go there when I was a kid, like, every summer. We would drive to North Carolina to visit my grandparents. This was a thing that continued basically up until my grandparents died. And, like, before that, and then when I was in university, I went to Europe twice as part of, like, things for school. But besides that, mostly it was to the US. And later on, I went to the US to visit friends on multiple occasions. Yeah, I've been to North Carolina and South Carolina and Florida, and Texas and Nebraska. Isn't your Bigfoot in Sasquatch? You mean Saskatchewan? I don't think so, no. I do not think that's a thing. As someone in America, hearing someone say we visit America is weird. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that you probably, I don't know. I like the United States. I think it's a nice place. I'm not, right now things are going to hell, but I do think America is an interesting and nice place, you know, so. One day you have to make, yes, oh yeah, don't worry, Adi. I want to visit Israel. Aren't those all hellholes? All the places that I listed. Well, I went there because, oh, I've been to New York too. I can't believe I left that one out. I've been to New York City. They're really, really good. New York City is a really neat place. Have your handlers offered a trip yet? No, I want them to. Also, the Mossad needs to pay me more. Don't you lump us in with them. North Carolina is based mostly. I mean, I thought North Carolina was pretty nice. That's the place where my grandparents lived, so I went there the most often. Yeah. But and then obviously I've been to New York. My mom's from New York, but I went to New York State. So New York is borders Ontario. Well, I went to New York City, so I flew into JFK. Rude, honestly. They're stretched a bit thin at the moment. Yeah, probably. Where in North Carolina? Oh God, where was it? Jacksonville, Florida. I've been there, but that's not what I'm thinking of. Fuck, where was it? Is Fayetteville a place in North Carolina? Because my brain keeps thinking of that. I don't know. I'd have to text my mom and ask. Mountains. Oh, we drove through the mountains to get there. Because, and I remember all the south of the border signs. Fayetteville. Yeah, Fayetteville. I think that's where we went. I don't know if we went to that city, but it was near there. My grandparents lived out like in the country, and we would like drive into town in order to get milk and stuff. There were farms around. There were ponds where we would go fishing. Yeah, we had a bunch of different. There were different friends that we had there. I remember. Yeah, it was a nice place. That they lived in, a nice little house. That was not where my mom grew up though. My mom grew up in New York. So that's where my yeah, that's where they spent time. And there were other places too as well. I wanted to visit the US, but being unmarried young woman, even after a long interview and presented documents that I have reasons to return, they denied and put a big red denied stamp in the passport. So I don't even really understand. I'm assuming that, oh yeah, that's right. I guess most countries, if they want to visit the United States, have to get like a tourist visa, don't they? You can't just go there like we can. I think that we just can't because we have a special agreement with the US. If I wanted to visit Israel, do I have to get a tourist visa? I don't even understand that, because like I didn't have to do that in Europe. Like I could literally just go there for like a few weeks or even like a couple months. North Carolina was the closest state in 2020 and is very likely to elect a Dem senator. Yeah, that sucks. Oh, okay. And so you don't need a tourist visa in Israel. That's what I figured. Okay. Wasn't sure about that. You should start watching Guard the Leaf so your US hatred grows. I don't want to hate the United States. I think it's a cool country with a neat history. Israelis had to get visas to the US until like last year though. Just say you're Jewish and do Aliyah.
Outrageous.
Oh.
_Lookner.
Hold on. I mean, can I make the super chat goal be $5 or above? I'll make it be 5 super chats. We'll make it be for 2 hours. $1 equals 1 pet for stewards. There we go. It doesn't suck. We just need Charlotte to fucking vote. Obama won twice when they did. Ah, yes. Oh, okay. Wait, Vasterman, when were you trying to go to the States to visit America? I'm assuming it was back during Trump's first term. That might have been why they were being fucking weird about it. Hey, look at that. Canadians can go up to 3 months in Israel without a visa based. We had ICE roll through here last year. People are highly motivated in CLT. I have a friend that was rejected too. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Vasserman. Hopefully, you should be able to visit Canada. We're a nice place, but I know we're not quite the same. EU agrees to designate the European Union. Okay, bear in mind, this is from fucking Twitter. Breaking news. I mean, okay, this is a real news outlet, so yeah. The European Union has achieved the necessary unanimity to designate Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, as a terrorist organization, a highly symbolic rebuke in response to the Islamic Republic's violent crackdown on street protesters. Yep. This has been a thing. So, I mean, good job. I'm not sure exactly like what this amounts to. I assume probably like more sanctions or like restrictions on doing deals with them or whatever. But yeah. I think that's a big deal because it includes all the proxies. At least that's what they were saying in the news. Yeah, the IRGC is being designated a terror group in the European Union. It already has been by the US. What? Why? This does nothing, I think. I mean, I would assume that it probably adds restrictions. I guess, like. Actually, wait. What are the consequences of being designated a terror org by the EU? Significant legal, financial, and operational restrictions designed to isolate the entity. Yeah, that's what I figured. Sanctions against terrorism. Basically, it's going to be like anybody that gets designated a terrorist is gonna get fucked by like sanctions and stuff. EU has adopted restrictive measures against individuals and entities involved in terrorist attacks. In December 2001, in the wake of the terrorist attacks on the 11th of September of that year, the EU list was established to implement the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1373. To that end, the EU adopted the Council Common Position on the application of specific measures to combat terrorism. What are the sanctions? So, freezing of funds, police and judicial cooperation in criminal matters. Group and entities on the terrorist list are subject or related to. Basically, you just can't do business with these groups. Can we see the list? Oh yeah, there it is. Wait, the 16th. I guess they haven't updated the website yet. EU renews sanctions against Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad based. And then ISIL and Al Qaeda. Yeah. So I guess the IRGC isn't here. Yeah, they're not here yet. They haven't updated this page. Which is a bit weird, but sure. Iran targeted for human rights sanctions series. That's not EU stuff. Maybe I'd rather they did it to Elon Musk. I mean, oh yeah, no more donations. Oh no, that makes sense. Well, they just lost a ton of money for any accounts linked. Shoot, and the EU loves an audit. Yeah, so they'll yeah, so that's gonna be like a big thing, which is cool. I mean, based EU. Okay, when was this? Oh, this is from 5 days ago, but I mean, sure, why not?
Well, tonight, community outrage in Eagle County after disturbing allegations involving immigration and customs enforcement as ICE arrests took place in Eagle Vale and Minturn. In Vale, after...
Hold on. Maybe if I remove this, then it'll stop being dumb.
Detaining 9 Latino community members, advocates say that agents left Ace of Spades cards, often known as the death cards, inside vehicles that they left behind. Your reporter Jasmine Arenas spoke with the tow truck driver who went in to retrieve cars, and when he realized it was an ICE operation, recorded the incident and refused to move those vehicles.
Based.
It's disgusting. It's racist.
Alex Sanchez with Voces Unidas says ICE detained 9 Latino community members on Wednesday.
Hold on. Just a second, friends. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna reopen Firefox. Although I'm still here, obviously, but yeah. Hello, sir.
Well, tonight, community outrage in Eagle County after disturbing...
It's disgusting. It's racist.
Alex Sanchez with Voces Unidas says ICE detained 9 Latino community members on Wednesday, and family members later found Ace of Spades cards left behind in the detainees' vehicles.
This is not about public safety. It is about fear and control.
Sanchez says the Ace of Spades, sometimes called the death card, has a history tied to intimidation.
We need every elected official and local law enforcement leader serving Eagle County to publicly denounce these actions. Silence is non-neutrality. It is complicity.
In a statement, a DHS spokesperson says ICE is investigating and condemns this type of conduct. I'm outside the jail facility in Aurora, and while families are raising concerns about what was left inside the vehicles, one tow truck driver tells me he watched it all unfold on the side of the highway.
I've never witnessed anything like that in my life.
Jose Acevedo is the tow truck driver who captured the moments ICE pulled over the vehicles.
They left the vehicles on, they left the vehicles with the emergency hazard lights on, and then just loaded them up and took off.
He says he heard a woman crying and watched as she got handcuffed without any compassion from officers.
Them just not caring about it and just loading them up, it's a little emotional.
He remembers feeling helpless, which is why he took a video and used social media to warn the community. Adding, when he realized it was an ICE operation, he refused to tow the vehicles, even if it cost him his job.
I'm not going to step in those shoes and ruin people's families or their lives like that. I'd rather ruin my own and get fired.
Jose adds he did not check any vehicles and cannot confirm what was left inside.
It was just a surreal moment that I got to see and witness that I wish I didn't.
Voces Unidas is urging local leaders to speak out and is asking community members to document and report ICE activity when it's safe. Covering Colorado First, I'm Jasmine Arenas.
Now, DHS says the ICE Office of Professional Responsibility will conduct a full investigation.
ICE has an Office of Professional Responsibility? Damn.
And take appropriate action if they do find any misconduct took place.
Geo Group is a private company in charge of detention, by the way. Oh, interesting. Wait, really? Huh. Do they buy entire decks of cards to place one behind? What do they do with the rest in the now incomplete deck? Yeah, I know, right? I mean, I don't know. Maybe you can just buy singular decks. I have no idea. Okay. I guess I feel like I'm done with talking about the ice stuff. I don't really have like any more stuff to discuss with regards to that. I don't know who else is live right now. Actually, you know what? Let's watch we can keep watching that Hutch debate actually. Like, because it's hard for me to do research on stream, guys. Honestly, it really is. It's much easier for me to do that shit off stream, and to kind of just go through everything. I guess like I'm just kind of sharing stuff that I found or whatever, and I'm still trying to decide. I feel like probably like a moral thing would be a good idea, but really, Lactor is probably going to argue that morality is, or that law is downstream from morality, which is true. I mean, it is very often that generally tends to be the case, but. Yeah, like, and like I said, I don't think he believes this. I don't think that he believes that that portions of countries should just be able to like separate if they feel like they are if they feel like they don't have self-determination, because that would be insane and ridiculous. Since, like, honestly, at that point, one could start to make arguments for Minnesota seceding from the United States of America and becoming its own state, or becoming like its own separate nation state because of how they're being treated by the federal government right now. Or California, you know, or like because of Trump's like selective not wanting to send aid to blue states talk and shit like that. And I very much doubt that Lactoid would like be okay with that. I guess like if he bites that bullet, that's fine. But I don't think that like that's not really a world that I would necessarily want to live in, where we just say it's okay for like provinces or states or oblasts or whatever of countries to just be able to secede over whatever tiny little thing that they fucking want to secede over. I don't think that sets a particularly good precedent, because then like you're just going to end up with a bunch of countries that basically don't get to stay together. And really, the only time that I think that kind of shit is warranted is if you are facing gross human rights agreements or like abuses, like genocide. Minnesota should secede and join Canada. I already sent you a map.
I've been so busy this week, and you stream at the same time as Connor, but here's cookie emoji for being the actual smartest stream and chat.colon_Luckner.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, Fellrunner. And yeah, I know, you're right, I do. However, I'm going to be streaming on the weekends too, Fellrunner. That's the problem, unfortunately, is that also I haven't seen Connor go live yet today. I don't know, is Connor live right now? Because I haven't seen him go live. This is honestly, I'm sorry, but like this is literally the only time during the week where like where it's not, where like a billion people aren't streaming, and where you're not like basically competing for every single one of them, because this is a small space and there's not like a huge audience or whatever, and there's not like a huge number of people within this audience. Yeah, thank you very much for the $5, buddy. I have no audio if you're talking, and I gotta take my kids to school. Grill Shala and all, and love you all. Oh, okay. I mean, I am talking, and I'm sure you all can hear me, but Connor is live doing some bootlicking. Oh, rip. You mean he's arguing against people about the... I don't know. I think that his perspective is interesting. It's just so hard for me to believe that this is okay in that particular instance. I mean, like, you might be able to make the argument strictly from the legal perspective because of the legal latitude that police officers are given, that it will be ruled as justified. But I think that doesn't mean that it's morally justified. I feel like I preferred his take on the Renee Good shooting, where he was talking about like officer caused jeopardy being a good like idea basically, or being like a good thing to push for. And I think that that's a much more fair sort of thing. Anyway. I know you all, do y'all want to watch Hutch versus OgreBoy? Connor chose his side, fuck it. I mean, Connor's a Republican who wants to save the Republican Party. Let us all never forget that, people. Connor is a conservative. I think he is a reasonable conservative, but he is still a conservative. Like, he's not a liberal. But I'm okay with that. Hola, Calenda, como estas? Hello, Encelo. I don't actually know what that means. I assume it means, like, how are you or something.
I'm
during
judging
Trump
you.
won?
Okay, I did not see Dispel on here. I suppose that we could go back and watch him for the lols. When did Dispel show up? It must have been after OgreBoy. Stardust? Oh, it was. It was like way at the end. I guess we can watch OgreBoy and then we can watch Dispel. Yeah, at the end. Do we have to? Do we have to watch what? Like Dispel or OgreBoy? I'm actually curious to watch this, but as long as Hutch doesn't give any takes on science or physics, I'm down. I don't think that he will do that, no. It cracks me up that I gifted OgreBoy. That was really funny. Connor seems like projects that ICE officer on himself, or Connor seems like he projects the ICE officers onto himself and digs too deep. I'm psychoanalyzing him obviously there, but it seems like if he admits that they did anything wrong, he portrays this. But I mean, maybe I'm sure that in some ways I kind of appreciate that perspective. Like I actually kind of appreciated like him writing up those mock reports that the ICE officers might write up in the same way that, like, you know, a regular police officer involved in an officer involved shooting would do. Like I do think that it brings an interesting aspect to it that does make one consider things or whatever. And I find that, like, I do think that it brings something to the conversation more than like a lot of these other dipshits, because at least he has like a greater understanding than most of these other people do. But in this case, like the problem is like saying that it was justified based on that. Really, I think that mostly his perspective just exposes that there needs to be extra shit, extra training and extra restrictions placed on law enforcement officers about when it's okay to shoot people and when it's not, and all this other kind of crap. You know what I mean? Like, it's ridiculous that the ICE officers, after having disarmed the guy, still shot him. And this was either because that they just didn't give a fuck, or they wanted to shoot him, or they were just fucking stupid. And they all just panicked and thought that he had a gun when one of them yelled gun. And I don't know, like Connor did make some good suggestions about how to avoid that, about how like they should be trained to say, like, if somebody picks the gun off, they shouldn't be screaming gun, they should be screaming like disarmed or something, so they know the guy was disarmed. And then at that point, like it should be like beaten into them, basically, like metaphorically beaten into them, that if someone shouts disarmed after they've disarmed the dude, then you don't fucking shoot the guy because he no longer has a gun. But yeah. Connor's opinion on the Alex shooting made me punch a hole in the wall. Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like he could have like, I don't know. Like I said, maybe I appreciate his perspective too much because that I value people who have like on the ground experience or whatever, but I think that it, also, he probably is not necessarily representative of the average cop because he was in the Marines, which means that he has military experience. And those people probably make better cops than the ones who won't, because that they have a bunch of other training related to de-escalation tactics and shit that I don't think that regular cops necessarily get enough of. But I also think that that says something too about like American police training and how American police should be trained more, and they probably should be trained more in the same way that the military are trained on certain things, and maybe they should get more former military guys to come in and do these kinds of training. Oh, Kalinda, you missed that bit of stream yesterday. Hutch had a bit of an existential breakdown about epistemic dissonance and launched into a rant about astrophysics and aliens. Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't know. Hutch does tend to go off on random rants, but you know, do you think soldiers have training in de-escalate? I mean, like, my understanding from everything that I've heard is that, yeah, the American army gets like more de-escalation training than like police officers do, or that, like, I guess the American military is better than the American military has better like training with regards to like shooting stuff, or American soldiers are more disciplined than American cops. Marines and de-escalation do not belong in the same set. You know what? I believe you, because everyone keeps saying that the Marines are retarded, and that they're a bunch of cowboys. Yeah. I don't know. Well, yeah, but short stack Goblin, you're not an American, so I don't like. You'll forgive me if I don't necessarily trust your opinion on this. I feel like if Epic was here, he'd probably have like a comment, but that likely depends on the type. Yeah, it probably does depend on the type of military. I don't know. Either way, everybody says that like cops, like the problem with American police is that they are way too quick to shoot people, and they do not get trained enough, and they don't get trained enough in de-escalation. And it's like an issue. And they also don't have enough oversight. Like, they shouldn't be being policed by the same people that they work with all the time in order to convict criminals. It should be a separate group. I mean, those are not police, but oh yeah, you're right. Now, in terms of, if we're talking about ICE too, like, no, ICE are not cops. They do not have the same job as cops. They don't get the same kind of training as cops. And as such, they shouldn't be behaving this way either. This is actually a good topic for research. Yeah, at some point. They carry hammers and every problem looks like a nail to them. I mean, yeah, you could say that in a lot of ways, and I think that's part of the issue is that there's been some police departments that have actually done like that where their cops have received like social worker related training, and I think it's helped them considerably. And I think that that is a good thing that they could try to do. Like there are blue states where they enacted reforms like this that I think helps. You're not an American. You know how to make me yes. I bet they have different training how to behave with civilians concerning their line of duty. Yeah. But, oh, you mean military? Probably. But I mean, I don't know. I'd have to ask, one would have to ask Connor about what kind of training he received in the Marines that maybe may have prepared him. I certainly think that he had a valid perspective when it came to, I watched a lot of his videos a long time ago where he would comment, where like when he first came on the scene, many of the things that he would talk about would be related to like cop stuff, because that was, I think, a lot of what he got. And that was like the perspective that he brought before he sort of broadened down and started talking about more general political shit. But one of the things that I recall him mentioning early on was like there were various reforms that he suggested that they should do. And one of the reforms that he suggested was that they should get rid of like arrest quotas, because that's not good, because it provides a perverse incentive for cops to arrest people who don't need to be arrested. And he also mentioned that that they should do things like they should have like some sort of mandatory rotation where if you're a cop, you'll serve 6 months on your beat, and then you'll serve 6 months doing desk desk duty or whatever. Like how military people will have a tour of duty and then they'll take a break and then they'll get another tour later on, because that way like it can give you a psychological break because the job is kind of crazy, Yeah, Connor is the conservative guy with the beard. If a soldier behaved like a cop, they get court-martialed eventually. Well, yeah, that's kind of like what I had figured. The worst thing a cop can do to a soldier, can say to a soldier is, "I feared for my life." Marines are so stupid they call themselves Marine despite having little to do with one. Well, yeah, I'm aware. I know people often say that Marines are retarded, and I understand that. They are, I think they're like the grunts. Yeah, oh yeah, yeah, no, he is. Yes, he is, Connor is an American stereotype, I suppose one could say, lol. But you know, it's kind of like, that's a thing. Anyway, do we want to watch the rest of this now, or is there something else that we could do that you guys would rather we do instead? Actually, there was one other thing that I did want to do. And also I need to actually feed the cat because now he's starting to get into things. Like I need to give him stuff. I linked a clip of Sarah Payne in stream suggestions, another one. Time-stamped. Sarah Payne roasting the Trump admin in a recent interview. Oh. Okay. I mean, sure.
Because there seems to be, at least, or this is an outsider's view, but there is Rubio, and maybe he's still having this neocon type of heart within him, and there is Stephen Miller, and those seem to be at least on some kind of a spectrum. Maybe there is still somebody.
The autism spectrum. I don't know that Rubio's ever. I mean, Stephen Miller, yes. I mean, I don't know, but I mean, the appearance is. I don't know the details.
No, the foreign policy spectrum of whether to.
Oh no! Oh, there's the autism spectrum as well.
No, not this kind of.
Oh, okay.
Some kind of foreign policy spectrum. Maybe there is still some desire to.
They're operational. It's about me and power. Look at Rubio. He said one thing about Trump a few years ago, another thing about Trump today. Do you suppose Rubio doesn't have an IQ to know what he's doing? He absolutely has an IQ. It's operational. It's me and power. And he's willing to take down the country in order to be in power. And he has children. He should care about their fate. What's going on now is ruinous. And Stephen Miller, does he even have a wife?
I think he does. And
Yes.
the wife tweeted about Greenland.
Oh,
it's great.
good.
Yeah, he does. He does have a wife. His wife is also evil, just like him, you know. This is, yeah, she's spitting some facts. Facts!
To take it over.
Oh, goody. Does he have children?
That I don't know.
I don't either. Okay, maybe the less the better.
Anyways, there is this anecdote about Soviet foreign.
Wait, hold on. Ugh. God, I hate him. Hate him. Oh God, he does. Stephen Miller has produced 3 offspring. He does, in fact, have children. Rip.
Minister Andrei Gromyko, how he
Oh.
started his day staring at a map for 10 minutes straight, thinking about what's the next move. Maybe Trump did the same thing, looking at the map, Mercator projection, Greenland
Yes, he has offspring.
is so massive compared to anything
Oh,
else.
he's a realtor, right? And he sees pieces of property around the world. I have no idea. No one's ever accused him of spending a lot of time thinking about anything, right? I mean, this is not me. This is others saying the man doesn't spend a lot of time working. He emphasizes he likes golfing. His history is of bankrupting a bunch of casinos, right? And in casinos, I believe the house controls the odds,
Right.
so that it's apparently a little harder to bankrupt a casino.
Yeah, how can you bankrupt a casino? That should just be an automatic moneymaker.
Than some other things. So, okay, all right. And so now he's in the process of destroying the United States.
Didn't Miller's wife leave with either? No, Bill, I don't think so. I don't recall I've ever heard that. I think Stephen Miller's wife is still with him.
But then again, if you read headlines in like Foreign Policy, Politico, New York Times, whatever, there are so many analysts trying to make a post hoc explanation of it all that you know, there is some deeper strategy than that. Maybe the US is trying to consolidate its position or whatever. Is there a deeper strategy to it? Or is it just, you know, impulse-based?
I'm not on any, you think I'm on any of those discussions? Give
His wife does a podcast. Of course she does.
me a break. I'm a retired professor. All I can do is I have a knowledge over how, all right, well, here's the only advantage of an old person from you, a younger person. You have a higher IQ because I've got all these brain cells that have died, right?
Far from it.
Yeah. No, yeah. But I simply have a longer period as an adult. So your first memories, probably like all of us, goes back to age 5. But then you have memories as an adolescent that aren't fully adult memories. So whenever you decide your full analytical capabilities kicked in, I have a longer period of that where I can look back and go, how did things play out? And so that's the only thing I offer. And then I study history where you're trying to learn vicariously from what other people have done. So my conclusions are based on that background. Doesn't mean I'm right, but I've given you the reasons why I think what we're doing in the United States right now is ruinous for all of us. And another thing about human beings, and this I'll emphasize to you as a young person and me as an antique, is don't be afraid of changing your mind. And people seem to have great difficulty doing this.
True. Okay. There were some funny pictures with alleged black eye. Wait, what? Who? Okay. Okay, guys, do we want to watch the OgreBoy thing? I kind of want to watch the OgreBoy thing just because I think OgreBoy is ridiculous. Insanely fucking ridiculous. Miller's children were conceived through demonic rituals, not procreation. I think they were, honestly. Stephen Miller is a terrible person. Okay. All right. Can't believe this compile shit is not yet done. Jesus, it's taking so long. But we're gonna try this again. Because I gotta feed the cat and stuff. The only way to have permanent infantry was there are Navy. Come on. Can't you see their Navy? I see we are watching post retirement from the Naval War College Dark Bane. Yeah, someone linked something base that she was saying, and she was saying pretty base stuff. Yeah, also hello Epic. Epic. Are military people taught about de-escalation in combat? Is this a thing? Do you know anything about this? I mean, like, obviously this is something that I'll look up later, but yeah, she probably has 25 years of pent-up political takes that she can finally share now that she no longer works for the War College. True! Do whatever, I'm just listening to people yap on Teams. Oh, you're at work right now, Connor Radical, yeah. Yes, very barely in IDF infantry. No, combat doesn't involve much de-escalation. Okay, so the US military is not trained in de-escalation. What is it? Why do people say... I mean, that obviously makes sense. That feels like a stupid... I could have swore, though, that I heard something about how ex-military people often make better cops. The only component of the United States military that has the constitutional authority to police civilians on the incorporated soil of the United States is the National Guard. Oh, yeah, I know. I wasn't thinking about that. I was talking about the fact that... I thought maybe the reason why counterpoints his positions on being a cop were maybe a little bit different, or like maybe why he had like some more interesting takes was because he was also in the Marines. So yeah, despite headlines, Trump hasn't done that yet because it would be illegal and the Marines wouldn't allow that order. Yeah, I would hope that. Yeah, what is Epic supposed to do? Yell at them from the plane? No, I wasn't thinking about him specifically. I just, yeah. The Marines were deployed in Los Angeles, but they were deployed to garrison federal buildings, which is a legal order. Ah, yes. Oh, yeah, I remember that now. Yeah. No, I was thinking more about like police officers and military people becoming police officers, and if there's something about the military that makes that tends to make it better. Oh, hey, finally, it's finished. The compile is done. Fucking yay. Or at least I think it is. My CPU usage is no longer insane. Okay. I'm gonna be right back. I'm just gonna let this play. Just a sec, folks. Did the ex-military make worse cops? I don't know. Military people might be better cops because they are taught discipline and accountability. Yeah, police like retired cops. Are they like retired military because they're good at following orders, high stress work, and with firearms? Yeah, that's what I figured. Okay, you know, yeah, if you're probably gonna make a better cop if you're an ex-military person. Yeah. I figured that was also because of that. Yes. The military does have MP military police that have all that training too, though. Oh, the de-escalation stuff or whatever. I mean, maybe they should train cops then, because maybe they're fucking better at it than cops are. I don't know, man. I don't know. Hutch just went live. DGG apologizes to me on Reddit. Interesting. The military, oh yeah, you did. Yeah, MPs. Yeah, I know MPs police soldiers, but I'm just saying, I don't know. Or maybe the police need their own version of MPs to police other police. Although I think those exist. I think state troopers might do that, but I'm not sure. I'm just talking out of my ass here, okay? Listen, I don't know anything about this. I haven't done any research on this. It's just shit that I've heard from other people. Huge disclaimer. Anyway, I'm gonna let this play it, and then I'll come right back. Oh, we did that in San Jose. We were the first city in the US to do it. We have an independent policing agency that can arrest police for misconduct. This was during the George Floyd protest. Oh yeah, I think you mentioned that. That seems like that's a really good a good thing to do. Ironically, some of the other cities next to San Jose in the San Francisco Bay decided to defund the police instead of creating new institutions to regulate them. Guess which cities have better outcome? Yeah, I figured. Yeah, obviously, because you know, defunding the police doesn't actually fucking work. If you actually want to make your police better, then you have to put more money into them and reform them. That's obvious. Anyway, I'll be right back.
During Trump 1, I would have chosen Trump 100%. During Trump 2,
you know
that's a much harder question, and I honestly don't know.
You want to give Hassan Piker nuclear weapons?
That's what I'm saying. Like Trump. Like, let me explain my answer.
You think Hassan?
Yes, I think Hassan, if he had power, I think Hassan, if he had power, we would see ICE versus Israelis right now. They wouldn't be hunting immigrants. They'd be hunting Israelis. We'd see the exact same thing we're seeing now with ICE, only it would be in Jewish neighborhoods.
No. I'm telling you
I absolutely think that would
They wouldn't be re-education camps. They would be re-education retreats. The people would be cared for.
Hassan in the president's
comfortable recliner chairs
would be as bad as Trump won. Okay, I'll tell you that much. He will not be effectual. He will not. I'm just saying, this is a no-brainer that everyone is failing.
Hold on, no.
What is? Am I taking crazy?
This is a world where he can choose his cabinet. He can choose the appointees. Can you imagine Casey Tron as
Okay.
Katie Tron as head of the DHS.
Ineffectual.
Could you imagine
No
Denims
support.
as
No,
Pam Bondi in the
no
Justice Department?
coalition,
Can you imagine these people?
no negotiating skills, no the
I'm just
cult of
saying.
personality with Trump has gone. You delusional, absolutely delusional.
What are you talking about? He would be putting Mike from PA in charge of the Justice Department. Come on. Mike from PA is a quote unquote lawyer. It would be him. It wouldn't be fucking it wouldn't be Denims. Denims doesn't have any legal stuff. Or it would be, I don't know, some other internet leftist lawyer person. Imagine if he put Pisco in charge. Although that'd actually probably be based. Because Pisco would probably do based shit, you know? Anyway.
He would be as bad as Trump. At worst, he would be as bad as Trump.
Okay,
won.
I want to hear from our
time.
caller. I want to hear from our caller. OgreBoy, go ahead.
Every other time I've done the virtual camera shit, it hasn't been flipped backwards like this, but for some reason on yours it is, which is weird.
Sorry.
You just have to flip it again.
Do the old double flip.
I don't know how to help you.
While I tinker with that for like another moment, what happened here? Because I thought the whole point was Pisco and Hutch. Like, isn't that the
that was
right?
the Collins? But if people want to talk about different things, they can talk about different things.
Gotta be flexible,
I mean,
bro.
just so that we can get out in front to Team Pisco, obviously. I mean, what are we doing?
Okay, why are you Team Pisco? Do you think that Hutch is taking too much time to criticize lefties and Hassan?
For the most part, I think it's not. Look, whatever he does with his content, I mean, it's whatever, right? At the end of the day, he's granted he's infinitely larger streamer than myself. I'm like a part-time hobbyist, if you will. You know, he gets 1,000 people, but at the end of the day, it's a lot of people don't even know who the fuck he is, right? Right? I mean, he can do whatever he wants if we think about it.
There's no way. All right.
I mean, come on, right? I mean, I get like single digits on a good night. I'm bowing in your general direction, but if you want to do dog collar shit all day, that's, I mean, why do it?
Hey, I'm happy. I'm happy that Hassan lives in a country where he can prosper and pull 30K viewers, and that's great. I never said, go nuts.
But I mean,
that's great.
For what it's worth, the inverse that I do actually really think highly of Pisco at the end of the day, he usually tends to take a more principled stance on shit. He sticks to, he's more inclined to, whatever. It's fucking still backwards. Oh wait, no, never mind. I got it finally. He generally tends to stick to law, stick to constitution, stick to how things apply to news in the moment. When he does do debates, it's usually not filled with gotchas. It's, he's stays away from drama. I think when you're trying to
stop.
Yeah,
Come
what?
on.
No, what?
He doesn't talk about Asmongold like every other stream. Like, are you seriously saying that he doesn't?
Pisco talks about Asmongold every other stream.
Somebody tallied it up, and he talked about
Asmongold every other stream.
And he talked about, I think, Ethan, somebody tallied it up, like 40 streams in a row or something like that. This idea that he doesn't do drama, give me a fucking break. Come on, stop.
Yeah, he also does Collins. And that's an element that irritates the holy shit out of me, is that when you have someone with a decent, that's like an actual lawyer, has a legal background, has the ability to fucking give you insight on shit. And then when the people that join in, because Collins are a part of his content, right? Isn't that fair to say?
Sure, he does Collins, but
that's your boy, and you don't know what his content is?
Drama.
Yeah, and when people join the thing, and as opposed to trying to ask like principled shit related to the case of the moment or whatever it might be,
hold on.
They join in, and the first thing that they end up doing is like,
he's talking about Pisco.
Pisco.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Holy shit!
My bad. I thought you were talking
he's
about.
Talking about. Yeah, I thought you were a little off your mark there when you're talking about. Well, he's talking about.
I definitely was off.
I think Hutch got confused there. Also, before I continue with this, did Lonerbox watch all of this yesterday? Because I started watching him a bit later, or did he just watch the Dispel portion? Did he watch the OgreBoy thing? The reason why I'm asking is because, like, if Loner already watched this, then I'm not going to watch this because you guys all watched Lonerbox, or most of you do, and so I feel like there's not much point. Okay, so he did not watch this part. He just watched the Dispel bit. I guess, or at least part of it before he probably got bored. I guess like I'm a little bit less bored. Okay, he didn't watch OgreBoy. All right. So first of all, yeah, I felt like Hutch just wasn't paying attention there. I don't really understand what the point of that is. Also, I think Loner said this yesterday, and he is right. Eventually the lefties are going to turn on Pisco. I just don't know what it's going to be over, but it's going to be over something. I don't know what it is. Right now, I think that they just like him because that he will sometimes defend Hassan, and he doesn't like shit on Hassan a whole bunch. And because that he's, for some weird reason that I still do not entirely understand, he's more open to having them in the coalition than I think I would like them to be. And he probably just doesn't seem like that bad, or like he doesn't think that they are that bad compared to MAGA or whatever, you know, even though he will regularly say that he doesn't agree with them or their shit or any of that. And then he does like denounce Hassan. Also, he passes, I guess, like in some way their purity test on Israel-Palestine because he doesn't because he thinks it's a genocide or whatever, and he will argue against Israel, but he doesn't really talk about that much, so I don't really know why that's even necessarily a thing. But I mean, yeah, that's kind of like something that happens there. But yeah, it'll probably be some legal pedantry shit. But because he is likely just an ML playing as a progressive. Wait, who is Mr. Miser? Pisco? Pisco's not an ML playing as a progressive. Pisco, I still believe he is a liberal. I feel like I don't know if you're from DGG or not, Mr. Miser, but I feel like these people who are like Destiny people are like super, they really just want to like Jesus, no. I mean, you can say it if you want, but yeah, I don't agree. I feel like that's unfair. Pisco seems to use sophistry in debates, but I don't know, a small people size, I guess. Oh no, I despise Destiny with my... Okay, well, wait, so do you think Pisco is a progressive LARPing as an ML? Because that's so weird. Maybe you're an Ethan fan, I don't know. Honestly, I do think that the team sports shit is right to a degree. I think that when people saw that Pisco was being critical of Ethan, or when he took Hassan's side on the fucking, the quote-unquote detention shit, that they, like, everybody kind of just lost their minds over that because that he wasn't on their team. Marxist-Leninist, Vanilovan. DGG here. I enjoy Pisco's pedantry. I mean, I do, like, I actually don't think I do, but yeah. Didn't get the impression he was a tanky, though. No, I don't think he's a tanky. There are people who think he's trying to play to the Hassan crowd, and I don't think he's doing that either. Honestly. I don't even think Pisco was prepared for the extent to which all this stuff blew up. Yeah, I know. Yeah, people do hate Pisco because of Aaron, even though I don't even think they're doing stuff anymore. I don't think Pisco is a tanky. He is way too... Yeah, he's way too charitable to them. I think that's true. I think he's probably just naive. He only seems to associate, defend, and play softball with MLs. His stances align with them. Like, at what point am I willing to say he's basically what do you mean his stances align with them? That does not generally seem to be the case. I don't think that I've ever seen him say that, like, for example, that he supported something like force the vote. I think it's true that he doesn't argue with them as much as he should. And I think that he is like too soft with them. And I think part of the reason for that is because he naively thinks that they should be allowed in the coalition, which I don't think is fair. Like, as we saw, anyone who watched Lonerbox's stream yesterday and that little deep dive that he did, I'm actually curious. I kind of want to go back and look through the Vanguard's shit, not just maybe their shit, but other people's shit too, and figure out like what exactly all these people were saying about voting for Kamala in 2024. And if they changed their mind and endorsed Harris. Because Hutch got it wrong. Vosh did not walk the Vanguard down the line about why voting third party was stupid. At least not in 2024. He did that in like 2023 because Vosh stopped debating. Destiny showing him clips of Erin saying she's ML was actually funny. To be fair, Erin didn't say she was an ML. She said she was a communist. And unfortunately, to all of these people, that it doesn't mean the same thing. Like, it just doesn't mean, like, a lot of people will say they're a communist. It doesn't mean that they're like a fucking tanky. But I do think that Erin is obviously considerably more radical than Pisco is, and she obviously wants to change the Democratic Party from the inside or whatever. But she's not so radical that she's one of those, oh my God, we shouldn't vote or we shouldn't support Democrats thing. I mean, she canvassed. So yeah. Why is it okay to identify as a communist though? Johan, what do you mean? Why are you making it sound like that? What do you mean? You're saying, why is it okay to identify as a communist? Are you saying that we should like make it be morally unacceptable for people to identify as a communist? Why is it okay? I don't think that it's okay in the sense that I think that communism is fucking cringe and stupid. But I don't know whether or not like you're going to get anywhere if you start trying to police what people can identify as in terms of like their political labels and shit. I'm just saying that like unfortunately people on the left are really dumb and they will apply all kinds of fucking ridiculous labels to themselves. Don't we do that with fascists? Yeah, we do that with fascists, but I mean, I will again say once more that I don't think fascists are, or I don't think communists are as bad as fascists. I just don't. Like, I know that Epic, you're using that word like differently than everybody else uses it, but yeah, I just don't think that they are as bad. Now, I think that obviously the worst form of communist is a tanky, and unfortunately, it looks like the overlap between Marxist-Leninists / tankies and like other communists or socialists is like the Venn diagram. It seems to be it seems like it's almost starting to turn into a circle, or it's like two circles that overlap almost completely because of the extent to which the fucking tankies have managed to take over so many communist spaces online, especially in places like Reddit. And even if these people aren't full-on tankies, they're like close enough to it, or, you know, like if you support the axis of resistance and you support fucking Hamas and Hezbollah and you think that Russia and China are based, then I'm going to call you a tanky. Even if you admit that the USSR did bad shit and like, you know, or Mao's China wasn't great, I'm still going to call you a fucking tanky. To be clear, my understanding of the word communist comes from what I was taught in political science classes in the United States. My joking use of the phrase as an insult is a separate thing. Yeah, I know. I'm aware. I know that you actually know what communism is, Epic. I know you're just kidding. Give the word some negative vibe you feel. Yeah, I get it. Listen, I don't like communism. Although it looks like, at least based on the experiences of online shit, actually I think most of the people that I'm probably thinking of aren't the ones who necessarily identify as communists. I'm probably thinking more of the people who identify as socialists, which, I mean, Epic, those are kind of the people that you probably have more interactions with too, you know, like the stupid socialists from you know, like the dumb socialists from places like San Francisco or whatever that are all like, wow, rah, peace and love. You know, we want the workers shown the means of production, you know, like those naive people, those people. Yeah, like I think that stuff is cringe, but it's not, yeah. The communist ranking goes tankies, ML, communist, non-denominational, anarchist, DemSoc. Yeah, like I think DemSocs are the least bad. Kalinda, do you know what the group that sabotaged Russian rail lines to prevent military shipments to Ukraine is called? What are they called? I don't know what they're called. No. Oh, thank you, Boof, for the 19 shekels, and I don't know what the Israeli version of cents is. Or the 17 shekels, rather. Atesh? I live in San Francisco Bay Area. I've had communist mayors that support the Chinese Communist Party. We have real communists here. Oh, okay. So there's also those kinds of people. That's part of the reason I hate them so much. I see these people in real life, not just online. Yeah. No, I agree. I fucking hate those people too. I don't think that they're good. Although honestly, I think my reasons, the hatred that I feel for them is different than the hatred that I feel for like Nazis. In part because that I think that depending upon like the type of person that you're talking about, for example, Nazis are like, or like I guess if you're talking about like Nazguls or whatever, it's kind of a different sort of thing. But a lot of the times when you're talking about Nazis, their whole thing comes from literally like pure hatred of people who are different than them, like people who are of a different race, because their entire ideology is driven by this notion that that they want like that that they want like to create a an exclusionary society for their race or whatever, and they think all other races are bad or dumb or different, and therefore they don't want to live around them. Like it's driven by like, I think I would argue like pure hatred for a lot of like groups of people, not just like other races, but also like minority groups and women and gay people and all that. Whereas communists, it seems like in a lot of cases, although they do have that us versus them shit with the quote unquote with like the donor class. The other issue with that, or like a lot of my problems with them seems to come from the fact that they yearn for this utopian bullshit world that they think that they can bring about, which is never going to happen. So yeah, like it seems like in the case, like they both want what they would consider to be a better world, but commies seem to want a better world on things that I find more understandable, even though I disagree with how they want to get there, and even like the ways in which they want to achieve that. Whereas the difference that Nazis want, or the thing that Nazis want, is shit that I just find like absolutely morally abhorrent, and I don't think that it would actually create a better world. The main difference between communists and the Nazi is that the average communist is a useful idiot, while the average Nazi is an enemy of freedom. Yeah, there's also that too, you know. Oh yeah, no, I know that communists want to take away people's rights in service to that utopia. I'm aware of that. That's the issue, right? Is that like, I'm just saying that these two things come from different places, and so purely on a moral level, I think that it's fair to acknowledge that fact, and I think that's the reason why one is worse than the other, but only slightly worse, like I said. And at the end of the day, if your judgment of these two ideologies is the fact that they are both illiberal, then you can just say that they're both like equally as bad and that they help each other. Like, I don't think that that's an unfair assessment, which is the assessment that Short Fat Otaku made before. I think it's entirely fine to say that basically like Hassan helps MAGA, and that like Hassan is not good because Hassan is illiberal and he doesn't care about democracy. And I think that's true. Like I think that if that is your main vector of attack, or that is how you are morally judging these two ideologies based on like the fact that they are both illiberal and they want to take people's rights away, then you know what? Fine. Go nuts. I'm fine with that. I don't care that much about that. Like, I'm not going to quibble about this. I'm just saying that like on an overall scale between the two of them, which one is more morally reprehensible? The answer is the Nazis, or Nazism as an ideology, rather than communism. Although communism is only slightly less bad. And it's really like more of like this weird sort of moral quibbling or whatever, you know? But yeah. Although the Chinese Communist Party is as bad as the Nazis, in my opinion, and Han ethnic supremacy is a big part of that. Oh yeah, if you're talking about the modern Chinese Communist Party, then I think that's probably a different thing, and I suspect that that is because of that. I don't know if that was always the case in the Chinese Communist Party, but it's definitely the case now. And like the same thing with Russia, by the way. Like, I have no problem comparing Vladimir Putin to Hitler, because so much of what he is trying to do reminds me of shit the Nazis did, and so it's hard for me to avoid like making that comparison. Especially, or like comparing modern day Russia to a fascist, or saying modern day Russia is just a fascist state, or that like they are behaving the way that the Nazis behave, because they're invading their neighbors, they're like trying to fuck around in other countries, and Putin is like making alliances with far right parties in Europe. Like, they're the people that he wants to help, they're the people that he wants to enable. When he meddles in like European elections and shit, it's either that or to like cause chaos and problems. So, you know, yeah. Han ethno-nationalism started under the current Chinese president. Okay, well, yeah, so there you go. So that's a Xi Jinping thing. At least in the part of the country I'm from, if someone calls himself a socialist, they're generally a democratic socialist, and if someone calls himself a communist, they generally support China. Okay, yeah, I mean, that's probably fair. I feel like the people on Twitter who have fucking hammer and sickles in their names, those people are probably just tankies. Like, I don't know how you could like be marching around with that aesthetic and not do that. It was actually one of the things that I appreciated about Vosh, was the fact that he never cloaked himself in that aesthetic, because he recognized that the USSR is cringe. And he also thought China was cringe, or is cringe. You know, like he's at least very anti-tanky, and I'll give him that. I just wish that he wouldn't, or I wish that he would stop being so fucking cringe. Like, but yeah, I don't know. I think anarchists are a whole other thing of like, this is just stupid delusional shit, you know? But, oh yeah, no, I still think Vosh is cringe. I think Vosh has gotten worse. My opinion of Vosh has plummeted considerably, especially lately with all of the videos that Chase has shown me of him like essentially turning into a Bernie or bust sort of person, where he started to purity test Democratic candidates and claims he won't vote for Newsom and all this other dumb shit. Like, I think his time in the fortress has just made him dumber. Because of the Cold War, Americans are taught to associate communism with Marxist-Leninist or Marxist-Leninist-Maoist worldview. We are taught to associate socialism with Marxism. That's why tankies think Vosh is CIA. Fails of it. Yeah, exactly. That's why an American calling themselves a communist is a huge red flag. Well, yeah, I know. That's also still my argument. The fact that the United States has a fundamental opposition of to like communism and or even socialism because of the Cold War. That's why I don't think that like a candidate who in the past openly says I'm a socialist could necessarily win a national election. I feel like that would be, maybe it wouldn't be as much of a hindrance now, but like in 2016, I think that would have been the main boat anchor around Bernie's neck if he had won the nomination against Hillary. And I like, a part of me thinks that maybe he still could have done it. Because that Hillary was incredibly unpopular, but I don't know. And also because people really wanted that populist thing. Like that whole populist stuff was like getting really big at that point in time. But I mean, I have no idea. Maybe Trump would have beaten him because of that. I don't know. Socialists around me just means they don't feel comfortable with the label capitalism, which sucks because socialism seems to just not mean anything. I mean, yeah, there's also that too. A lot of people just call themselves socialists. Bernie can still be president. Here's how Bernie can still win, guys. Yeah, that's not happening. Well, Bernie is really fucking old now anyway. Laksha Jane says Bernie could have beaten Trump in 2016, though not in 2020. Yeah, I mean, that's actually, wait, really? That seems weird, because I feel like almost anyone could have beaten Trump in 2020. He was doing so poorly with all the pandemic shit, and the economy had gone to shit, and yeah. That's why you see them as mayors of cities, as state senators, or sometimes in the US House. They will never win a national competition. Yeah, that's the issue, right? Like, I don't think that AOC, I have my doubts that she could even win the Democratic primary. He's a ripe age to be president. Isn't Bernie like 80 years old now? I'm pretty sure he's not. Well, he's definitely not going to run. I don't think. I'm pretty sure that he has let that go. But yeah, oh, he's 84. Yeah. Jesus, he's older than Trump. I don't think that's happening. I remember the conversations that Destiny had with Richard Wolff, and folk feel like Richard Wolff did well when it seems like he dodged the questions of why communism feels so nebulous. The main question that he couldn't answer, and probably that none of the socialists could have answered, that Destiny posed to them was like, how do new businesses start in the socialist utopia where everything is mandated to be a worker co-op if you don't end up having like a bunch of rich people who can, if like private investors are not a thing? Because nowadays that's what starts up businesses. Like, is it just going to be the government that chooses what businesses get started? Because that feels like a terrible idea. I think AOC's path to great power is best with her running for Speaker of the House. I could see the Democratic caucus electing her and her being another Pelosi-type figure. That would only require her winning a majority of the support of the Democratic caucus in the House. I don't think AOC could win the state of New York, let alone a national race. Yeah, I think that's probably true. Like, AOC has moderated considerably, but I don't necessarily think that it's good that we literally have her on tape saying the sentence, "I'm a democratic socialist." And I'm pretty sure she said it multiple times. Even if she no longer identifies that way, I feel like the Republicans are just going to run that ad nonstop. It's one thing for them to accuse it's one thing for them to like accuse a Democrat of being a socialist like they did with Obama, but oh God, it is like so much more ammo if Republicans can just run a videotape of the candidate themselves saying, "I'm a socialist." Then it just looks really bad. Doesn't speakership require a House majority? Yes, Vanilovan, it would. That's what he means. He's talking about if the Dems win a majority. Otherwise, they would be it would be like the minority leader or what it like. He's saying that like she could potentially get elected to become the leader of the Democrats in the House, which I think is probably true. I feel like I don't want to see her run for anything yet. She is too young. She needs to get more experience. I don't think that it would be a good idea for her to go running for anything. She would need the majority of the House. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, in order for her to get elected speaker, she would need to get the vote from the majority of Democrats. However, right now, that person is Hakeem Jeffries, and he's going to stay that way. He's going to be the House minority leader. But yeah, that, you know, I think that maybe in the future she might be able to become that. That's not a bad idea, you know. If you want to look at how AOC might do in a Democratic primary, I don't think it would be much different than Bernie. And you can look at his performance. He did great in only super blue states. Yeah, I remember. And Bernie also couldn't win the black vote, which is a super important vote that you need to like. That is an important part of the Democratic coalition that you need to be able to win if you want to win the primary and the White House. Feel like a good Speaker of the House would be Garcia minus whatever excesses they have over a majority of. When Nancy Pelosi steps down, she will be able to do quite well. Until then, she is basically not going to advance much more. I mean, Nancy Pelosi already did. What do you mean steps down? I don't know what you mean. Like, she's done. She's incredibly old. She's not the speaker anymore. Or rather, she's no longer in a leadership position in the House of Representatives. She's just serving out, I think, the remainder of her time, and then she's going to retire, I think. But I don't think she's going to. If you're saying, yeah, she's not going to run for president. Nancy Pelosi is already retired from her leadership position in the U.S. House, and she is not running for re-election in her district that represents San Francisco. Yeah, there are other people lining up to run against her now. Oh, Amy Klobuchar just announced that she is running for governor in Minnesota because Tim Walz is not running for re-election. He couldn't win our vote because we don't trust people who say free everything. And when Bernie was on the debate stage, he couldn't defend his ideas well. Black people don't trust that shit. Oh, okay. Hello there, Black American person. I'm assuming that you are. I don't know what race everybody is. So, you know, except for Spider. And that's just because he's been very open about that. Pelosi looks like she's going to retire to her vacation home in Tahoe, California, and I can't blame her. Have you seen how beautiful that place is? Oh, damn, I haven't, but I'm imagining it. We could run the old Bull Moose / Progressive Party platform, and it'd still be significant in terms of social and economic policies. Okay, I don't even know which one you're referring to, but yeah. Damn, thought we finally would have a Senate election cycle without 2 seats from the same state. I don't even know what you're talking about, but anyway.
Or whatever the fuck. Little weird.
Oh, shit.
Okay, now that we're on the same page, okay.
As I was saying, the idea being is that he does tend to stay away from drama for the most part. He does end up entertaining it somewhat because Collins are a part of his content. So when it comes down to it,
I mean, that's mostly because that Pisco can't stop talking about the Ethan shit and arguing with people about it. And I feel like so much of like his stance on that isn't even really related to, like, it's such a weird thing for people to like take advantage of. I also think it's because he's an ex-Destiny orbiter and all those fucking stupid drama frogs who actually don't have any political beliefs are jumping into that audience or jumping into his audience or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. The Bull Moose Progressive Party was the party Teddy Roosevelt founded to compete with the Republican Party during the progressive era of American politics in the fourth party system. Jesus, that's ages ago. Black person from STL. I don't know what STL means. St. Louis? Had to deal with a lot of shit here. more progressive folk love Cori Bush, but when I looked her up, she didn't do anything. But they like her because of, I'm assuming you're typing more stuff. With Klobuchar running for governor, her seat would be up in 2026, so both Minnesota seats are up. That's not supposed to happen, but it always happens. I see, that's funny. Is Minnesota now a solidly blue state, or is it purple? It's not a bad platform, it's just 100 years old. During that period of American politics, both the Republican and Democratic Party were different types of progressives, and Teddy wanted to fund a progressive party to supplant them. The American people will be made to understand that Gavin Newsom is right for them. I mean, I hope so. He seems like a good example, but who knows? We'll see what other options come up.
It's irritating, but he will get people in his Discord that are like, Hassan said this and Destiny said that. And it's like, oh my God, fucking kick them out. Like, move on to something more substantive. But by and large, he does data more substantive shit. So, you know, I think he's got a hell of a lot of value.
I don't think
the premise. It seems like the premise here is that there's some universal standard for what is good content. If that plays to his strengths and he enjoys doing that, and there's a market for that, and there's a demand for that, and he's satisfying his viewers' like demands or whatever, then great. Why does everybody have to do this kind of approach? Why?
True.
Why does everyone have to do that kind of approach?
Yeah, you're asking me why don't I be more like him? Well, I'm not him.
I'm no.
Completely
Hold on.
different
No,
person.
you're jumping to a conclusion there. I'm not saying.
No, that's not OgreBoy's problem, Hutch. OgreBoy's problem is that he doesn't like he doesn't like your political takes, and he's going to make he doesn't like them based on or rather he doesn't like the straw man of your political takes that he has come up with in his head, because OgreBoy is I mean, we watched him do it to Lonerbox, for fuck's sake, where he just assumed Loner's position on a thing, and when he could have just gone back in the video. They literally liked the aesthetic of her winning the seat, but she voted against Biden's infrastructure bill, which was telling. And then more of her siding with the Free Palestine folk, time waster. Oh yeah, Cori Bush did yeah. Is Dev a co-host as well? No, Dev is just here to participate. Maybe he's here to back Pisco up, I guess. So that to back Hutch up, so that it's not a so I guess it becomes a 2v. I don't fucking know. Wick is supposed to just be OgreBoy got a tattoo, and he doesn't want to be out in a mindset to regret it. Yes, true. Yeah, Ice Beans is the co-host. This lady here.
Saying you have to be more like him. The thing is, between the two, who do I prefer more? Right?
Okay, maybe this is a misunderstanding on the prompt. So they had an argument last night on Live and Learn where they had two competing positions. So when I'm saying Team Hutch or Team Pisco, I'm saying which argument that they made do you prefer? If we're talking about who's better, like in general, that's not the question. I don't like that. I don't.
To be fair, though, Wick, when you position it like that, you're gonna get. That's what you're gonna get.
I understand, but that's why I'm. Look, it's, well, you know what? There's a character limit in these titles. Okay, I can't just put a whole nuanced little essay.
You can't put a 5-paragraph thing in your prompt.
You could have put me as Django and you as
Divine,
Schultz.
here.
Okay?
Let's stay with this for a moment.
I want to give it to Hutch. I want to give it to Hutch real quick. Just real quick. Hutch, please.
The context here is obviously about political strategy, like broader strategy. It's not about like your personal preferences. It's about like what would be the most effective thing at accomplishing your goals. And I'm not sure me and OgreBoy have the same goals. I really don't.
You don't.
I don't think we do. I mean,
I don't think you and Pisco. To be fair,
I don't know. I don't even know what OgreBoy's goals are, to be honest. I think Hutch had a conversation with him. Like OgreBoy is like just one of those where he just wants to shit on Dems all the time. It feels like I don't know what the fuck. Or if he names his goals, they're gonna be a bunch of dumb shit. Like it's gonna be like all socialist crap, like class consciousness and all this other shit that's just not gonna happen. And he is unwilling to compromise. Is OgreBoy the dude I'm thinking of? Benjamin Button kind of guy? Yeah, it's this guy. He's right here. Can you see him in the thing? It says OgreBoy in his like thing. Yeah, he's the he's like a huge Hassan simp, and he's like a fucking leftist guy. who hates the Democrats and constantly shits on them like all the time. How is he BB? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean by. Yeah, he's like a small dude, but he has a very loud voice and he argues with people. Yeah, he's old. I mean, I'm not gonna shit on people for being old because I'm also old, but you know, I have you in split screen. I was trying not to be mean as far. No, I understand. That's fine. I just wasn't sure if you could see him. Benjamin Button was aging backwards. Oh, that's what you meant by how is he Benjamin Button? Okay. I still have not seen that movie. But obviously I know about it because I saw the trailer years and years ago and but yeah.
I don't think you and Pisco also have the same goal in that regard. Because
I think we do. I think he's all about electing Democrats, but we just have disagreements on some of the particulars, and we get into that.
Right. But that's what I mean, though, is that like with going back to the oppositional thing, right? You're okay with not having these people in your coalition, right?
More than that, I think that some people we should make public efforts to distance ourselves from them.
Right, and he just doesn't. So I would say in that regard, you don't have the same goal. Like your goal audience.
By the way, I legitimately want somebody to make OgreBoy defend Hassan or defend people defending Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis, because that's what Hassan does. He defends those people. He breaks Twitch terms of service. He shows their propaganda and shit. This alone would be reason enough to say that Hassan should not be in the Democratic coalition and that Democrats should not be associating with him, or at least moderate Democrats, or hell, I would argue probably really any Democrats, because he is bad for business. He is bad for the party. He makes the party look bad. If for no other reason than for optics, but also I would argue for morals, that someone like that, somebody who cheers terrorist organizations, should not be welcome in the Democratic movement. And I don't understand. I would love to see. I feel like OgreBoy will come on and tacitly defend Hassan, but I don't know that anybody has ever called him out on this. And yeah. It's okay. It's not the best. Oh, I see that my
is not the same. That's my
point.
point.
The coalition language is goofy as fuck, by the way.
We disagree on
absolutely.
Yeah, no, you disagree. No, hold on a second. No.
Why is coalition language goofy as fuck? It's important to have a coalition if you want to win elections.
No. You disagree on tactics, but you also disagree in that your idea, who you envision the Democratic Party as, is different.
No, I didn't say that. I said both him and I are our main goal is to beat Republicans and help Democrats.
Yeah, that's the overarching.
We disagree on tactics.
Right.
So given the current topics in the moment, talking about police violence and things like that, how much do you know about escalation of force, rules of engagement, that sort of shit?
I looked into it a cursory search last week.
A little bit, right? The idea is when you approach something.
If you ask my stream how much I covered these shootings, they will tell you that it was overwhelmingly what I was covering for the last.
I feel like OgreBoy is just going to try to pivot this so he can use it to attack Hutch. I don't think that he would ever allow himself to be in a conversation where he was forced to defend the shit that Hassan has said or the shit that Hassan does.
Last 3 weeks. Not that I need to fucking satisfy your standards, but go ahead.
Okay, that wasn't anything to do with what I was about to say, but thank you for that.
Okay.
When you get someone's attention, entry-level attention for the first time, and you immediately go from 0 to 100, by and large, you're going to come across, I don't know, I'm trying very hard to moderate my language, icy beans? So if I do end up swearing, I don't know you at all, and I'm not trying to be rude, but if I do end up swearing,
you can swear. You can.
It's funny how people come on all these panels and they're like, "Oh my god, can I swear? I don't know if I can swear." Yeah, obviously, it's fucking YouTube, bitch. Go ahead.
No
swear. I'm
slurs,
not,
but swearing is fine.
No.
Okay,
Slurring
so
is fine. Go ahead.
if you go 0 to 100 right off the rip, you're just going to come across like a toxic cunt, and nobody's going to even want to engage with anything you're doing.
Oh, that was the word. That's why he didn't want to say I see.
Meanwhile, Pisco, on the other hand, has an ability. You're going to want to work up a rapport with some people, or especially with other communities. You're going to want to have to try to get their trust on certain things so that in turn down the road, you can turn around and show them why something's wrong.
I mean, I feel
Fair?
good. I feel good about the audience that I've built. I get to do this for a
Everybody
living.
knows you feel good about the audience, but
No,
how
but you're
effective
no,
you
no,
are
we're
or
talking about
aren't is the
numbers. You're
point.
saying I would do better if I did this, or that, and it's like I've been doing this for fucking 16 years, and I'm still at it. And
your pockets are
growing
probably
an
fine, but how good you are for the party is entirely
You're
different.
bringing
now,
out
isn't it?
money into this. I mean, that's
I don't. How good he is for the party, bro. You guys have no fucking motion whatsoever. Arguably, you guys are bad for the party because you give Republicans ammo by saying crazy, insane, stupid shit. I've heard YouTube treats that word like the hard R N-word. I mean, I don't think YouTube doesn't care if you say the N-word. YouTube doesn't have a rule against it. They won't ban you for doing that. They'll ban you for hateful conduct. So I guess like if you have a stream where you're talking to a bunch of black people and you just like call them ninja over and over again, then like you might get banned for being a fucking hateful dick. But I don't know that YouTube, YouTube is a great deal more lax than Twitch is. Twitch is ridiculous with its TOS that it doesn't even really enforce. Yeah, moral relativism and defending defunct states isn't great for a egalitarian or democratic movement with normal people and militant pan-nationalist groups. Yeah, like I don't know. Hassan is just not he's not good for the fucking movement, dude. He doesn't do anything to help the movement. He doesn't help his audience. It's so weird to see OgreBoy over here acting like he knows better than like Hutch, who has a much bigger following. I'm pretty sure Hutch also did stuff with Progressive Victory. I don't know if he canvassed or not, but he may have.
I didn't bring that into this, but I'm just saying you're trying to give me career advice, and I'm telling you that my numbers went
Okay,
up.
let me hold on. I think we're having two different. Stop, Ogre, please, Hutch, please, Hutch. All of you, stop, please. I think we're missing each other. So let me bridge this gap.
Thank you, Wick.
As I understand it, OgreBoy isn't talking about your specific audience. What he's trying to say, Hutch, is that Pisco's method of communication and dealing with issues will bring more Democrat people to the Democrat to vote Democrat than your method will. That's his claim, right?
Well,
And
we're circling
so,
back to the whole. You do want.
By the way, guys, there's a goal. And I mean, like, I don't know that Pisco's method is going to, because all Pisco's doing is just engaging with creators who have essentially said that they don't like Democrats and who spend all their time shitting on Democrats. Like, engaging with the Vanguard isn't going to help. The Vanguard just lied to Pisco's face by saying that they like clown on people who talk about voting third party, when that's not true. The Vanguard were, at least, maybe they still aren't, but they were at least huge fans of Jill Stein, like in the lead up to the election. And they certainly did not like wholeheartedly endorse Kamala in any kind of way. I think more importantly, he just inspires political apathy and antagonism towards Democrats. Yeah, that's the worst part. If I'm not American, but I'm white in color, can I use the N-word because I'm not part of this conflict? Do I have the N-word pass for not being connected in any way with transatlantic slave trade? No, you can't. Or at least I don't think you can. I don't know. I'm not black. Don't fucking ask me. I can't give you the N-word pass. Although realistically, if you were given the N-word pass, the way the N-word pass works is that that just means that you can say it around that particular black person. It doesn't mean you can say it around all black people. Seems like their basis for claiming they're better for Democrats seems to be very similar to how Asmongold makes his conclusions about economic data. Is this true, chat? Yeah, it's feels. It's because that it's based on this notion, like we have expressed thousands of times here, that every fucking person in the United States is secretly a socialist progressive, or like every American in the US has a secret socialist progressive bird inside of them that's just waiting to hatch, and that just hasn't hatched yet because it's being kept like because it's not being kept warm enough due to being denied the cold or whatever by like the evil manufactured consent of the capitalist class or some bullshit like that. I don't know. Like it's basically some stupid thing about how everybody would love Bernie's policies, but nobody knows what they are because the media keeps them from. Yeah, it's a stupid. Yeah, it's not data-based, it's feels-based, and they always constantly deny why they lose. Instead, it's always just a bunch of excuses about how the election was stolen from them and all this other shit. Like, Bernie didn't lose the primary because he was unable to win votes. He lost because that the establishment Democrats rigged it against him both times. That's what these people think. As a Black person, I agree with the sentiment that we as Black people should stop using it, but as younger Black folk have most racism taken care of, they fight on things like microaggressions. Yeah. They're like evangelicals for the good book that they've never read. Yeah, basically. They're being held back by the man. They remind me so much of hippies. Yeah, that's it. It's like, it's a bunch of disaffected young people who are super mad at the world and like the current state of things, which they think is like the worst thing ever because they haven't experienced anything worse than that. You know, like every person who grows up, it's like the worst of times. And they probably also think, oh my God, we're in late stage capitalism. It's going to happen. I mean, any Marxists or knowing Marxists in the audience, haven't fucking commies been saying that we're in late stage capitalism since like before the end of fucking World War II? Basically since Marx. Hasn't that been a talking point? We sure have been in late stage capitalism for a while. It feels like that you know, that apocalyptic bullshit, you know, the bullshit that people will say about how the apocalypse is coming and it's just around the corner. The end times are just around the corner. It feels like how people felt like during the Dark Ages after the fall of the Roman Empire, or how Christians feel today about how they think the rapture is coming. It's going to happen soon, guys. It's going to happen. They will eat the rich any moment now. Yeah. I know that late stage capitalism was like a 90s term, but I could be wrong. I mean, there's a subreddit called Our Late Stage Capitalism. When I hear leftists talk about like late stage capitalism as a thing that is currently happening. I think Vosh has even said that too. Bernie lost because he didn't get the votes. Of course, the party didn't support him. They have a good look on the political landscape, and they can figure out that Bernie would lose. Why support that? Well, yeah, exactly. Like Bernie doesn't need to support, or like they didn't. Yeah. And I mean, that's the other thing. Like Trump could have won, or Trump won despite not having the support of establishment Republicans. So, I mean, if Bernie was going to fucking win the primaries, he would have fucking won the primaries. It wasn't rigged against him. It's just leftists. It's not just leftists, even normies are saying it now. What about late stage capitalism? Karl Marx literally said that we were in the end stages of capitalism. Yeah, that's really funny. Like he said that in like the fucking 19th century. Marx made a bunch of predictions and they were wrong. Late stage capitalism people are like evangelicals with rapture. Yeah, basically. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. That's what they, you know. Yeah, late stage capitalism has spread culturally. I mean, yeah, I think that's just because, I don't know, because people are listen, every time that you live in is the worst of times. No time has been worse than right now. That's what everybody says throughout history. Everything's really bad. Everything's always been really bad. There's always like some group of people that's going to be complaining about the current state of things. Fun fact, according to Marx, we have been in late stage capitalism for most of the history of capitalism. Wait, really? Okay, that's fucking Jesus. Not all Jews are brilliant. Marx is the best example of this. Well, of course not all Jews are brilliant. You guys are just people. I would argue that capitalism needs a rescue. I mean, yeah, sure, it probably does. There's certainly things about it that could be reformed. I'm not saying that like the world is doing amazingly awesome right now, but I'm just saying that I feel like people who think that at present we're in the worst time of existence ever probably don't really have a lot of perspective. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't fight to make things better. Capitalism emerged in the 18th century, and Marx said we were in its end stages in the 19th century. Yeah, it took capitalism a while to emerge, too. Marx was wrong about so many things. Das Kapital is basically the Bible for communists. Well, yeah, it's, you know. Oh, yeah, no, I know that, Pat. I don't think deregulation is a good thing. The problem the problem with like laissez-faire capitalism is honestly in a lot of ways the same problem with like fucking communism. It has like a similar sort of utopian idea, this notion that everybody's just going to follow the rules or whatever, and we don't need to regulate people. That doesn't work, because people are just going to do whatever it is they need to do to make money, and they're going to screw over their fellow man to do it, you know. So Marx's work on critical theory and immanent critique is a lot more applicable than the economic shit. Yeah, although unfortunately a lot of that critical theory shit, maybe it just doesn't seem to be doing, like, a lot of that shit seems to be getting misused in ways that I think are really gross, and it has led to a lot of bad stuff, like that oppressor versus oppressed bullshit that gets applied to literally every conflict everywhere, and therefore is used to justify like Hamas, or like other weird shit that leads to like crazy oppression Olympics crap about how like you know, Jews don't count. And Jews don't count as like a minority group, and Asian people don't count as like an oppressed minority group because they're doing well economically. And really only Black and Indigenous people count, and everybody else is just a person of color, and we don't actually care about their struggles. You know, as a Jew, proud of Einstein, then there's Marx to offset it. Yeah, but I don't actually know that much about critical theory. It's like maybe the economic version, or maybe the academic versions of the critical theory stuff is actually really cool and thoughtful, but like intersectionality, a lot of that shit seems to just get misused to fuck. Like, I feel like people misuse intersectionality and they've turned it into this weird like oppression Olympics shit, whereas like intersectionality as a concept isn't necessarily a bad concept, but like people just seem to kind of misuse it to sort of like grade people on how oppressed they are, you know. Yes, Marx was Jewish. Although I don't think that he wanted to be, because he was, or like he, I think he was like an atheist Jew. But I'm not sure. I have never read Marx. I feel like reading about Marx and communist theory is quite literally not something that I give a fuck about. There are so many other things that I would rather research. It's so boring. Yes, but it's about the feasibility and applicability of the ideology in a cultural and social sense as it relates to the conditions. Karl Popper has a good critique of utopian socialism. I feel like, yeah, utopian anything is just dumb. Didn't Marx have some spicy anti-Semitic takes? I've heard that he maybe did, but I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not going to pretend like I know. I hear that Marx was anti-Semitic, although it may have just been in the sense that he didn't like, I don't think Marx liked religion. But, you know, I'm actually not sure where religion is the opiate of the masses. I don't know if it was Marx or Lenin who said that. The Jewish Question was written by Marx. Oh, really now? Ethnically Jewish, father converted to Protestant. Called money the god of Israel. Read The Russian Loan for Big Marx. Listen, guys, I got enough shit to do research on, okay? I'm not gonna like start researching about whether or not Marx was anti-Semitic, okay? On the Jewish Question, yeah, oh yeah, he wrote something. I mean, the Jewish Question was the thing that a lot of people were writing about. I know people think of it like, that's why the Nazis called it the final solution to the Jewish Question, because the idea of, you know, like, well, what do you do with the Jews? That was a thing that was being written about a whole bunch by a bunch of different people. Well, yeah, of course Herzl wrote about it, because Herzl's solution to the quote-unquote Jewish question was a Jewish state. I'm assuming.
Want like a universal standard then, right? Like, you don't seem to be open to the idea that different creators are going to have different strategies that are going to appeal to different people, right? You don't think so?
What I'm suggesting is a little bit of an ability to modulate just a tiny bit more, right? When you start off at 100, you're going to chase people away. For example, the guy that people keep throwing the tweets at, do you even know that guy's name? The one that you keep just some Green Party asshole. Do you even know who that was?
Nope.
No clue.
Wait, what? Who?
Nope.
So,
I know he's a fucking idiot. I know that.
Okay, sure, he's a fucking idiot.
He's hella dumb.
I know more about that guy. I don't like that guy, and I know more about that guy than you do. I know where he comes from. I know the struggles and shit that he's had in his life. I know more about the attempts that he's made as a streamer.
I don't
But
care.
you not caring is kind of the point, right?
He's a fucking idiot, and he says stupid
sure.
shit, and he's a fucking arsonist who deliberately tried to sabotage the Democratic. He's going to do it again in 2028. I'm going to say the same shit. Fuck off. Don't vote for her. I'm not going to beg you. Go away. We don't want your vote. Fuck off.
Ogre.
Do you
So, okay,
understand how that
actually,
looks to the outside world?
I don't
At all?
care. I don't care how it
That's the
looks to you.
point.
hold on.
I don't
It's
care
not
how it
me.
looks to you.
Wait,
You
hold
are
on. I want
projecting-
in on.
You
I want in
are
on this.
assuming the responsibility of speaking for the rest of the world. You're just projecting your own shit, bro.
Okay, honestly, this is kind of based. I'm enjoying this. Because like, listen, I don't know if this is true or not, but and this is why I want the data, but I very much want it to be true. I really don't want the Democrats to need these people. Yeah, but the problem, Project Pat, is that I don't even know how many of these people actually matter, is the issue. I don't like these people. I don't want people like OgreBoy and Hassan in the coalition. Hutch doesn't want them either. They are not good. These people are not good. These people are toxic. These people don't care about winning. All they want to do is purity test. Like, Democrats argue and criticize the Democratic Party based on strategy. And these like far lefty fucks, all they do is just purity test people. And then they say, well, you're not good enough because you don't go far enough, so we're not going to vote for you. And you have to win my vote. And winning my vote involves you changing a bunch of your positions to adopt like insanely radical policies that the rest of the United States doesn't support. Like, these people are fucking delusional. Again, converting religious zealots isn't happening. Wait, what? Oh, sorry, were you saying? Sorry, I don't know what you mean about converting religious zealots or whatever. I mean, if your argument is that Hutch should stop talking about these people because they're irrelevant, I mean, the problem is that they're not irrelevant in this space. And unfortunately, a lot of people watch these people because that, unfortunately, these people take up, like, these people dominate the online leftist alt media sphere. Like, the alt media sphere on the left has been filled by a bunch of these insane people who spend all their time shitting on Democrats. And it ain't good. Appealing to the right is that it's not one or the other. The people that you actually have to win are independents, and you have to get like regular Democratic people to go out and vote. They're the people who are going to vote. Like, yeah, independents are not the people that we're talking about here. I'm talking specifically about purity testing lefties who say, oh my God, you're not winning my vote unless you appeal to me. I mean, fuck those people, because those people ask for things that the rest of the country doesn't want and the rest of the country is going to reject. Saying, I won't vote unless you do X to get you to do X, but then they'll switch to, I won't vote unless you do Y, and it goes, there's also that too. Yeah, like, basically, these people, they want things that are never going to happen. And if the Democrats were to do all the things that these people want, then nobody would be voting for them. And also, they would also drive other people out of the coalition because these people are purity testy as fuck. Like, these people don't want, you know, I'm sure you know this, Pat, like, you've talked to Teuton. These people don't want fucking, these people don't want you in the coalition if you support a two-state solution, because that means that you think that Israel has a right to continue to exist. These people don't want you in the coalition if you support anything less than Medicare for all. These people don't want you in the coalition unless you go along with every fucking thing that they want. They're not a real threat. No one gives a shit about them before the latest conflict round of IP. I mean, like, listen, you can say that, and I mean, like, I think that that's probably true on the ground. I think it's probably true on the ground that they don't matter, but unfortunately, in this space, they have a very outsized voice. And this space is a space that is meaningful in terms of like getting people, or like there's people in this space that you can absolutely empower to like do on the ground work. Destiny proved that with the canvassing shit. And because that's the case, there is still a battle to be fought here, even if it's over a small group of people. And I would argue that people like Hassan spread voter apathy to millions of people, even if most of Hassan's audience don't want, yeah. Why is an issue, though? How much impact their voice does? I mean, don't you guys feel like it's an issue that the majority of, or that a large part of the left-wing side of the alternative media sphere is full of like fucking anti-democratic people like Kyle Kulinski and Hassan and like the Majority Report, all of these people who spend an inordinate amount of time shitting on Democrats? Like they are like some of the dominant voices. Yes, we also have David Pakman and Brian Tyler Cohen and Adam Mockler, and that's really good. And I hope that like we continue to get more people like them. No, they preach to the people who do not vote anyway. Yeah, I know that they do. And that's why I'm saying hopefully like these people are not needed. But the problem is that they always want to show up and latch themselves on to the Democratic Party and start whining and screaming. And the shitty part is that these people, like Democrats, look at the alternative media sphere and they say, hey, we need to get in on this. And like some of the shows that they end up wanting to go on is going to be the fucking is going to be like these people's shows, because that these people have such an outsized voice in the alternative left-wing media sphere. And I think Democrats need to ignore these people. They need to ignore them, and they need to say, we are not you. You're not welcome in the coalition, and just let it go. The Republicans constantly make up lies anyway, and apathetic voters aren't exactly going to look deep into anything. We've lost the social media space at this point. I mean, that's not, yeah, but that's shitty, because that a lot of people get their news from social media. And if you just say, fuck it, we've lost the social media space, then you're basically, you're ceding like all that ground. And that's not good. Brian Tyler Cohen, Dave Pac-Man. I feel like Sam Cedar used to be here, but he got another Jamie and somehow he became super lefty. I was blindsided by that. I mean, I don't know that Sam Cedar has ever really necessarily been great, but yeah, he definitely got worse because of, like since Emma Vigeland came on, he was pretty bad. But let's be real. I mean, like Michael Brooks was not all that much better. Michael Brooks did the whole Bernie or bust shit too. And like, he had, yeah, like they all had kind of cringe opinions or whatever, you know, so. Dave Pac-Man, David Deepak Pac-Man, yes. Are you calling Sam Cedar a simp? No, I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that Sam Cedar is unfortunately seems to be influenced by his co-hosts. Oh, hey, it's OgreBoy. OgreBoy's in chat. Jesus Christ, it's you. Hey, OgreBoy. I was just talking about how it seems like you never actually want to actually defend the shit that Hassan says. I think it'd be great if you should tell us why somebody like Hassan Piker should be welcome in the Democratic coalition when he goes on Twitch and basically runs cover for terrorist organizations and talks about how he has no issue with Hezbollah and how based like Hassan Nasrallah is. And how he says 10 toes down that he would support the Houthis. I don't care about defending my streamer. That's childish shit. Oh, okay, yeah, but do you think people like that should be in the coalition though? Because it seems like you do, or it seems like you have a problem with that. That's the issue that I have, right? Is that like you don't want to talk about that. Yes, he got a gifty Barabas because YouTube randomly gives out gifted subs to people and they don't get chosen. Yeah, you're right, Boof Klaus. Hassan also doesn't tell people to vote. The coalition is beyond silly and the way streamers use it. What's silly about the coalition? Like, you need a coalition to win votes, dude. What exactly is it that you expect, you know? I mean, like, you can say that you don't want to defend your streamer or whatever, but you're clearly on Hassan's team and you seem to agree with a lot of shit. Yes, Toaster Cleaner, he has a Hassan tattoo. I know you guys are never going to let him live it down. Although, actually, OgreBoy, I would rather have you explain to me. I watched that stream that you sent me. I would rather you explain to me why you felt the need to assume that Lonerbox supported the Maduro intervention, and you couldn't be asked to go back in his stream and find out that he actually did not support that, and instead you just misrepresented him and like just lied about it and just assumed. That was kind of more than a little bit bad faith, bro. You just made an assumption about his position. based on your already negative opinion of him. Now you're just gonna question mark and you're gonna deny it. Okay, whatever. I'm not gonna argue with you about it because I don't care that much about it. I'm not gonna turn this into a, oh my god, did you say this, so that I can like sit here and defend Lonerbox. Arguably, I really still want to just have like a conversation with you or one of these other people, so you can fucking explain to me why it is that why it is that you don't feel a need to call out people who support Hamas, who are clearly bad for the Palestinian movement, and how it is that like you just can't, for whatever reason, like oppressor versus oppressed has rotted all of your brains so fucking much that you seem to like, that you don't feel a need to be at all critical of the way in which the Palestinians fight back against their oppressors. And and how like it's just not good for them. Like people in the West are basically just cheering them on to continue to fight a fight that they can't win. Like they're never going to destroy Israel. And it's just stupid. By the way, Ogre, mentioning you have lame and stupid tattoos does not in fact make your Hassan tattoo less lame. I don't know why. Jeez, why is everybody focused on the fucking Hassan tattoo? I mean, I get it, it's funny, but I feel like there are so many other things that you could criticize OgreBoy for that aren't that. Let us all pray OgreBoy gets a goth baddie so he will go offline. I don't even know what that, but okay. Because it bothers him. I mean, I guess maybe it does. Because the community culture is focused on streamers as politics. Yeah, I don't necessarily agree with that, dude. But unfortunately, streamers have influence. And I mean, if you think that they don't have influence, then I don't know what to tell you. Like, Hassan has influence. Hassan could have easily gotten his audience of millions of people to like do things in order to get Kamala elected, or at least to try to get her elected, even if they didn't necessarily succeed. But Hassan never does anything. And yeah, I'm sorry, but like I think that Destiny proved that it's possible for streamers to actually be influencers and get their audience to do stuff. But yeah, of course, yeah, like people here lie about other people and things that they believe. Not a matter of influence. It's that the conversation starts and stops with streamer rhetoric as your politics. I mean, it's not just, bro, it's not about Hassan's rhetoric with regards to supporting terrorism. It's about the fact that he supports fucking terrorists. He supports terrorist organizations. Like, he just blatantly does it in violation of Twitch's TOS, and Twitch doesn't do anything about it. And, like, nobody cares about that. And I feel like that is like a larger problem of the overall pro-Palestine movement, is the fact that like all these groups in the West sit here in their comfort and yeah, and they just and they just cheer on Hamas and shit without realizing how bad that is for Palestinians. I don't mean Hassan, I mean all streamers across the board. I mean, yeah, sure, whatever, I guess. Oh hey, Lonerbox went live. Oh, he's just gonna, is he just gonna do video games the whole day? Is that what he's doing? When a streamer focuses on politics, and as more people turn to social media for their daily news, yeah, like, listen, I think a large portion of Americans now get their news from fucking social media. They get their news from the internet, from places like Twitter, which, dear God, that's fucking ridiculous. Like, getting your news from Twitter is insanely cringe. And also, Hassan does it too. Hassan also gets all of his news from Twitter that he presents to his stream. Sometimes he clicks articles and doesn't even necessarily read them. But, I mean, like, OgreBoy, if you don't want to talk about Hassan, then that's fine. I don't care. Like, I'm not necessarily interested in arguing specifically about Hassan or stuff that Hassan does. I just know that you're a fan of his. And you have in the past, like, wanted to jump on and, like, speak about him or whatever. And I've seen you defend him on your streams. Twitter is a hellhole, and I cannot wait for when it gets glassed covenant style. Yeah, I hate Twitter. Yes, Chase, I saw that Loner just went live, but is all he gonna do? Like, is he just gonna be playing Silk Song all day? Is that gonna be his content today? Or is he actually gonna do other stuff? I don't know. Big beautiful silk stones. Like, yeah, I think he's pretty determined to finish this game. I think that's what he really wants to do. Bugs. True, bugs. Bugs. Also, guys, there is still a goal. There's only 9 minutes left, but it's fine. Although really I should be like browbeating you guys to finish the goal. I don't know if OgreBoy is even still here. I'm on this journey with him. That's fair. There have been social repercussions for of unwanted or harmful behavior and ideas that don't meet legal threshold for demonstrate harm. OgreBoy, are you like available today, or do you have to work? Because if you're available, then I'll talk to you, but you're probably not, I'm assuming. My stress level is way too high. I would enjoy a chill gaming stream. Yeah, fair. Like, I don't like dislike you like super much, OgreBoy, although I do feel like sometimes you are not good faith. You are free right now? Will you come on and talk to me? How long are you free for, Ogre? Oh, you want to call? You don't want to. You don't want to like. You don't want to come into my room, into my stream room. I don't think Loner is going to come in here. He's streaming right now. I don't think he's just going to do that. He's not really the kind of person who does that. And I won't let other people come in. Or if other people do come in, I'll kick them out. Okay? I promise. Or do you want me to just call you? If you want to just call me, if you want me to just call you, then I guess I can. You could ask Loner to moderate. I don't know if OgreBoy trusts him to moderate. I got my nice set of server icons lined up all nicely and sorted by category. Oh, you left my server. I see. Okay. Yeah, I'll change the title. Hold on. Let me find you in my list of like a gazillion people that I haven't talked to in ages. Or you know what? You could just call me, but fuck it. I'll just call you. Oh, thanks for messaging me. There we go. Hello.
Sup?
Hey. How you doing, buddy? What's your I'm assuming I know what your issue with Hutch is. I understand that your problem with him is that you think that he shouldn't be like purity test or yelling at people or whatever.
Nope, that's actually not even it. Nope. I don't know how far you got into the video, but
I mean, that
wasn't even the point I was trying to make.
Okay, I haven't really gotten very far, but
have you seen the examples where he pulls up the that guy from the Fred Hampton leftists and he says that this is just some random Green Party asshole and he's just a wrecker and blah blah blah? Have you seen that?
No, I haven't, but it sounds like what Hutch was saying. Listen, I'm sorry, but I'm not down with the whole ridiculous notion of like the whole like we're not going to vote for you unless you do X, Y, and Z to earn our vote or like all that other shit. Like I think I probably agree with
Okay,
Hutch
well
there.
hold on. Before we even get to that, before that's even something that gets discussed, the point I'm trying to make is that a lot of times when you have some kind of conflict with somebody, you can do what Hutch does and go 1,000 miles an hour and immediately shit on people when they meet certain like red flags in your mind or whatever. But if you know nothing about the person and you don't know anything about where they come from, what their struggles are, et cetera, then you're not ever going to be able to unwind because you're not just arguing with him. I'm not just having a conversation with you. There's anybody else that might see this and hear this there's a spectrum of people between me and you. Somebody might hear what I have to say and go, oh shit, that's actually something I hadn't thought of. Most are probably going to think I'm a fucking idiot, and that's fine. The idea isn't that you're arguing with me, it's anyone else that might hear. If you don't know where the person's coming from, you're never going to be able to combat that mentality, because there's going to be other people that have their same experiences. That guy that he shits on has like a lifelong history of medical issues.
Thanks for the $5. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's fine. Lifelong history of medical issues, poverty, all sorts of shit that he just, for the most part, he just wants to see like better for like people that he considers his people. That's it. So when you immediately look at what that guy is demanding, asking for, maybe if you start in at a lower level and you try to go like, hey, you know, sucks that you feel that way. I don't agree with you. I vehemently disagree with you. But this happened at this time. This happened at this time. Boom, boom, boom. You stack up a list of like things that have occurred that have been beneficial under the Democrats overall. Then maybe you don't have this bomb that people can throw at you for the rest of time, where it just comes across like a white dude was shitty to a black guy that doesn't know anything about that guy's history or past.
Here's my
the optics of it looks fucked.
I understand that, but like at the same time, it feels very weird to me to imagine that nobody has made this argument to this dude before. The idea that you are poor and that you've gone through a whole bunch of really bad shit and you still don't realize that the Democrats are way better than the Republicans and that you should be doing your damnedest to get them elected instead, then like at that point, I'm just wondering like if you're just fucking stupid, if you don't have that realization and instead you're going to try to like get your third party that's never going to win elected, your third party who, by the way, basically just disappears until it's election time and then they show up and come back. Like that's what Jill Stein does. Jill Stein is fucking useless.
Hold on. Yeah, you're preaching to the choir. Green Party sucks. Okay, I'm with you. Jill Stein sucks ass. There are some lower order of magnitude, like there's people that run for like state level house seats or whatever, right? Those people probably have a bit more like decent aims of wanting to be public servants. But those people never even make the radar. The only people you ever hear about is the once every 4 years for election, and those people are grifters. I'm not even arguing that. I'm saying, fuck, you hit like 9 things there, and the first one was the one I wanted to.
The first one was the thing about how the Democrats are infinitely better than the Republicans on all the issues
what you have to,
should care about.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. So, yes, you're right. Okay, there's an element there that you're definitely correct. I'm not going to pretend that you're not. The thing that I think a lot of people don't understand or realize is that there's a certain line where if you're above that line, everything's more or less either status quo or working out great for you. And if you're under that line, you are forgotten about, you are looked at, even in Democratic circles, as if you are the failure. Like the system doesn't fucking work for you. You get like coming out of COVID. Did you ever hear anybody when they're talking about economic policy, talking about like a K-shaped recovery? Does that sound familiar at all?
No, it doesn't.
Oh.
Not
The
really.
overly
Yeah.
Okay, no, it's fine. It's fine. The overly simplified way of looking at it was that there was because that was something that Biden was touting, to be fair, was that, the recovery coming out of COVID was so great. And that's true. And by and large, America did better than most other countries. That's also something that is true. But one of the things that economists were talking about was it was a K-shaped. If you were at a certain point already, coming out of COVID, you recovered and everything was fucking hunky-dory. But if you were below a certain metric already, you got fucked worse as a part of that recovery. It was why people were turning around and being very bitter about the state of the economy going into the 2024 election.
Okay,
I'm saying that that's always been there.
Okay, I understand you're saying that. Listen, okay, I'm just going to be upfront with you. I don't actually know that much about economic shit, okay? That's like something else that I would have to learn about. And I feel like you're going to come in here and say a bunch of shit that I don't even know is true. And like, I mean, hell, people in my chat are already saying that that's not true. And I've heard like different things or whatever. However, I will still say, I'm just going to grant you that, okay? I still like, you're still going to find Democrats are more likely to, they're not going to be cutting welfare shit, whereas Republicans are. And I think that alone is like, and there's room in the Democratic Party for you to advocate for things like a public option, which would help people like this guy, it sounds like, rather than
Okay, so where's the public
Medicare
option?
for all.
Where was the public option during Biden?
Oh yeah, okay. And now we're gonna get into now you're basically gonna do the whole I think Hutch is probably right about that Green Lantern thing. Where was the public option? He didn't have the political capital to do fucking everything.
Why didn't they at least even show what the legislation would have looked like?
Because there was other shit that they were talking about. And also there was no chance of anything like that passing anyway, because he had like a fucking 50-50 Senate with Kamala as the tiebreaker.
Okay, so hold on. So for decades, they ran on repealing Roe v. Wade. The Republicans ran on repealing Roe v. Wade, right?
Yeah. Oh, now you're gonna make a bunch of arguments about how the Democrats fucked it up because that they never passed a bill to make abortion.
Do you want to actually have a conversation and talk, or at every turn do you want to go like, oh, you're gonna do a 5D chess
go
moves?
ahead.
Like,
go ahead.
Come on, what are we doing?
I'm just saying I already know where this is going, but go ahead.
Where's it going?
I mean, do you believe in that ratchet effect shit or the rotating villain narrative or all that other bullshit?
That wasn't what I was about to hint at. No.
Okay, I was just wondering if
you want one more try.
No, go ahead.
One more try. All right. Republicans for the longest time, arguably, I'm pretty sure decades, they ran on repealing Roe v. Wade. Is that fair? Like, that's a fair thing to say?
Yeah, they did. They ran on overturning it or making abortion illegal.
Was it majority like overall in the country, was it ever really majority popular? Like, especially even at least in the last 10 to 15 years prior to before they finally did it. It was never something that was majority popular, right?
No.
But they did it anyway.
Yeah.
They said, we're going to do this. We're going to make this happen. And then they finally were able to do it. They took something that anyone would have looked at and said, there's no shot of ever making this happen. And they kept dangling it out there like a fucking carrot to keep their crazies wound up and willing to keep showing up at the polls. I understand the way that Hutch looks at a lot of this shit, and I vehemently disagree. Well, until we know that the winds of change are perfect, and I see 9 different polls across 4 different administrations, maybe we can put voice behind something. I'm saying that's wrong. As a party, you need to say, this is the goal. This is the thing we want to do for you. We can't necessarily do it right now, but this is why we need across the board voter turnout. There's a way to dangle a carrot, use it as a get out the vote mechanism, and push forward and get people to have faith in the party again.
Okay, so first of all, I just want to say one thing about I don't even necessarily disagree with that second half there. If you're talking about Democrats have been campaigning more on affordability, and that's been really good for them. But as far as the first thing that you just said, do you think that the Republicans would have actually been able to outlaw abortion if they had to pass it through Congress instead of just overturning that Supreme Court thing?
Do I think that they would have been able to do it via legislative action?
Yes.
Maybe not anytime soon.
The answer to that question is no, not at all, ever. That's very unlikely. So I don't think the Roe versus Wade example really works here, because that was a special thing related specifically to the Supreme Court, right? That's why they were able to.
Yes, but that's what motivated. That was part of the motivation for the judges that they picked.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
That was still a function. That was still a function of, hey, get us into office, and this is something we can end up doing.
Yeah, but people didn't think about that when they were voting for candidates or whatever, right? That's kind of
they certainly were.
No,
Yes, were.
There were people who were thinking about that, but this was an argument that we made in fucking 2016 about how listen, Hillary is better than Donald Trump on so many things. You can't be Bernie or bust. And if you vote for Donald Trump, he's going to get fucking Supreme Court picks. And
I wasn't a Bernie or buster. Who are you arguing with right now?
I'm not saying that you were a Bernie or buster, but I'm saying that there are people on your side of the aisle on the far left who are Bernie or who were Bernie or busters, or who spend all their time shitting on the Democrats. And these are the people that Hutch is attacking. The people who are I won't vote for you unless you cave to my demands.
Hutch is also attacking me.
Yeah, he is attacking you because he perceives you to be one of those people because you shit on Democrats an awful lot, dude.
Yeah, because they're supposed to be the closest thing I have to representation, and I see them make choices constantly that say that they're not interested in actually representing.
Yeah, because you are a minority in the party. Your ideology is a minority, and it doesn't represent the majority of Americans.
What is my ideology?
I mean, you seem to be a far leftist dude. I assume you want Medicare for all and shit. I don't know.
Well, I would, but even a public option would be great, and that was what I originally brought up. Where was it?
Okay,
The
well, I'm
idea that
glad
there's
that you
hold on, so
wanted
pause,
that.
hold on. The idea that there's no political capital, I think that's weak. But if for to the extent that it's true, I'll give you that there's no political capital, sure. That there's no the votes for it weren't there because of Kamala, sure. Why not at least show America what their legislation would have looked like? Why not even publish what it would have looked like on a website somewhere? Why not do that?
Because this entire listen, dude, if you want me to say they should have done that, sure, I think that they should have done that. However, I'm not going to like use that to like I feel like there's a lack of understanding with regards to how incredibly slow politics is and how hard it is to get shit done, especially when the other party is obstructionist as fuck and they make up half of the Senate and they are going to vote no on literally everything that you try to do.
Hold on. They're always going to do that. They're always going to do that. But these things, I will agree with you 100%. These things take time. It's not something you can do overnight. There wasn't, to the extent that you're going to believe me on this, and I don't care if you do or not, I don't think a lot of people that were putting Bernie into office even thought that Medicare for All was a slam dunk had Bernie gotten into the White House. It was still going, it was always perceived as someone with a Bernie tattoo and a cardboard cutout behind me in my office. It was always perceived as still something that was going to be an uphill struggle. That element of it wasn't something we thought was going to be like magic wishful thinking or Green Lantern thinking or some shit.
I mean, I'm sure that like people who were not like stupid and who were realistic, the realistic members of Bernie's coalition or whatever. I mean, fuck, I think even Vosh recognized this. I remember he had a conversation with Hassan about it on Destiny's stream years and years and years ago about how like if Bernie actually got elected as president, then he would have to be way more pragmatic, and a lot of like the super radical, insane far leftist people like that squirrel person and others would basically turn against him, like they're turning against Mom Donnie now because, oh my God, he actually seems to care about getting things done and therefore he has to be a pragmatist. And I mean, those people have also turned against Bernie too, because Bernie is pragmatic, you know, because he knows he has to be in order to get shit done. Like he voted for the 1994 crime bill because it had the Violence Against Women Act in it. Like, yeah, he's a pragmatist at the end of the day. And I get that. Yeah.
I think that that's an exaggeration for the most part and putting too much emphasis on like voices on Twitter.
What?
I think you're going to have people step forward, voice that they are disappointed in something or someone that they put a lot of effort and energy into, but ultimately still understand, whether you like it or not, that they are the best that we have when it comes to a lot of these issues.
I mean,
there's a lot of people that would complain about Bernie, but the one thing that I tell everybody is that if the entire Senate was filled with Bernie, we wouldn't be having the conflict in Gaza right now.
I mean,
regardless of his willingness, however long it took him to finally say the genocide word.
I wholeheartedly disagree with that, but that's a whole other conversation. And that has to do with you weirdly thinking that the United States has way more power over Israel than they actually do. And yeah, that's not true. But
they absolutely could have cut off the weapons, but
yeah, they could have cut off the weapons, but it wouldn't have stopped Israel from continuing the war in Gaza. They would have continued the war in Gaza until they got Hamas, even if they were doing it with shittier weapons that they got from China.
Okay, but what else if America would have stepped out of the way, what else do you think would have happened?
What do you mean, what else do I think? Actually, I think things maybe might have been worse if America had stepped out of the way. We've seen what happens when the US lets Israel do whatever they want. They blockade Gaza for 3 months, like when Trump did that.
Uh-huh. Okay. No, I agree. 70 days-ish, but I thought so, but what other things happen, like by and large? What other stuff does? It's not just see, that's one of the aspects of this conversation that I think is kind of fucked, or that people leave in the wayside. You understand, like by and large, we're keeping people from halting their trade and their like economic back and forth with Israel.
Even if they did that, it wouldn't matter because Israel would just go somewhere else to get their shit, or they would smuggle it in, or whatever. This is the same.
I'm not talking about no. Hold on. I'm not talking about like who they buy bullets from. That's not what I'm referring to, right? All other forms of international trade would hit a point where they get cut off.
Yeah, you think that,
right?
Yeah, I get that, but wait, are you one of those people who thinks that Israel would like that like you can like just boycott Israel out of existence and you'd be able to do it if not for the United States?
Other countries already started to, and you had Republicans stepping up, threatening sanctions on them for wanting to cut off like Caterpillar, for example. So yes, I do think that that's a thing.
I understand that, but the point that I'm trying to make here is, do you think that that would mean that Israel would stop everything that they're doing and that they would just cave and bend over and like agree to like abolish themselves or whatever stupid fucking demands that people have? Like, I think
So
it
why
would.
do you have to jump? Hold on. Why do you have to jump to the most hyperbolic example possible?
Because that's what Hassan wants. I'm sorry. You know what? I'm sorry. You know what? You're right. I apologize. I'm talking to you. What do you think that like? But I don't think that that would be.
The suggestion. Hold on. Let's just chill. Let's chill here for a second. Let's just woosah. Okay. What I am suggesting, what I'm saying, what you would have to go ahead and tell me I'm wrong about is that Israelis are so abjectly bloodthirsty and war crazy that in the face of having almost 80% of the munitions that they're using for this conflict getting cut off from the United States, and in the face of potentially most of their global commerce from almost all of their current partners and allies getting cut off to the point where they would have to find entirely new trade routes, effectively crippling the nation, that they wouldn't, at least for a little while, maybe a couple of years, go, hey, maybe we should chill.
Okay.
Like, are you saying that they're so inherently, there's something
I'm
in their
not.
DNA
Can I?
that is so blood crazy?
Can I? No, that's not what I'm saying. But I do want to ask you a question. I'm just curious. I just want to like, I understand like what you're getting at here. Although I will point out, by the way, that currently this is happening to Russia and it hasn't made them stop their war in Ukraine. And I would argue that that is for that war was wholly unjustified. Whereas I think that at least initially, even if I don't agree with the way in which they did it, Israel's war against Hamas was justified, and they did have casus belli to go and attack the people who broke into their country, took a whole bunch of hostages, and murdered a fuckload of civilians.
Okay.
And I mean, do you agree with that? Do you think that they had just cause?
I think there's an element there for something that would have been infinitely more targeted than what they actually ended up doing.
Okay, I mean,
I understand you love the trope that there was apparently a hidden Hamas person inside of every apartment complex and the entirety of the
I never. No, I don't think that. I think that Israel is disproportionate in their attacks, and I think that's bad. I think that's been a bad part of their strategy because it plays into Hamas's hands, and Hamas's entire strategy is to take advantage of how Israel uses force disproportionately.
So Hamas is twisting their arm to carpet bomb like an apartment complex to kill 99
Hamas
people
is
in
not.
exchange for getting one person?
No, that's not what I said. What I said is that Hamas knows that no matter what, no matter what, they are Wait, why do you think that that's what I said? Why are you trying to twist it to make it sound like I was blaming it on Hamas? I'm not.
So the conversation is about the degree to which they've responded, right?
Yeah, my problem is that Israel has an issue where they will always disproportionately respond to any sort of attack, no matter how small it is. And because October 7th was like way worse than any attack they've ever faced in their history, their response was going to be insanely disproportionate. And my argument has always been that there is a cycle of violence that occurs between these two groups, and that Hamas and Bibi and Likud and the far right in Israel feed off of each other. Like, Hamas likes people like Bibi because they know that he's going to go hard, and they want that because they know it's going to radicalize their population. And arguably, Bibi considers Hamas to be an asset because that they don't want a Palestinian who actually says, I want to make peace with you guys. They would rather have Palestinians like Hamas who will further radicalize Israel against the Palestinians, because then Bibi and co will keep getting elected, and they can keep pushing like their insane radical agenda to eventually take over the West Bank and slowly ethnically cleanse the West Bank, and probably in the future ethnically cleanse Gaza if they can get away with it. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that I'm saying that the extremists on both sides like feed off of each other. I wasn't trying to like turn it around and blame it on Hamas, but I'm still
okay. But
yeah.
one of those sides has infinitely more power than the other, right? Correct? Is that correct or no?
Yeah, it is correct, but that's a stupid way of looking at it.
Why?
Okay, let me see if I can answer this question with an analogy. Okay. Let's say I'm outside and I'm going for a walk, and maybe me and my friends and a bunch of kids, like a bunch of fucking toddlers, come out of the woods and they start like throwing rocks at me. Am I like not obligated to respond in some way because that I am way more powerful than them? Because that's what it always ends up coming down to. It always comes down to, oh, Israel needs to like, it's always on them because that Hamas is less powerful. Like it sounds like
Are
you're
you
basically
trying to get me to say you should be allowed to go up and kick the toddler in the head? Like, is that what we're doing?
No, I'm not trying to get you to say that. I'm trying to get you to acknowledge that it's possible that like you're basically setting up a world where as long as your enemy is smaller and weaker than you, it means you can't do anything to them.
I already started off saying they could have done something that was infinitely more targeted than what they did.
Okay, but like,
So
what
I'm
does
not
that
saying
what does that look like then?
it looks like the opposite of what Gaza looks like at the moment. Something where you don't saturation or carpet bomb for weeks
Are you
and
gonna
months.
are you gonna make the special forces argument? Is that where this is going? Is that what you think they should have done?
You send in some manner of ground troops, yes.
But they did do that. They did send in ground troops. There was a ground invasion.
Not until long after they had already like battered the shit out of it from a distance with toys from the United States.
Yeah, listen, if you want to say that that was bad, I don't disagree. I think there was a bunch of shit that they did in the early stages of the war that was obviously really bad. I don't, and I think that I think like a lot of the where's daddy stuff, that was like basically just like a fucking war crime. I'm not gonna sit here and say that Israel hasn't done war crimes, but the problem is that I feel like
what do you think should be the outcome for those war crimes?
I think that Israeli troops, I think the Israeli troops who committed war crimes should be like charged either by the ICJ or like ideally, I think Israel should get its shit together and actually punish its troops who do bad shit, and they should reform the army. The IDF or
So,
whatever.
but in the interim, for absence of doing that, like, see, so a lot of people will say that, but then they still like out of the two sides, what would you say you're clearly rooting for?
What do you mean, like?
Like you're rooting for one, right?
I don't know. I don't view it that way. I think no, I don't. I think it's fucking complicated. I want the Palestinians to have a state, but I also don't want Israel to stop existing as a Jewish state. I don't think there's a good guy or a bad guy here. Arguably, I would say probably that both of them are pretty bad, really. At least, like, because Bibi is terrible and Hamas is fucking terrible.
Like a all lives matter situation.
I mean, if you want to pin it that way, you can. But yeah, it's a complicated conflict. I'm sorry, but no, like I reject your framing that like there's a good guy and a bad guy. I think that's a bad way of looking at it. I think that the entire thing has been pretty complicated from the start.
Since we're talking about our framings, to what point would you finally go like, no, Israel fucked up?
I'm not saying that Israel's never fucked up. What do you mean?
No, like, so let's see. So the way this keeps circling.
Oh, are you asking me at what point would I say that Israel is worse than Hamas? Because right now, if you want me to know who is less bad, I'm going to say my answer is going to be Israel because I think Hamas is a morally worst actor. Hamas's entire purpose is the destruction of Israel. And I think that makes them morally worse.
What percentage of Gaza right now would you say is actually Hamas?
I don't think the majority of Gaza is Hamas, but unfortunately, a lot of people in Gaza support Hamas. That doesn't mean they deserve to die. I'm not saying that.
That's very magnanimous of you. I'm glad we can at least get on the same page there. Do you not think it's even remotely fair to see even a right-wing fundamentalist theocratic governance to see them as the heroes in a circumstance when you're being invaded and fucking war crimed on a
if you ask me why they feel that way, I think, yes, I understand why they feel that way, but I think the issue is that it's not great for people in the West who are sitting in the comfort of their own homes to then turn around and say, and like basically say like, oh, well, you know, that's just how they feel, so we're just going to cheer on Hamas instead of like recognizing that Hamas has done nothing good for the Palestinians ever.
Let's go back to my question. At what point do the scales tip for you?
And
I'm not saying about like when you finally put on a green headband or whatever. That's not what I'm asking. Right now, the thing that you accuse me of constantly is that I see Israel as being comic book evil, quote unquote.
Yes.
Right? That's something you've said over and over again.
Yes.
At what point do you start to look at this like Israel has to stop, or Israel is the like overt aggressor?
I mean, I think there's a bunch
if you don't already see that way.
I think there's a bunch of things that Israel does have to stop doing. But the problem is
like
that
what?
like the settlements.
So just things related to the West Bank, and
No,
you think
not
by
just
and large
things
what they're
related
doing in
to.
Gaza is fine.
Right now, what they're doing in Gaza, I mean, I think they need to. I think they need to fix the shit with the aid crossings, and they need to open the Rafah crossing too, because there's people who want to leave, and they should let people leave if they want to. And they should let people stay
Should they
if
be
they
allowed
want
to
to
come
stay.
back?
Yes, of course they should be allowed to come back.
Okay.
Jesus.
I've been seeing time and time again some of the leadership basically
Yeah, I
saying it's going to be an
know.
exit only.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, and I don't like that either. And I don't like the fucking
Okay.
weird dog whistles that some people on the that like, believe me, okay, I have people in this community because my Discord's a fairly sort of hands-off thing where like I'll basically let anyone in as long as they don't violate Discord TOS, which means no Nazis. Or like crazy insane people. But yeah, like no, I've argued with Israeli right-winger people who basically will say like, yeah, I think it's fine. Like obviously everybody should be allowed to leave, you know, and it's kind of like this weird coded language shit that they'll use where they'll say, oh, you know, a lot of people want to leave and they should all be allowed to leave. But then when you push them, like the answer is no, they shouldn't be allowed to come back. But no, fuck that. I think they should be allowed to come back. I think that was one of the worst aspects of the Nakba. Because during the Nakba, a lot of people ran away thinking that they'd be able to come back because it was a fucking war. And like the part about that made it really bad, aside from the massacres and shit, and the people who got forced out at gunpoint, were the fact that people couldn't return to their homes after it was over. People who had never done anything. They never participated in any kind of combat. They never tried to kill any Jews. They just wanted to go home and they weren't allowed. And I think that's bad.
I mean, there were also some villages that had been previously hiding Jewish people that in turn they got revisited and having had their villages fucking overrun as well.
Yeah,
But
I know there was bad
so
shit that
okay,
occurred.
those are good. Those are all good sentiments, and it's something that that's good to at least get on the same page about and understand. So that's I'm not trying to sit here and be an asshole the whole time and be combative. It's if that's how you look at it, that's good to hear.
Yeah, I want two states, dude. Part of my whole thing is that I think that Israel needs to own up to like their fucking history. I think that if you want to be
So
a
in the current-
base liberal
in the current
democracy,
climate-
then you got to accept your history.
So in the current climate, though, the fact that they're saying there will never be a two states like that, I'm assuming that also bothers you to some
Yeah,
degree.
it does. No, not to some degree. It bothers me a lot. That's one of the things that actually, it's incredibly frustrating arguing with a lot of like average Israelis, because that a lot of them, it's not that they like hate Palestinians or are like angry or bloodthirsty or whatever. They're just like insanely fucking doomer. Like they're so black-pilled because they look at the other side and they think they just want to kill us. And by the way, the same thing is true for the Palestinians. They feel like that too. They feel like they don't have any recourse but to fight. Yeah, no, I get it. Both sides have been so insanely radicalized against each other that it makes it very hard to deal with these problems.
Doesn't between those two sides, doesn't one of them right now have maybe something more of a substantial argument to back up that they just want to kill them?
What, are you talking about the Palestinians? Are you saying they
okay,
have more
so
of
at
a
least you could see where I
argument?
was going with that.
Yeah, I could, but I
Yes.
don't agree with that. I think that's stupid. I
Why?
don't think that that's a good... Wait, so you're saying that you think the Palestinians have more of a substantial argument for we just want to kill them?
No, I'm saying to feel that the other side just wants them dead.
No, I think honestly, no, I don't think so, because I think that from the Israelis' perspective, they would say that like that they've held out their hands and said, and like we've talked to you a bunch of times, and that we wanted, and that we like came to the table with you, and we're willing to make peace, and we were willing to make peace with Egypt, and we talked to Arafat, and like we did signed all this shit with him, and you still like basically like spat in our faces and kept doing more terrorism. Like, I think both sides have plenty of reason to believe that. And on the Palestinian side, there's like complete lack of trust for Israel. And because they saw that Israel basically kept expanding settlements during Oslo.
So, sure, but my point of reference was more like from October 8th forward.
I mean,
like if they look at the surroundings, if they look at where they've been relegated to,
isn't it you guys who always say history didn't start on October 7th? Or like, I'm sorry I'm roping you in with everybody else, but I thought you would say that, wouldn't you? Isn't it important to keep in mind the whole history of all this?
Okay, well, I mean, if you go back even further, the average normie, like shop owner guy that did I can't even to be fair, I don't even know what the average like commerce would have been like pre October 7th, like what the most median service job would have been the equivalent over here of like the AM/PM gas station attendant, whatever their life was pre-October 7th, since, and for the amount of destruction they've seen,
Hold
number
on.
of times they've been
Just a
death
sec.
marched back and forth across Gaza.
I just want to, just a sec. I just want to address something. Debate Boar, you just said that the Nakba was a big lie and you just called it a myth. Join my Discord, because after I'm done with OgreBoy, if you have time, I want to talk to you because you're full of shit. Anyway, sorry, continue.
So for whatever the median service job would have been prior to October 7th, for that person that was just an average Joe, and seeing what the post October 7th landscape ended up looking for them, let's say they also hate their own government, which is completely fine and fair. But at the end of the day, does that person not end up with a worldview that the only thing that they can expect from Israelis is that they want them dead?
Yeah, I'm sure they do.
And I mean, by and large, wouldn't that person have a little bit better of an argument to perceive that the Israelis
No, I
want
don't
them
think
dead
so.
more?
No, not if
You
you're
don't-
no, I think that they're both about the same. Like, do you actually think that, like, if you're an Israeli and if you lived through the second Intifada, which was fucking insane, and you had to worry about whether or not your bus was going to get blown up, and then October 7th happens, and also if you live like on the border before the Iron Dome, you have to deal with Hamas constantly firing a bunch of fucking rockets in across the border at you, and that's the reason why that blockade is there in the first place. It's because that Hamas wouldn't stop firing fucking rockets. Like,
I gotta work on my cardio, because when you get going, I'm not even mad. I'm impressed that you managed to link like 9 things together
I'm
in
sorry,
one
I'm
sentence without
just
taking a breath.
I'm sorry.
You're a
Listen.
very passionate person, and I respect that about
Thank
you.
you.
However, once again, for the second time, I'm saying that for someone that was living through October 7th, and then on the other side, the normie median Palestinian citizen that is living and existing right now, if they're still alive inside of Gaza today as we know it, that person probably seeing the Gaza Strip in ruin, and seeing the fact that you're still having low double digits of people during a ceasefire getting killed on a daily basis, would it not be reasonable to suggest that that person has a little bit more of a plausible belief that all Israelis want them dead as opposed to the other way around?
Like I said, I think that both sides have plenty of reason to feel that way. I'm sorry, but you're not going to get me to say that, oh my God, Palestinians have a more reasonable fear to feel like that. I understand why you feel that way. And I bet that like most Palestinians would probably say like, yeah, obviously look at you guys over there in your safe country with your Iron Dome and shit. But all it takes is like, it's not like that missiles never get through the fucking Iron Dome, dude. It's not like rockets never get through the Iron Dome. It's not like people still don't get killed. You know, like nobody, yeah. And also Israelis had that sense of security shattered for them on October 7th too. And during the second Intifada, which is why like life got worse for the Palestinians after the second Intifada. And, you know, like, honestly, I think based on those protests that Palestinians are starting to blame Hamas more for their current predicament. Not that they blame them more than Israel. They still don't like Israel, but Palestinians are starting to see that a lot of this is also Hamas's fault, because that Hamas decided to gamble with their lives. I mean, they were chanting like Hamas are terrorists, and that Hamas gambles with their lives and shit, like as they were going out in the street and protesting in the middle of a war and risking their lives, you know?
No, listen, as an avowed leftist, I firmly believe that people don't have the right to protest their own government. So all of this, I think, is a complete
I don't.
and total falsehood. And I refuse to believe that anyone was protesting Hamas.
I'm not saying that you're saying that. That's not what I'm doing. I don't know why you felt the need to do that. What I was saying though was that it seems like Palestinians, at least, especially if you look at those polls, which I think the most recent PCR poll was from May of last year. I think that if you look at a lot of those polls, it showed that support for like negotiations or unarmed struggle was up among Palestinians, especially Palestinians in Gaza, and that support for Hamas was down. So what I'm saying is that I feel like Palestinians are starting to realize that maybe Hamas isn't like a good way to fight against Israel. Honestly, at the end of the day, do you disagree that like the use of violence, especially terrorist violence, has never helped the Palestinians? Do you think that it has helped them, or that it's good for them, or that they should keep doing it? Like you can
It's not, well, I can, so there's that works in two ways essentially, right? I have my set of values based on how I was raised and where I come from and what I've experienced, but I don't know what the fuck it's like to be put into a position where you feel so desperate and you have been radicalized to where you think that that's a viable option. Obviously, anybody that's going to do some suicide bombing shit is hit a point where they are at fucking absolute rock bottom and they're so filled with anger, frustration, and a lust for vengeance that's something where they're like, nobody in the history of ever has looked around at their existence and thought shit is so dope. However, even though I do have a date with some really hot chick, and we're gonna go hold hands and walk down the beach, instead of doing that, I'm gonna go blow myself up at running at a fucking bus. That's not how any of that works.
Oh, okay.
So while
Wait. Hold on.
I sitting here would tell somebody, hey, don't do that. That's probably something you shouldn't do. I think one of the things that is missing from that picture is that one side has been pushed to a point where for those that end up doing that, which obviously is not all of them, because that's one of the original questions I asked you is what percentage do you think is actually Hamas in the grand scheme of things? But clearly, I would be like, don't do that shit. Don't do that. But the part of the equation has to be what motivated somebody to do that in the first place.
Can I just ask you, do you think that people didn't feel that way in South Africa or like in other places where they used non-violence instead of using terrorist violence to resist?
Oh, what the Mandela always said don't, and the necklacing and all that sort of shit? Like, is that...
I mean, yeah. No, I'm not saying Mandela didn't use violence, but he didn't use terrorist violence is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Like he wasn't out there having his guys kill civilians. And he also was saying that he wanted, the Rainbow Nation. He didn't want all the white people to leave, which is what Yasser Arafat wanted. He thought he wanted all the Jews to leave. He wanted Israel to cease to exist. I don't understand why it feels like you're infantilizing Palestinians by assuming that they can't do that when other groups have done it. Other groups who I would argue potentially apartheid was really fucking brutal, dude. But somehow they managed to do it.
So they should have so do you remember my comment? I'm sure it's probably on a Reddit somewhere. My comment when Loner Boy jumped into a conversation with me and Hutch because he was chomping at the bit,
the history autist thing, yeah. When you
Tyrone Bigham's neck scratch, where he's like, God, I want to get in there so bad.
By the way, Lonerbox is watching right now. Hi, Lonerbox's chat.
Oh, hey, bud, how's it going?
I mean, somebody in chat told me that he was watching. By the way, Loner, if you're watching, you should tell your audience to also come here, even if they have my stream open, because I want those sweet, sweet viewers. Anyway, no, I remember that. Yeah, and you said that they were doing history autism, which, by the way, that was a good one.
No. The history autists. Everyone has their flavor of autism, and I respect all of them. However, the history autists do have a tendency to want to go, because I read this passage in this book from the 60s, that goes ahead and defends the war crimes that are happening now, because at the end of the day, much in the way that I go on weird tangents, did you ever see there was an old, I'm old.
Yeah, me
One
too.
of the MTV Music Awards after the Matrix movies came out, Will Ferrell did they did a bit that was like a long-running skit about all the Matrix gimmicks from the second flick, and Will Ferrell did a version of The Architect, and they reenacted the whole thing. It was like Justin Timberlake and the dude that was like Stifler, I can't think of his name. He had this whole bit that he does where he kept saying concordantly, ipso facto, ergo, over and over and over and over and over again. What I see in my head is the people that have been like, well, because I read this segment, because I read this passage from a book in the 60s, ergo, concordantly, ipso facto, it's all the Palestinians' fault. That's the way that comes across to me every single fucking time.
I get it, but I'm sorry, but that's not a great argument. You're not you can't, by this logic, like all you're doing is like this weird, like sort of thought terminating thing by saying, well, you're not allowed to criticize how any group of people resists ever. Like this
No,
feels
no,
like
you can criticize tactics. You can criticize tactics all day, every day.
yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm saying
I
terrorist
get called
violence is shitty.
Sure, it is, and I get called a liberal Zionist because sometimes I actually advocate for like,
Two
I don't.
states.
To what degree? To what degree do you get? Are you familiar at all with any of like Bada Panada's videos and shit over the last year?
I don't. I mean, listen. Okay, here. I'm just gonna go on like just like.
If you don't know, you don't know, and I'll
No,
explain.
no. Hold
asking.
on. No, I want to go on like a little tangent now. Okay.
Oh Jesus! I'm about to Can we spare this for a moment and just this is leading to me shitting on Bad Empanada, and then I can explain before you do whatever you're about to do.
Yeah, no, I'm sure that you're listen, I watched Bad Empanada demonstrate that he doesn't know fuck all about the Holocaust, and then I decided that I didn't care about anything else that he had to say because he's a fucking like lying
but I also
moron.
Because I am a politics nerd through and through across the board, I do try to pay attention to some extent on almost everybody. I should probably be outside touching grass more often, but it is what it is.
I mean, yeah, I've been doing that for others, but go on.
At one point, he ended up going on this arc of like Hassan Piker is a liberal Zionist.
Oh, I remember that.
Do you remember that? So I don't have to necessarily reinvent the wheel. Do you remember the rest of what the argument is?
Did it have something to do with Hassan attacking or not Hassan, sorry, Bad Empanada attacking Hassan's friends that he hung up out with on that podcast that he does, and the fact that Hassan is okay with these people?
No, maybe.
I think that was part of it.
That's not the version. That's not the biggest arc of that I can think of. Excuse me, I had to burp. So the shortest version that I can say of this is that by and large, when you put forward people from like Jewish Voices for Peace, or when you hype up Bernie Sanders, or when you take quote unquote, Jewish faces or Jewish voices and you put them in the forefront to say, hey, why don't we listen to this person when they say, don't do this in my name? And then turn around and instead of only solely and exclusively focusing on Palestinian voices, you're basically doing Jewish exceptionalism. You are elevating them over others, and that they still benefit from all of the perks of political Zionism, and therefore you're doing a disservice to the Palestinian movement. I have a different outlook on that. And
By the
because
way, I'm just gonna say, I think the only reason why Bad Empanada says that is because he just hates Jewish people. Anyway, go ahead. I think Bad Empanada is just a hateful person who just wants, yeah.
To any extent that he ever had any utility or usage, I think other people have filled the void on being able to put together political timeline pieces, and in turn aren't toxic shitters to the extent that he's a fucking piece of shit. But that's neither here nor there. My point remains, or what I'm trying to get back to, because I think I probably went too far off on a tangent, is there are people that like my outlook or my prescribed take, or how I would want to see all of this shit fixed. Ultimately, a lot of people would listen to it and basically call me a Zionist and say that I'm fucked up. There isn't one pure there isn't one pure approach that is going to make everybody happy. I understand that, and you do have to in some respects try to work with other people and other perspectives, because the more important thing is obviously getting the bombs to drop, or to stop dropping rather, right? Get food to go in, get the bombs to stop dropping, but that's not any sort of like actual justice, accountability, restoral of dignity, things of that nature. It feels like a lot of what the history autists are doing is still ultimately trying to figure out a way to perennially and constantly blame the Palestinian people for everything that's occurring, and realizing that they have to make all the concessions, they have to pull out all the stops, they have to know their place in the grand scheme of things, as opposed to anybody actually trying to restore do any sort of soft power and restore dignity to their lives.
Okay, what do you think people who are advocating for a two-state solution, that they just want or that they're just blaming it all on the Palestinians or whatever? Like, I don't That's not, again, that just feels like you're saying that you can't like make judgments about their tactics or whatever. Also, I'm not blaming the Palestinians, but I will blame Hamas. And I will, and like also like really, if we want to be fair about this, there's a bunch of reasons why the Palestinians feel the way they do. And a lot of it has to do with like the fact that people are products of their environment. Same thing with the Israelis. Like people feel the way they do because of things that they've experienced. And the Palestinians have been fucking
Don't
like,
you think those two environments are a little like maybe they're not on the same page? Like
I'm not,
there's
I'm
slight.
not saying that they are. I understand that the Israelis have it better than the Palestinians. However, it can really fuck you up if you are like be like having to go through something like the Second Intifada, even if it doesn't happen to you, even if you're not the one whose bus got blown up. It could just be that it was someone that you knew, or even just seeing that on the news every night and knowing that it's so close to you in proximity. Like that can have like a deep psychological impact on people. Like that's what radicalized Benny Morris when he saw that. I believe it was the lynching that happened in Rafah, where like those two IDF soldiers took a wrong turn somewhere, and then they basically got grabbed by like a crowd of angry people who essentially like killed them and dismembered their bodies and held up their intestines, and you could see their bloody hands. Like I've seen the pictures. It's like fucking horrific shit, dude. And like this wasn't, I don't think it was Hamas that did this, and people like Benny Morris saw that and they were like, holy fuck, these people, they just want to kill us, they're never going to make peace with us. Like you understand that? And like by the same token, a Palestinian will have something similar happen, or like they'll experience like the only experience that they ever have with Israelis is going to be the asshole settler terrorist people in the West Bank, and then the IDF who come and protect them. Like
You realize that their experience goes a little bit beyond that when it comes to like administrative detentions and shit of that
yeah,
nature,
I'm
right?
aware. Yes, yeah, there is that. Yeah. Like
Okay.
I don't listen, I think it's kind of silly to argue about who has it worse or who is doing the worse or whatever. The point is that there has to be like peace is a thing that needs to occur, and in order for that to happen, both sides have to talk to each other. And both sides have to make concessions. The Palestinians aren't the ones making all the concessions. Both sides have to make concessions. Like the Israelis have to give up the West Bank, and that means that like a bunch of settlers are going to have to get moved out of there, which would be a huge concession for
If they
them.
never agree to give up the West Bank, what should happen?
I think that they should be strong-armed into it, potentially.
Spicy. What does that look like?
Well, I mean, I would probably something similar to, like what Jimmy Carter did with Menachem Begin when he had to make peace with Egypt. He like dragged Begin kicking and screaming to do that. But it helped and it worked because on the other side of it, you had Anwar Sadat, the president of Egypt, who wanted to make peace. Like he very much wanted to make peace. He came to Israel, he spoke before the Knesset and all that shit.
Netanyahu looks at whoever the American president is and says, suck my dick. I'm never getting dragged to a table kicking and screaming. What should happen?
Honestly, I think that probably it would help a lot if Netanyahu was not the leader. Like, I'm not saying
He's
this
still
is
a
going to
leader.
happen
Now
right
what?
now. Oh, you think that he's going to get elected again in October? Because Israel is supposed to have
doesn't
an
matter.
election this October.
Doesn't matter. Let's say he does get elected again. I don't even know what the likelihood of that happening
All right,
is.
no, you
Don't
know
care.
what? You know what? Let's here's the thing. So let's roll with that. Let's say that that's a thing. Because Bibi cares a lot about his legacy. I think that the right US president could probably talk him into going to the table with the Palestinians if they maneuvered it in the right way. The Saudis could probably help with that too, because that Saudi Arabia really wants, or Bibi really wants to normalize relations with them. He wants that to be part of his legacy.
So far, there's been two presidents that have tried and they've failed. So what
Hold on.
What does the right president sound and look like?
Wait. Which two presidents have actually really tried their damnedest or extended political capital?
So
trying
wait,
to get Bibi
Biden hasn't tried?
To get Bibi to come to the table with the Palestinians to make a deal, like to try to make peace with them? No, he didn't, because that's not what was on anybody's minds. That's not what
Wait,
Biden's...
I thought Biden was trying for peace across the board.
No, he wasn't. Who the fuck was saying that? Biden just tried to restrain the Israelis, and I would argue in some cases he managed to do so.
Biden wasn't working on like ceasefire and peace deals with the...
Yeah, he was, but a ceasefire is not the same thing as an actual two-state deal. There has not been a serious attempt at that since like basically Taba.
So To the extent that it was or wasn't a two-state deal, was that not still at least a peace plan that involved
It was a
Israel pulling out
ceasefire
of Gaza?
plan. Yeah, it was a
What did it
ceasefire
did it
plan.
did it not? Well, okay, I know understand a lot of people argue the differences on that one constantly, but did it not include pulling out of Gaza as part of the final phase of that?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, it did. It also included Hamas being gone, by the way. That would have been part of it as well, too. I think
Okay.
the other problem too, the actual issue right now is that at present there's not anybody on the Palestinian side who would be a good faith partner for peace, who has popularity. Now, maybe if they let out Marwan Barghouti and maybe he could do it, because he has at least asked for or he has, like, I don't think that he has ever said he wants to destroy Israel, like even in like
No,
his
he's
most
even
angry...
to the point that he was getting locked up. He wanted two states. Yes.
Yeah, I know. I think that he wants that. Now, the problem, obviously, the right of return is like a whole other issue, and I don't know if he would be willing to give that up. But I guess we would just have to hope that he's not a coward like Arafat, and that he wouldn't like run away out of fear of. But I think maybe he would be willing to do it, because throughout like the entirety of his career, basically, I don't think that he was ever. I think he's always been in favor of two states. And yeah, and he said shit about how we should keep our attacks confined to Israel, or not to Israel, to the West Bank or whatever, because we want to make them leave, rather than doing attacks in Israel itself. So yeah, I mean, I would hope that, obviously Israelis are going to be uncertain about that, but I mean, I feel like right now he's probably the only option. But absent that, there's not really another person that the Palestinians could like that would be a good leader, but Marwan Barghouti is at least, like, I guess I think Israel should take a chance on him.
Well, okay, it's good that you think that. And I don't mean that facetiously. I mean, okay, that's a good positive thing to hear.
By the
like,
way, Loner Vox thinks that too, just FYI.
I don't care. He can fall into a fucking volcano for all I give a fuck.
I don't know. Okay, whatever.
So in the absence of all of these events occurring, if they just don't have a good enough person, if there isn't a good enough president that's trying his hardest and got his fucking the right amount of adrenochrome on a given day, they don't have a good enough Palestinian leader that's persuasive enough. My question remains the same. What does it look like if whoever, Netanyahu or whomever, the reason I said I don't give a shit about the election that they may or may not have in October is entirely because I don't want to get bogged down into the likelihood of whether or not Netanyahu will get in, or whether or not the person that replaces him will be better, et cetera, et cetera. So let's say it's still Netanyahu for sake of argument. He's still saying, pick one and suck it. They get they get 0 states. It's a 0-state solution. What then? Because if you're saying that at a minimum what they're doing is in the West Bank is fucked, then what extent do you finally go, yeah, that's someone needs to step in there and do something?
I mean, I would say that you would engage in you could engage in more targeted sanctions and whatnot. You can also do other stuff. Like, I'm not saying that you can't do anything. Like, why are you trying to walk me to your argument where, like, is your argument that you think that Israel should just, like, that they should be sanctioned and embargoed the fuck out of until they agree to negotiate with the Palestinians for a two states? Wait, so
Yes.
For 2 states, you would say?
Sure, that's a start.
Okay.
I understand the logic. Behind it, especially, I know I said I didn't want to bring up other streamers, but I know that that's what's popular. The logic that Hassan cites, and especially the people that Hassan in turn turns around and cites, the idea behind trying to push for a 1 state, despite what people say about polling, this, that, and the other, I understand the logic behind it in so much that you have to hit a certain point where you stop relocating people. Like, you have to stop, because essentially you're just creating the next generation of people that 20 or 30 years from now are going to be mad that they were in turn moved by gunpoint, except now it's Israeli people as opposed to Palestinian people.
I mean, a lot of the people that would get moved out of the West Bank, it wouldn't be all of them, because that's unworkable. That doesn't work. That's not feasible. You can't do that.
So we're basically in agreement then.
Well, no, I'm saying there are settlements that are deeper into the West Bank that would get moved out. Also, and the outposts too, because honestly, fuck those people. Like those people moved in there just so that they could like terrorize Palestinians in a lot of ways, and because they have like this weird religious idea or whatever. But like, I don't think that means that that all
So
the Palestinians...
do you see a reality where you would be able to carve out a contiguous, I think that's the right word.
Yes.
Okay. Got one for a change. Do you see a reality where you can carve out a contiguous Palestinian state? Let's say I'm completely like-minded with you, and I'm like, yeah, that one state shit, that's for suckers and dummies. Two state all the way. Do you see an outcome where a two-state solution involves carving out a contiguous swath of land for the Palestinians that doesn't involve relocating a metric fuck ton of unwilling Israelis? That you would have to do what they took by force, you would have to move them by force.
It depends on how many of them are in the settlements that are not clustered on the Green Line, which is where most of the settlements are. Most of those people would have to be there's settlements that are deep in that would have to be moved out. I think Ariel is the big problem because it's pretty far in there, and those people for the most part are pretty chill. But I think a lot of the more crazy people who are further in, yeah, they would probably have to get moved. Now, you might be able to offer them like some sort of incentive to get moved, or you know what? Or you could also just say, fuck it, you guys can stay if you want to. Have fun living in a Palestinian state. And yeah, and then like I guess the IDF could just leave and they could just, you know.
Do you think that would actually happen now though, under like today's climate? They were just they're gonna say fuck it. They're gonna just turn up like good luck, sucker, and they're gonna turn tail.
No, but I think it would be funny if that did happen, just because I hate all of those people. But
I mean, fair. I don't know. It's just interesting. I think one of the things that's never explored is like to what extent. Here's the thing that I hear constantly. Okay, is yes, these things happened and they're bad, and then there's like a long but, and then it turns into something that like, well, because of something that was signed in like the 1960s, therefore everything that happened after October 7th is understandable or a necessary evil or et cetera, et cetera. And there's never any conversation about what do you actually do when all signs point to no as far as participation to correct this on the side of the Israelis.
Well, now, but hold on a minute though. Like, why aren't you asking that same question also for the Palestinians? Because neither side wants to make peace right now. The Palestinians don't want to do it either.
One side doesn't have a choice. One side has reached the point where they don't even have a say. There's nothing there.
No,
There's nothing.
that's not true. What do you mean? That is not true at all. Do you think that I understand that that you probably don't give the Israelis any credence whatsoever, but like do you think that do you think that how much support? I feel like Israel would lose way more support than like they currently have right now, and even Western governments would have a huge amount of time. Oh, Toby says that Lonerbox wants in, but I know you don't want to talk to him, do you?
Lonerbox can eat my entire ass.
I'm sorry, Loner. I'll talk to you after I'm done talking to him. No, the problem that I have right now is that like I think that if the Palestinians were to pursue a more Nelson Mandela-esque strategy, or even like a Martin Luther King strategy where they were out in the streets doing fucking civil disobedience, and if the result was that they were getting shot or by rubber bullets or beaten up or even shot by actual bullets, and that this was like a big thing that was happening, and if people saw this on TV and there was no, and also they stopped doing terrorism, there wasn't any more fucking terrorism, or the terrorism was like so little and it was being denounced by whoever the popular Palestinian leader was, that if this shit was happening, that like I think that there would be so much pressure in like Western countries from more people than just far leftist people, that they would have to like turn around and tell and go and look at Israel and go, bro, what the fuck are you doing? Especially if this came on top of whoever the Palestinian leader was saying, hey Israel, we want to negotiate with you, and until then we are going to resist the West Bank occupation. And they did it in a different way.
In your mind palace, everything that you just laid out, what time frame is that taking place in? Is that right now in current time, or is this pre-October 7th or 5 years ago?
No, it's right now. I don't know. Like they
Okay, so they need to stop doing terrorism right now.
Yes.
And if they finally stop doing terrorism right now and they're nice about it, and they're so how there's okay.
Wait, do you
how do you get hold on, how do you get the imagery? Let's say they started, let's give you all of that. if they did all the things you just said, how do you even start to get the imagery that is believable to the outside world out if Israel isn't even letting the Western media in?
What do you mean? Western media goes into the West Bank all the time. Also, it wouldn't just be Western
Who?
media.
Hold on, who?
Are you serious? You think Western journalists can't go into the West Bank? You think that ordinary people...
What?
Bro, fucking Lonerbox and
I'm talking
Destiny
about
went into
Gaza.
the West Bank.
I'm talking about Gaza.
Okay, well, you didn't say that. I was talking about, like, the West Bank, although this same kind of shit should happen in Gaza as well. Gaza is a little bit different, though. The problem with Gaza is that they've been ruled over since, like, 2007 by a group of people who decided to spend all of their resources on like one goal, which is the destruction of Israel, instead of actually trying to, like, build up some sort of a state or something that could be a model for a state, which is what I think they should have done instead.
So
Like-
we've already talked about this before. Their
Yeah, we
ability
have.
their ability to even have a flourishing economy to any capacity was cut short because of the blockade, which started immediately afterwards, because they
Why-
were doing resistance, and then in turn
No, they
it
weren't
was
doing
resistance, it was
resistance. They were
terrorism.
shooting rockets into Israel that you couldn't aim at random fucking civilian areas. Imagine if they hadn't have done that. That's why
Okay.
the blockade
Yeah.
was there. Do you think if they hadn't have done that, then maybe, just maybe, like, if Israel had tried to put a blockade on them, if they hadn't done anything, then, like, I think that the reaction to it would have been way worse than it was. Like, I don't think that Israel necessarily would have been able to get away with that. Also, why the fuck would they do that? Yes, guys, I know Loner wants in. He can't get in. OgreBoy doesn't want to talk to him. I'm sorry.
So, okay. Yes, I'm kind of combining West Bank and Gaza at the same time, but the ability to even get out into and also they shut down the Al Jazeera office that was in the West Bank. Like,
Yeah, because Al Jazeera,
hold on, you can't. I'm trying to be as polite about this as possible, and I'm trying not to sound snarky at all. Please believe me. You can't tell me that the outsourcing and facilitating of, like, podcasters from America, that is the same thing as having a willing CNN go in and actually examine the conditions to which people in the West Bank are experiencing.
Do you think...
To you, that's the same?
No, it's not. Bro, CNN can go. You think that normal people can't go to the West Bank? They absolutely can. There's not restrictions like that. Not in the West Bank. There are people can go in there.
Sure, but I'm saying, are you essentially telling me that, like, that's the same? That by virtue of the fact that a podcaster, a streamer, got into the West Bank and walked around and did a tour and the whole thing.
No, I'm not saying it's the same, but I'm saying that regular journalistic organizations go to the West Bank as well. The West Bank is not, like, anyone can go to the West Bank.
Okay. All right. Sure.
Yeah.
I just feel like that's why aren't they looking into any of the like the full on like destruction of villages and shit that's happening right now? Like, why isn't that a story that CNN cares about? In the West Bank.
I'm pretty sure I saw a story in mainstream media actually fairly recently. Something came up on my feed about the eviction of Palestine. Actually, hell, I think it was even linked. Addie, did you link me something? Did you link something about this? There's an Israeli lady in my Discord who is quite left wing, and she will frequently link articles from Times of Israel or from other places that are talking about this kind of shit.
So, like, to be fair, I could have missed it. I'm not trying to act like a subject matter expert by any stretch of the imagination, but CNN covered things that were going on in
I don't know
the
if
West Bank
CNN
recently.
did, but I think Associated Press did. Like, this stuff shows up in mainstream media and, like, Times of Israel and stuff. Times of Israel is actually a pretty good journalistic outlet. Haaretz will also write about this kind of stuff. Like, from inside Israel, you can get quite a bit of criticism of Israel. And, like, yeah,
Well, I mean, I
TOI
would agree to a certain
reports on
extent because
settler violence.
I've tried to talk to people about Haaretz, and I've had IDF reservists. Don't ask me fucking how, because I'm a speck of dust in the wind, but I've had them find their way into my chat.
Yeah, I know you've told this
wanting
story.
to talk to me
Yeah,
in Discord.
I remember. Yeah.
So I've mentioned Haaretz, and this one guy in particular was like, I've fought Haaretz and won on many different pieces, and it's like, oh, okay, sure. No, I think that there probably is, and there's probably a lot more willingness and ability to be honest when it comes to certain things than what like a CNN or whatever would end up putting out. But I'm just saying there was a CNN piece and I'm saying because I missed it. There was a CNN piece recently that talked about violence in the West Bank.
I don't know if it was from CNN. Why are you focusing specifically on CNN? Hold on a second.
Because I'm saying like CNN, MSNBC, like any of the like more network media outlets, like they just doesn't seem to be something that they ever cover. No.
Where the fuck was it? I know that there
Something
was
that gets on TV, something that gets in front of like a Jake Tapper style person. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, CNN had an article where they reported. First of all, CNN did an exclusive. They were the ones who broke the story about the abuses going on in Sdot Taman. That was an exclusive story from them. They broke that story. Also, there was also recently CNN did a they actually, maybe it was a few months ago, they did a thing about like a new Israeli policy with regards to the building of new settlements, because fucking Smotrich threw a tantrum over the recognition of the Palestinian state and was like, for every country that recognizes a Palestinian state, I'm going to approve another settlement, because he's like a fucking child. Yeah. And that was reported by CNN. Like, no, CNN will report bad shit Israel does. They did it more,
but normally it has to hit like mass accusations of torturous prison rape by the Israelis before they'll mention something. I feel like that was kind of what I was probably trying to get at. It was a weird side tangent, but
I mean, I don't actually wait, hold on. What does this have to do with what
the direction you were going essentially was like, if these people did A and B and C and D and E,
okay,
then maybe the rest of the world would look and notice, and then they would do something about it.
Do you think that a mainstream media organization like CNN or whatever, on a conflict that a lot of people pay attention to and care more about than they do like most other things going on in the world, do you think that if there were videos that were being broadcast out of Gaza that showed like Palestinians marching peacefully in the street and after they had like vocally renounced terrorism or whatever, and then they got shot by the Israelis, do you think that sorry, do you think that shit wouldn't make it onto someplace like CNN? Do you think that like a fucking mainstream media organization wouldn't be like frothing at the mouth to break that story?
So before we get to that, what I was asking, or what I was kind of just, pointing out, is like that Andrew X kid, I think that's his name. Are you familiar with that account at all?
No. Is it somebody on fucking Twitter? Because
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Fucking Twitter, dude.
I hate Twitter.
Israeli kid that is becoming somebody that almost is like noteworthy by, I think Beitar ended up basically saying that he's a fucking terrorist and that he needs to be stopped, and almost on a daily basis, all he really does is run around inside the West Bank.
I think I might know who
you're.
Yeah, he goes in.
He just photographs. He just photographs like violence towards the Palestinians by the settlers, like constantly.
I understand what you're trying to do here, but what you're talking about is nowhere near the scale of what I am referring to. I'm saying that if like there were thousands of Palestinians who were out, let's say, marching in the street in, let's say, Ramallah, and they were like marching for like peace, and they were saying, like, we want a state or whatever, and they were doing civil disobedience and they were disrupting shit. Or like, let's say they decided to like try to march to a settlement or something like that. And they had no weapons on them and they declared their intention for peace. And this is after the Palestinian leadership said, hey, we want to talk. And then a whole bunch of them got fucking killed. Do you really think there wouldn't be any mainstream media reporting on that?
I think by and large right now, you're never going to see that anyway, regardless of intent or malice, because effectively the thing I was going to say is that this kid is highlighting the fact that entire villages are just getting snuffed out.
That's
destroyed.
But that's not.
There's people with when people have no home and they're trying to figure out where they're going to take their handfuls of belongings, you don't really have a lot of energy left over to formulate these colossal MLK style mass
So
peace marches, and
again,
then also with the
you're
intent of getting
literally
mowed down
doing it
by cameras
again.
that aren't there.
All
Literally doing
bro,
what?
everyone's got a camera on their phone. Anyway, you're doing it again. You're doing the thing again where you're basically infantilizing them and saying, oh no, they can't change their tactics or they can't do this because they're tired or whatever. Like nobody ever said this to fucking
Hold on.
Mandela.
Did I say just because they were a little sleepy?
No, you didn't say that, but like you're making a bunch of excuses for why they can't do this thing, and then you're just saying, you know what, it's just all on the Israelis. And by the way, there's a bunch of shit the Israelis have to do as well.
Hold on, no. Hold on, no. I'm sorry, and I'm going to change my tone a little bit here. That's fucking bonkers. If you're going to say, like in America, we can't protest or march for shit because everybody that has homes, that has jobs, that has bills to pay, we all collectively look around ourselves and we go, the protest marching, fuck you. I got to make sure my fucking credit card bill gets paid on time. And and we still don't do that. The idea of even participating in something like that seems fucking ludicrous. And you have a bunch of people that have had their communities obliterated off the face of the map. Yes, even in the West Bank. And in turn, you're saying if they just stop what they're doing and go on a massive, large-scale protest
No,
march,
I'm saying they should
that would
change
be
their
the thing that would turn
tactics.
the tide. They need to just get their shit together. Hey, brother, listen, that shopping cart filled with like the last belongings that you happen to have, don't worry about where you're going to put that. You need to organize. Get your protest signs out. Get everybody line up in a nice column, and we're all going to head so that we can fucking do a nice peaceful protest march. And then that's the secret to getting them to not fucking try to kill us in our homes. That's what you're suggesting.
Okay, what are you suggesting? Because it sounds like you're just saying like we just can't be critical of any of their tactics because currently they live in like shitty conditions.
What fucking okay, hold on. What fucking tactics are the people in the West Bank that are getting pogromed? What tactics are they doing that they need to change?
I'm not talking about necessarily the tactics of the people. Well, actually, wait, no. Like Hamas operates in the West Bank.
Holy fuck! The people that are getting pogromed out of their communities, what tactics do they need to change in order to not have that happen to them?
We weren't even talking about them. Why did you change it so that we were talking specifically about those
you
people?
Wanted to specifically stick to the West Bank. I'm talking about the people in the West Bank. The shit that Andrew is capturing every day.
I'm talking about like Palestinians overall as a whole. I'm talking about the tactics that Palestinian like people, the leaders of the Palestinians would need to use in order to like make Israelis think, oh, hey, they don't actually want to fucking kill us all and force them to come to the table. Or like
they've already been at a table and signed a ceasefire. So again, what tactics do they need to change?
Do you recognize that there's a difference between signing a ceasefire and actually making a deal where the Palestinians can get a state?
It's Trump's peace plan, right? The peace plan that doesn't even include a fucking state at the end of it.
Yeah, because Trump's peace plan is fucking stupid, dude. It's like weird
but
and
it's
trash.
the best one over the course of like 2 years that they've been able to get Israel to participate in. I agree. That's probably the only reason that the Israelis signed it in the first fucking place.
Yeah, I know. I agree with you. That is the only reason why they signed it in the first place. But like at the same time, I feel like you don't want to engage with the fact that on the Palestinian side, there is no partner for peace right now. It feels like you just don't want to engage with that. There's nobody for the Israelis to talk to except for Mahmoud Abbas, who I think they should talk to. And I think it's bullshit that they don't talk to him, but he's not popular. The people who are popular are the ones who want to destroy Israel.
So at every turn, so you admit that Israel is doing war crimes regularly?
Yes.
Correct? Okay.
Yeah, they do.
So you admit that they've already had negotiators go to a table, sign up agreements, that there is at least a vague, they finally agreed to a vague, not a specific, but a vague plan for peace. And that probably the only reason that Israel signed it is because it was super vague, right?
Yes, because right now Bibi has to appease his fucking Bibi has to appease his coalition partners who like have at least some level of power over him, and those people are fucking crazy.
So wait, I thought he was the root of all evil and that he needs to go. Now
he
it's back
does
to him
need to go.
People.
He does need to go, but I'm just
is he the
saying
source of
that
the evil? Is he the source of the evil and like the unique wicked element, or is he just making other people happy and it's not really his fault?
why are you interpreting everything I say like that? What the fuck, bro? Why do you
It should
think
be easy
it's
to answer the. It
why do you
should be
think
easy to
it's
answer the
that
question, right?
do you legitimately think that things are like not that life just
you
isn't
thi-
that complicated? That do you
I
think
wish
that
that there were. I wish that if anyone were to ever participate in a fucking debate, that anytime either person ended up turning around and answering a question with "Do you think?" that they got fucking shot collared. I wish that happened. I wish the moment that the chip in the fucking thing recognized the speech patterns of "Do you think?" as an answer to a question, they got fucking jolted. I would participate in that as well. Holy fuck.
the reason why I did that is because I think is because I think that that's like such an insane thing to ask me. Like it's just
Earlier in this same conversation, you made it out to an extent that it was Netanyahu is like, he's just a rotten son of a gun and he needs to go, et cetera, et cetera. Now, later on in the same conversation, you're saying that he's trying to just keep his coalition together, man. So is it both?
two
Is it somehow
things be the
magically both of
same?
those? Is he the source of the bad and that therefore the rest of the government is fine? Or is
No,
it the rest
I
of
never
the
even
government
said
is
the rest
also
of the
fucked?
government. Why are you incapable of looking at anything with any sort of nuance? It feels like that's what you're doing right now. You think that like these two things can't
Why
be
don't
true?
So both the government is fucked and he's fucked.
Yeah, they are. Listen, Bibi is not a good person. I'm not arguing that he is a good person, but I'm saying that like if we are actually going to look at him and like what it is that motivates him and what it is that he wants, which would be a good thing for people like America to understand in order to figure out exactly like how it is they would negotiate with him, because that I'm rolling with your hypothetical where he's in charge during some sort of peace negotiation for a state or whatever, and how do you make somebody like him come to the table? And the answer I think would be that like you would have to appeal to the fact that he wants to stay in power and that he wants people to like him and that he wants a legacy and all that shit. Because
So in the event of trying to get a partner, a global partner, our best and most moral partner of Israel, to get them to finally stop doing war crimes, we should and only should approach it from the perspective of placating his ego. That's what you're telling me.
No, I'm not just saying that. I'm saying that there's other ways that you can like persuade him as well. I was talking about like how would you get somebody like Netanyahu to understand that like two states or whatever would be a good option rather than continuing everything. And even then, I don't even know if that would work. All I'm saying, listen, I'm just going off of like what my Israeli friends have told me about how like Bibi has kind of like become one of those politicians who doesn't really believe in much of anything besides just wanting to stay in power.
Okay.
But like, I don't think that matters. I feel like we've gotten like so far off track here. I don't know why you felt the need to like phrase that question like that or whatever. Like, I feel like you don't have an answer to the fact that like you just want to dismiss any of the problems with the Palestinian like tactics.
So who specifically do you want to see line up in a great peace march to potentially ultimately get gunned down by machine gun fire and then in turn have that video hit Western media and then that be the thing that brings about peace and a two-state solution? Which group of people specifically do you want to see do that?
What are you? I mean, presumably it would be people like, I would imagine, I think in one of his things, Marwan Barghouti actually was talking about a while ago, one of his letters that was released, he was saying that
I don't give a hold on.
That he wants
I don't
to do
care. I
civil
don't care about Marwan.
disobedience.
I'm asking you, Kalinda, the streamer, the community host, the person whose channel I am currently participating in a conversation in.
It sounds
Who
like
do you want to see do this march that they get mowed down and then that be the catalyst of showing pure unadulterated peace?
Bro,
that
I'm
the
not
most peaceful people on the face of the planet, and then they get mowed down by the IDF. Which group of people do you want to see specifically do that?
Are you just trying me? Are you just trying to get me to say the Palestinians so that you can then like say that I'm calling for Palestinians to basically make themselves like lambs to go to the slaughter to get killed by the IDF?
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Give me a moment here. Holy shit. No.
Well, Well, it just
Because
feels you're asking in such a loaded way.
Because I'm being specific, because you've jumped 3 times. You have said that it's the people in the West Bank. Well, when I pointed out the people in the West Bank are getting pogromed and pushing their shit in shopping carts down the fucking dirt road, you said, well, no, not them, the leadership. Okay, which leadership? Well, Hamas is in the West Bank. Okay, sure. Then it's Hamas specifically. I'm trying in this prescription that you have, I'm trying to get you to be very specific about how this works. I want you to walk me through who you want to see line up and with a cell phone camera on them, walking up and saying, hey, we're here for peace and we're doing super peaceful shit and we are the most peaceful people, ultimately to, in your scenario, get gunned down, and then that finally be the thing that gets the national attention and finally gets them a 2-state solution.
Okay.
Which group of people is in that line?
Just stop. Hold on a minute. So it sounds like what you're doing here is you're poking holes in my scenario by asking me questions about. So I get that.
That's usually what happens in conversations like this. Yes.
I know. Okay, that's fine. That's fair. You know, although I wish you wouldn't do it in such a fucking loaded way. Jesus Christ. Like, I think that in order for that to even happen, obviously the Palestinians need to get a leader who will organize around this sort of thing, and then have popular support, and then they can start to organize this kind of in the West Bank civil disobedience. So it would probably be stuff like sit-ins and general strikes, the kind of shit they did in the first Intifada.
You're talking over and over again about what would be done, not who would be doing it.
It would be the
people doing this.
It would be the people in the West Bank. It would be Palestinians, ordinary Palestinians who come out, who want to peacefully resist against the occupation, who want to resist in a way that doesn't involve doing fucking terrorism.
So the okay, listen. I feel like this is all we're going to get out of this for the time being. Thank you for having me on. I'm not saying we can't do this again in the future, but for now, I think this is a good stopping point. You have a nice day. Okay. I'm going to go do other things, and you take it easy.
Okay, sure. See you later, dude. Oh my God. What the fuck was that, chat? Oh my God. Oh yeah, of course, Loner just gave me a thing. All right, Loner, my stream or yours? Oh, fuck it. I'll just go into your box because you're there.
Jesus.
Bro, what the fuck? Why did he get so mad?
Oh, you're here now.
Yes, I am. Sorry. That was totally impromptu. By the way, Debate Boar, I haven't heard you get it. Are you in my Discord yet? Because you're going to talk to me about why the Nakba, or about why you think the Nakba is a lie. Anyway.
Good question.
Yeah. I don't know what the fuck that was. Also, yeah, I don't think OgreBoy's ever going to talk to you. Probably because you know things.
Yeah, he's an absolute coward. It's fine. Whatever. But that's it. You can tell what he's doing there, right? Like he knows he doesn't know. He knows he's ill-informed. That's why he decides to that's why his entire resolution there is to just drag you into his fucking imaginary universe where a peaceful protester in the West Bank is just as likely to get gunned down as a fucking suicide bomber or an Al-Qassam unit. It's so stupid.
Yeah.
But whatever.
Also, that was a good question. The Al-Qassam brigades could do that protest. But
what the fuck? They're willing to die for war. Why not die for peace? It would look better. They would absolutely if they want to die anyway. What, you're gonna die trying to kill Israelis or die peacefully protesting and actually make your movement look good?
Oh yeah,
whatever.
That's kind of similar to the people that MLK chose to march in his protest. Even though I don't think those people expected they were going to die, but if I recall, did they not, they had to be trained to not fight back and shit, and they had to be prepared that they were going to get the shit kicked out of them and get sprayed with fire hoses and all this other crazy shit, So, yeah, I don't see why. I don't know if Mandela had similar followers that he had to prepare in similar ways, but
Oh yeah, they did. They had to. Well, they had to discipline the fires for sure because of civilian casualties, and they had to. They adopted techniques, and then they had to sort of like stop using techniques that were killing too many. Like land mining was a big thing. They had to go around and get everyone to stop doing it because they were only killing civilians. Yeah, civilians kept
Yeah.
on treading them. Or anyway, fuck politics. What are you doing for the rest of your stream?
I don't know. I might end soon. I have no idea. It depends whether or not I can get this debate board guy to come in. But yeah, otherwise I've been like doing morning streams or whatever, like kind of like leading into your stream. Also, give me permissions so I can raid you. So I can
I've
just
given you permissions.
Oh, you
You've got
did?
them.
Oh, someone
Yeah.
must have mentioned that to you yesterday.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Based. Yeah. Because I don't know, like I've been getting up at like 6:30 and then starting at like 8:30 a.m. because that you've been wrecking your sleep schedule, sir. Were you up till 5 a.m. last night? I went to bed and you were still live.
I was up quite late. Yeah.
That how close are you beating this game?
I don't know. I think I'm on the last bit, but that's been for a while now.
Like
I'm on the alternative ending as well because I've already done the regular ending. I think this is like the true ending I'm doing now.
it seems like
So,
there's so
fuck knows.
much more to it. Like goddamn.
Yeah, we'll get there.
Yeah. Otherwise, I don't know. I don't know what else I'm doing. I was doing research on Ukraine and shit, or at least I was trying to, because I want to debate Lactoid on Ukraine. And yeah, although I don't know, like actually you've debated Lactoid. Do you think there's any well, I mean, there is a point, but yeah, that guy seems completely like fucked on Euromaidan conspiracy shit.
Yeah, well, he does prepare, so well, yeah, why not?
Yeah.
More than most.
That's
As far as people on that in that wing, like yeah, you'll have to get. It'll be more of a challenge than anyone else I think who does it that I know of. So
Is there
Yeah, go for it.
who else does it that you can remember who's even still around?
well, there's like fucking Haas and Hinkle and those kind of people, but even like the likes of like the like non-smoker was one, but even he is obviously like just not doesn't have any time for Russia anymore. So yeah, most
Wait,
of them kind of gave up
really?
on that.
Did he? That's interesting. I did not know
Well, he
that.
used to do the kind of thing where like we don't like Russia, but also Western imperialism and all that shit. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I guess he just doesn't defend it, or maybe he's just on that I just don't like, or I like Russia, but I don't like Russia, or I don't like Russia, but I don't want to like I don't want to fund them, or I don't want to fund the war. It seems like that's the stance a lot of people take, you know. But yeah, I'm sorry OgreBoy wouldn't talk to you. That would have been fun, but alas.
It's not even fun because he is very adept at just avoiding talking about anything substantial. Whatever.
Yeah. Okay, debate board. Have you joined the Discord yet? Anyway, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna see if I can talk to this other guy about the Nakba, and if I can't, then I'm probably gonna end stream. And
Okay.
yeah. But thanks for the little chat, buddy, and thanks for like the DMs. Some of the stuff that you sent me is interesting about like the suicide bombers and where they come from, because I did not know that. There was Jesus Christ, you have so much knowledge about shit. Also, I just want to say, holy fuck, I don't know how you managed to find all of this information that you have. Like, where the fuck do you go to get these Telegram channels? I think I stumbled upon one because it was linked from the Moscow Times when I was looking for shit about the kidnapped children from Ukraine. But like, you find all these Telegram channels for like Hamas and shit. Where the fuck, do you just Google that shit? Are you actually gonna find that from Google? Do people send that to you?
Which one are you talking about? Like the Gazan ones, the journalists?
No, doesn't
Or-
Hamas have an official Telegram channel?
Oh yeah, they do. Yeah, but I don't really use that one because it's banned in the UK. You have to go through like VPN shit to get. Yeah, and
Oh.
Telegram on VPN is annoying because of the phone number thing. Yeah.
By the way, you can get a fake phone number, you know. You can get like a an online.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, there'll be a lot. There's gonna be some housekeeping happening in the next couple of weeks. There's gonna be like what lighting finalizing is gonna be a thing. Fucking Stream Deck or whatever. Yeah, soundboard. Like yeah, there's gonna be a few things that need to change. So
Oh, yeah.
that'll be one of them.
Do the ring lights work really well, by the way?
These aren't ring lights. The ring lights are generally ill-advised. usually better getting panel lights, but good panel lights are a lot more expensive.
Oh, okay. So that the Samsung one's not actually that good, then that one's, I think, fairly cheap.
Yeah, I mean, my ring light did fine for ages. I just decided to move up to panel lights because the ring light is a little bit awkward, especially if you have glasses.
Okay. Oh yeah, and I do. Yeah. I think I've seen your light reflected in your glasses sometimes if you look up at it or whatever. But okay,
Yeah, but these ones don't do it as much. Yeah.
based. I don't know. I shouldn't even think about that shit right now. I'm just trying to but I mean, I got super chats and donors. My channel's monetized now, which is nice. People, you know,
Good.
it's nice to
Very
have
good.
people give you money, but yeah. Go to the waiting room debate board in my Discord. Yeah. This one might not go so well because I'm not like a super big expert on the Nakba or whatever, but I don't know what he's gonna. Then again, I've got some people in my community who are, so all right. Anyway, I'll talk to you later, buddy. Thank you.
Oh,
Have fun, loner chat.
good luck. Take care.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, debate board. Go to the waiting room. It's at the bottom, debate board, like in my Discord, if you scroll down to the bottom. No one saw the question I just asked. Weighing yourselves about me getting into the Discord, very weird. Yeah, I did. What room do I go in Discord? You would go to the waiting room, which is at the bottom. It's in my Discord. At the bottom there, it's right below Kalinda's room, which you should be able to see. It's under the stream section. It should be at the bottom of the channel list in Discord. The waiting room debate board, the voice channel, waiting room. Did you join my server? I see that somebody did at 1:33 p.m. Soft boxes are affordable but take up a lot of space. Expansive panels are cool though, depends on the look, but a lot of the time I see people wanting to do something that fills. Oh, you're talking about lighting. Yeah, I don't know. I'll figure that out later, okay? I'm not gonna like start putting tons of money or whatever into this. Oh, thank you for the 10 pounds.
Just saw your debate. I have some disagreements, but I really like your political intuitions. Hi from London, smiling face emoji.
Thank you. Thank you for the cash dollars. Okay, I'm still waiting here, debate board. I know, I'm pretty sure I know you know how to use Discord, I think. I mean, you've got him Prime panels before, and I'm pretty sure that he used Discord. Wait, did I not say 10 pounds? I thought I said 10 pounds. We're just waiting here now, chat. Yes, I did. I have achieved 10 pounds. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Maruzzi. I mean, that is kind of funny, but you know, that's fine. Oh, there he is. Hello? Wait, what the fuck? Why is... Hold on. Hello? What is going on? Why isn't it working? Hello? Okay, I don't understand. My Discord is just like crapping out. Yeah, I did pull you in, Debate Boar, but I'm not seeing any feedback when I talk, so I don't know if you can even hear me. You have to unmute your mic. Like if you're JMac 97008. I don't know if you're talking or not. I can't hear you if you are, but I think that's me. I might need to restart my Discord. Yeah, I know he's unmuted. I think I'm the one who's having audio issues, though. Yeah, are you talking, Debate Boar? Because I can't hear anything. I'm just going to restart my Discord. Hold on, I'll be right back. I don't think that it's you. I think it's me. Hold on. Hello? Okay, now I can hear myself. Or rather, like now I'm lighting up, which means that it's working for me now. Are you... But I can't hear you if you're talking. You might have to go to your audio devices and change it to the to the earbuds if you don't have it. Hello, Bill. What are you going to try to help him? Or are you here to help me test to make sure that it's working right? You're muted, by the way. Hello? I mean, at least I heard you somewhat before you muted again. Bra, just take
That seems to...
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was checking if it's working. I guess it's working. It's fine then. Yeah. I guess the problem's on JMX end.
Yeah, it seems like it is because I don't hear him. Yeah, you did, Con Radical. You heard something from you heard something from Bill. Actually, you know what, Debate Board? Maybe we should do this another time once your stuff is working. Maybe we can do this like tomorrow morning, perhaps, or like on the weekend. We could do it on Saturday or Sunday afternoon. I think that might be better, because then like you can get your stuff to work. Yeah. And then I'll just be transparently honest. Then I can also do it at a time where like I'll be more likely to have more viewers. And I'm also hungry because I haven't had lunch yet. And I also got a bunch of other shit that I need to do today. Like I need to go to the store before the sun sets, since I have to pick up cat food and stuff. No, it's okay. It's not your fault. I just should have thought further ahead. Oh, if you were on your phone, and if are you going to be able to be on your computer on Saturday? I moved you back to the waiting room. I'm gonna leave Discord now. Are you going to be able to like be on your computer on like Saturday or Sunday? Because we could talk then. I think that would probably be better. Surrender all worldly possessions to Steward. Yes, of course. I will absolutely do that. Oh, is it? Well. Hello? Hello?
I think, are we here?
Yes. Can you talk? I mean, I think it might be better to do this another time though, rather than right now.
Well, Saturday I'll be fishing, so no, it won't be a good time Saturday, but I'm sure we'll connect another time.
What about on Sunday? Also, fishing is based.
Well, Sunday. Sunday is Jesus's day. What are you talking about?
Okay. What? So you're not?
No, we'll connect. We'll connect at some point.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right then. Sure thing. All right. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, I'm sorry, chat, but like, there's other stuff that I need to do today, and we've I was not expecting the OgreBoy debate to happen. Also 6 hours, Jesus. I was not expecting the stream to last that long. Yeah, I think it would be better to do this at a later time. Yeah. Although I do still remember all my stuff about the Dariussine massacre, if he's gonna like say shit about that. But you know, I don't know why he thinks like, yeah, I imagine it's probably just gonna be a bunch of like whatever shit Traveling Israel always says about the Nakba, which is fucking ridiculous. Damn, I joined at the end of stream. Oh, it's okay, Insomniac. If you go back, I talked to OgreBoy, and I was about to debate a Nakba denier, but I'm going to debate him another time. It's because it was like, yeah, it's 6 hours, and it's almost 2:30, and I have not had lunch yet. I need to eat something, and I also should go to the store too, because it's actually like sunny outside, so hopefully it's not going to be like ungodly cold. What's the weather like right now? Oh, it feels like -23. Yay! Oh boy. I'm so excited. Yeah. Okay. Well, we can talk now if you want to talk shit about what I said, despite by my own admission, not knowing much about the topic. God damn it. All right, fuck it, but it's not going to be for very long. Well, I mean, like, it sounds like you're denying the Nakba, dude. Anyway, sure, let's do it. All right, bro.
You got baited back in.
Yeah, I'm easily baited, even though I should actually be doing other things. But actually, you know what? Hold on. Just give me a second because I am going to go and grab something. I need to get some. I'm just gonna just let me go get some cereal, okay? I have to eat something.
Do your thing.
Yeah. Okay. One sec. I'll be right back. I would say talk to chat, but I mean, I guess you
They're
can.
gonna shit themselves.
No, you can talk to chat. Just don't say any slurs, okay? Anyway, I'll be right back.
No, I'm not that type of conservative.
Okay, good.
Bill, where are you from there? It's 10 degrees.
Okay. Oh, I see you're not talking to chat. You're
Okay.
just typing to them in chat. So wait, what do you think the Nakba myth is?
I think it's the big lie about the origins of this conflict. The Nakba delusion is what animates much of the anti-Zionist, anti-Israeli sentiment.
Okay, but what is it? What do you think it is? Like what do you think the Nakba myth what does that mean? Like what is this narrative?
So the Nakba is presented to us as the disaster which underpins or supports all of the quote unquote Palestinians cause.
But you're not answering my question. What I'm saying is that
I am,
in
though.
your mind, what do you think this quote unquote myth is saying happened in the Nakba is what I'm asking you.
Oh, sure. So the myth is that Jewish settlers and the earliest, if you will, incarnations of the Israeli forces were just mercilessly slaughtering quote unquote Palestinians in this territory. And it completely ignores what was actually happening at the time.
Okay. By the way.
So Bill asked me about a particular battle and he wants to suggest that So we call these things, these encounters or battles, massacres, and they're called massacres because people have to believe that that the Jewish communities were just slaughtering,
No,
Arabs in these territories.
Dariusin was actually a massacre, okay, that was done by like the Irgun, and I think it was, and the Leahy may have been there as well. I'm not 100% sure about that, but they went in there. They wanted to go into this village that wasn't actually doing anything. They were not part of like any kind of thing, and then the villagers fought back when these guys came in there with guns because they wanted to expel the people that were living there. They were not. They had like a peace pact with the Jewish village in the next town over. The Jewish village said they were chill. There may have been, I think, some people who may have gone from that village to like fight or whatever, but those weren't the people that they were after. They just wanted to go in there and expel the village. However, that being said, in some ways you are correct, but the problem is that you've gone too far in the other direction with it. What actually happened during the Nakba is that a bunch of people like ran away because it was a fucking war, and part of the reason why they ran away was because of stories spread about Deir Yassin by both the Irgun and the Leahy and the and also the Arabs about bad shit happening there, where they talked it up and said it was way worse than it actually was, and this prompted people to flee. The Arabs spread these stories because they thought that it was going to get people to stand up and fight, but instead they just ran away, and then after the war was over, they were not allowed to return to their homes, even the ones who hadn't fucking done anything. That was the part about it, yeah, that they call it the Nakba. I understand that obviously on the Palestinian side, and depending on who you talk to, there's this weird narrative where the Jews just went from village to village and massacred people and then like forced them to leave at gunpoint, but that's not what happened. What I'm going off here is what Benny Morris wrote about in The Birth of the Palestinian Refugee Problem. Sure. Where he did a bunch of research into this, and he found that the answer was somewhere in the middle between these two narratives. It's not true that the Nakba was just, all the Arabs just ran away, but it's also not true that the Nakba was people went village to village and killed a bunch of people. And,
sure,
yeah.
when I call it a myth, I'm not denying that millions of quote unquote Palestinians, Arabs,
it was 700,000
left these territories.
It was 700,000.
Yeah,
people.
so I'm not denying that that there is this mass migration out of the area. What I do call the myth is this origin story that that Jewish settlers and other Jewish communities mercilessly and needlessly started slaughtering, Arabs in these territories, and that wasn't the case at all. There was the ACH was giving in. Hold on a sec. I just let you shotgun a whole thing here. All right. And I listened patiently. So I would request the same. The ACH in 1947 was giving instructions to these Arab irregulars to take and hold strongholds in Jewish communities because everyone knew what was going to happen in 1948 with the invasion of the neighboring Arab countries. The intent there was not to calmly, wait for the 1948 founding or establishment. There was no plan that said we're just going to peacefully coexist. No, there were instructions given to these irregular forces to take and control strongholds until the invasion of 1948 was to happen once British forces left. So the myth that I'm referring to is this origin story that Jewish settlers and other Jews just started slaughtering Arabs to push them out, to force them out. That's the myth.
Yeah, I get it. And I understand that, but like, you don't need to deny that there were still really bad shit that happened, and that the Zionists.
No one's denying that it is.
Shit. I mean, you kind of were though. Like in chat, you were saying that
no, I wasn't kind of at all.
Wasn't a massacre. You were saying that it was a battle, and that's not true.
It was. Well, both things are true. It was a battle. It was a massacre. Absolutely.
Okay, that's not what you said in chat. Yeah, it was a battle in the sense that the people who came to the people in the village took up arms to defend their village, which is what they had the arms for, not so that they could join either side of the war. In fact, they actually kicked out like Arab irregulars who showed up trying to use their village. Like they said, we don't want you here because they didn't want to be part of any of it. And sure, when the fucking Irgun came, they fought back, but I mean they
again, the word massacre here is doing a ton of lifting here, and it's emotional lifting. It's intended to give the impression that the Jewish settlers and other Jews were just simply slaughtering people. And it's not the case at all.
Yeah, I know, but that's not. No, it's called the massacre
Okay.
because it was a massacre.
I know it's called a massacre because it's necessary to perpetuate
No,
the
it's
origin
not.
myth.
That's not true.
Yes,
It's called
yes,
that
it
because
is.
it is a massacre. It was a massacre. They went in there and they killed a bunch of people, and they killed civilians too. That's why it was called that, because that they wanted to do an expulsion
Yes, civilians were
of
being
that
massacred on
villain.
both sides.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware civilians were being
Okay.
massacred on both
Yeah.
sides. I am
So-
not a,
So
you know.
I'm not saying there's a lot of distance, but I'm not saying the distance between you and I, in that I'm challenging the origin myth.
I think there is distance between us because it sounds like you don't think Palestinians are real and that they're just Arabs, but that's another thing. So.
Well, no, the reason I use the quote unquote because I'm trying to trigger people in your chat on purpose, right? But in the sense that there isn't a Palestinian land, and referring to these people as Palestinians is a way to emotionally bully people they disagree with. And so we ought to recognize that we're really dealing with an Arab Jewish problem, not a Palestinian Jewish problem, because Jews were also Palestinians. So yeah, I am poking people in the eye, but there is also a necessary fact in there.
There's a group of people in there who view themselves as Palestinians, like that is their nationalism. It doesn't really matter where it came from. That's a view
I view
that
myself
they
as a
have.
Finnish American, but there's no such category.
That doesn't matter. Palestinian is still a category that exists.
I know it doesn't
It's
matter.
recognized throughout the rest of the world. Like you can say
Well, it's recognized by some people, sure. I mean, factions recognize all sorts of things. So what? That doesn't undermine what I'm doing, and that's poking people in your chat and Loner's chat and others in the eye.
Yeah, I get it. If you want to if you just want to trigger people, but I don't think that really matters that much. Like I think that's kind of a silly thing to do. It also doesn't really help with any kind of conversation or whatever. Like the fact of the matter is that group of people has lived there for a very, very long time, and they consider themselves to be Palestinians, and they are more closer genetically to the Jews who currently live there than they are to other parts of the Arab world. So I don't know why you wouldn't just say that they also it's their land too. You know, I think in fact one of the biggest problems of the conflict.
I don't deny that there's a historical connection to that land.
Okay, then I don't know why you would. One of the biggest problems with this conflict is that
I
both
don't know why
sides-
you would think that.
Because
That's
you're
the interesting part.
"quote unquote" Palestinian, and you also just said a bunch of shit about how those people are actually really just Arabs, which makes it seem like you're trying just because there was no country called Palestine. I mean, that region was referred to as Palestine by the British, and it was called Syria Palestina by the Ottomans.
Oh, sure, centuries ago and millennia ago, yeah, absolutely.
No, it wasn't millennia ago. The Ottoman Empire, where they were there for a while, and then British referred to it as Mandatory Palestine. Like that particular area for a long time was referred to as Palestine.
So let's not get stun locked on my use of "quote unquote" Palestinians. Did I answer your questions about the larger point that I made about the Nakba myth?
I mean, yeah, you did, but I don't think referring to it as a myth helps. Like a bunch of people still got they still had to leave their homes and they were not allowed to come back. And yes, some of them were forcefully ejected.
Yeah, and that's a story that is heard around the world through the millennia as well. The interesting thing is while we listen to and we learn about the Nakba, right? We don't hear about the corresponding comparable Nakba of the Jewish peoples out of a variety of neighboring countries at the same time and before that. And that's intentional.
It was after. Do you think that doesn't upset me? Yeah, but I don't think calling it a myth is helpful.
The overall narrative that this was a one-sided kicking out and dispossession action of the Jews is just simply wrong. And that's the Nakba. That's the disaster narrative that is presented to us when we're talking to folks online, when we're hearing to our community activists talking about it, when we listen to politicians and world leaders talk about it. We keep hearing references to the Nakba, but we don't hear the corresponding references to the same thing that happened to the Jewish peoples as well. All right, so
Okay.
that doesn't help either.
So how about this? How about instead of saying the Nakba myth, why don't you instead like talk about the fact that like Jews were also kicked out of their homes, and like just say like, hey, you know, both of these things happen, both of these things are bad, because that's always what I'm doing over here. Okay, when I talk about this conflict, I'm like a both sideser. Like I want two states, and I think both sides have done fucked up shit to each other. And I think that that's kind of something, you know, and I think part of the problem is that neither side wants to recognize the bad things that they've done to the other, or they want to like accept that those things were bad. I think Israel needs to accept the fact that like that the Palestinians basically got ejected from their homes by whatever method or reasons that they did. You know, a bunch of people got kicked out of their homes, even if it wasn't necessarily at the point of a gun. It was definitely by the result of the war. And yeah, you can say it was by the war that the Arabs started, but it was still shitty that those people didn't get to go back afterwards, even if they hadn't done anything. And then it was also super shitty that all the Jews got kicked out of their homes throughout the Arab world. And also there were other points in this conflict where Jews got kicked out of places that they were living in too, like in Gaza. And I'm not talking about the settlement pullout. I mean, like way before that, they got ejected. And I think a lot of the Jews in East Jerusalem as well, before '67, that were living there, they had to leave too. So yeah, like there's been a lot of kicking out of people.
I don't see a whole lot of distance between us. I think you hear the words or read the words Nakba myth, and I think you generate a bunch of assumptions about what I think. No, we both acknowledge there is tremendous bloodletting on both sides. There is horrific behavior on both sides, right? The problem is what we learn in schools, what we learn through culture, what we read and listen to in pop culture, one sides it. And that's why I call it the Nakba myth, because it's used to build a false narrative that this was a one-sided ejection of Palestinians from these territories, and completely ignores that the ACH completely rejected the two-state solution in 1947, that the ACH intentionally directed and instructed these irregulars to take control, kill, eject Jews out of these localities. Jewish communities responded to that, and we ended up with this ejection of peoples. And yeah, one side was successful while it was pursuing a two-state solution, while the other side was unsuccessful as it rejected it and wanted to let the rivers flow with blood, with Jewish blood, which was their stated purpose, and rejected a two-state solution. So
that wasn't the only reason. By the way, my issue is that I feel like in a lot of ways, though, I feel like you are kind of presenting like somewhat of a one-sided view of because like now you're basically just making it seem like do you understand why the Arabs, I don't think in hindsight, obviously they shouldn't have, but do you understand why?
Am I presenting a one side? Let's answer that question. No, I'm not. It may seem to, because I think you're trying to find disagreement. It doesn't make that true.
Do you understand why the Palestinians rejected the partition plan? Why do you think they did that?
No, I'm not going to talk about why I think they did that or otherwise. We are talking about the comments that I had in your chat. I'm not one-siding this.
I mean,
in fact, I acknowledged with you and agreed with you the both sides part of this. Stating the facts of the matter doesn't mean that I'm one-siding something. What I'm pushing it back against is the uni narrative that is presented here online, that is presented through culture, that is presented in education, that is presented in our politics.
Yeah, but then you turn around and you present a story, a recounting of the events.
I present the counterbalancing.
Yeah, I know. All. But the problem is
acknowledging the other side.
Yeah,
acknowledging the second side that you say exists. So yeah. I'm not sure what the trouble here is.
Because if you're going to acknowledge the other side, you should if you're going to do both sides, you still have to talk about both sides. You can't just talk about just the other side, because now you're doing your own one-sided. Now you're just doing your own version of one-siding. You know, it's like, I don't like the Palestinian stuff, so I'm not going to talk about any of why they did what they did, and I'm just going to talk just about the Zionists, and I'm going to tell this story in a way that makes the Zionists like the victims of Arab aggression, and I'm not going to talk about any of the other stuff that surrounds how things got like the way that they were, or like why it was all so fucked, or how they even reached that point to begin with, so that I can basically make it so that one side is the good guys and the other side's not, you know. Like, yeah, I don't know, it just doesn't seem. Yeah. Also, why are you yelling at Ice Beans in chat?
Because I can do more than one thing at once.
Like, by the way, when I use
I
use the term Nakba, I'm not using the term. I'm using the term Nakba to refer to the event. I'm not using it to refer to some sort of narrative like you are.
Well, no, I mean, the word literally means disaster, and the narrative is about the disaster. And what was the disaster? The disaster is the ejection of these peoples from that land, correct?
Yeah. Would you not
Okay.
like? Do you understand like why they would feel that way about that? It feels like you.
No, this isn't about feelings. You just tried to criticize me for misunderstanding what Nakba is. I just restated it to you accurately. Your response ought to be, "Oh, I see. Yes, you are using it the way that it's intended to be used."
Yeah,
not
but the problem
whining
is
about
that,
whether or not I see how people feel something or not.
no, the problem is that what you're doing is that like earlier when you talked about it, you like used it in like this other weird way where you were talking about like, you know, like, oh yeah, but it's also it's like this thing that's used to perpetuate this myth of in order to like power this whole conflict and all this other shit, you know, like you. And then
Yeah, the Nakba story is the origin story of this conflict. What do you mean?
It's part of that, yeah.
Part of that? Well, what's the other part?
I mean,
or parts?
I think that if you actually want to have an honest accounting of the conflict, then you should actually go back and look at the events that led up to the Nakba. And I think that people who don't do that are silly. Now, obviously, I understand that there are people who don't do that or who don't want to talk about that or whatever. I get that. But there's definitely more than just, you know, like, let's just start in 1948. You should start before. Oh, Jesus. Hello, Sev.
Can you guess who messaged me?
It was Chase, wasn't it?
Yeah, it is.
All right, go ahead.
Is this like an American Jewish guy or just a brain dead right winger?
Does it matter?
He's Christian.
Does it matter?
I'm pretty sure he's Christian.
Wait.
He's a conservative.
What denomination though?
But does it matter? That's the real question. But does it matter? Are you incapable of speaking with folks with different views, or what?
Yes, of course it matters.
No, it doesn't.
I need to understand.
No, it doesn't, because people can separate their religion from their political views. Are you Arab? Maybe you can't.
Then you have no issue with stating what your belief is.
No, he's not going to.
I'm not sure that you need to know whether I'm religious
Catholic,
or not.
evangelical,
and if so, what denomination I am. It doesn't matter.
But if it doesn't matter, you should have no issue just saying it.
Oh no! I mean, if you haven't committed a crime, you don't have nothing to worry about.
What?
That logic doesn't work.
He's trying to determine if you're a Christian Zionist or not. Are you a Christian Zionist?
There, ask the question. No, I'm not.
Evangelical? And that's what I'm asking.
Blah, 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 blah. Am I white? Am I black? Does it matter? No, it doesn't. It literally doesn't. It doesn't have to do with anything. You may tie your political views to your religious views, and that one cannot exist without the other. I don't.
Why do you think?
I don't know. I'm saying you may do so, which is prompting you to ask me these questions to try to ferret out something specific.
Well, give me a brief.
I just wish you get to the point. Do you need to ask something explicit, or
why
what?
do you? Okay, if this is a fair characterization of what you believe, why do you think the Nakba is not real or whatever?
Already explained.
He thinks.
You heard it.
Okay, explain
if
again.
you have an argument against it, go for it.
Wait, hold on.
I did not hear it.
Sev,
so
I can just. Do you want me to just summarize his argument? Do you think that I hope debate board that you think that I am of good enough faith that I could summarize your argument? Because I understand.
You're a bit too good faith.
Thanks, Sev.
Go on.
He thinks that like he calls it the Nakba myth, and his complaint seems to be related to it being like a one-sided presentation of the of what happened in the Nakba, and he's against the whole idea about like how the Nakba is presented as like this thing where Jewish people went from town to town and forcefully ejected people from their villages or like massacred them and shot them or whatever. And this
I
happened.
mean, there's
in
instances
every
of that
village.
happen. but
Yeah,
not
I
town
know,
to
and I
town.
told him that, and he acknowledged it. But yeah, and then we fought about like a little bit about Deir Yassin, but
Well,
that
the
was
Nakba doesn't refer about the Nakba doesn't like the Nakba isn't a story of how Jews went town to town and massacred people till they fled. The Jews, like the Nakba, was about the Zionist militias causing Palestinians to flee in fear of their lives.
Yeah, or
Doesn't
because
have to be a town that
And
they
that's the big lie.
attack.
That's the myth.
wait, but
Why is it a lie?
that's not a lie. That's true. That's what happened. The stories got
Oh
spread
no
out
no
and
no!
people
So
ran
Why did
away.
why did
what? No,
why,
okay.
why did
So here
Palestinians
I will
flee?
speak now. I will speak to actually present my view. Okay.
Okay.
So, Sev, as you just articulated, this story is about Zionist settlers or residents,
Zionist militias.
communities, right?
No,
That
no, no.
were
Zionist
chasing
militias.
militias that were chasing out Palestinians, right?
Yeah, from certain communities. Yeah.
Well, you just said that, right? So I'm just
Well, no,
confirming
there was
that's what you
plenty.
said.
No, there was plenty of communities that fled without seeing the violence.
They fled out of fear
They
Okay,
because
fair
it
enough.
was
Yeah,
a
Right.
fucking
because they
war.
heard about it.
So, as Kalinda and I agreed, yes, the consequence of the Nakba, of this activity going on at the time, was the ejection of these people from these lands. Okay. However, the Nakba story, as you just presented it, is that it is a story of Zionist militias chasing out and causing people to leave voluntarily these lands for fear of being killed. Right.
Involuntarily.
That's right. Well, okay, yes. Being compelled to involuntarily leave. Yes. So what I'm saying is that that's a lie. That's a myth because it completely ignores the other side of the story, which is from November 1947 until the establishment in 1948, Arab irregulars
1947?
throughout the
He's talking
throughout the
about the Civil
territories.
War.
Man, if we could finish a sentence, that would be beautiful. So from November 1947 on, ACH was directing and instructing Arab irregular forces to take and control strategic locations in and around these territories, specifically to hold them until the British withdrew. These battles were not simply initiated by Jewish militias or Jewish communities. No, these were Arab militias. These were Arab irregulars that were not only initiating battles, but were also reacting to Jewish militias. So there's a second side of the story that is not told. And Sev, you just engaged in the same exact thing. And this is why I call that one-sided narrative a myth. It's a big lie.
He didn't do that.
He did, exactly. He did it explicitly.
Okay, well, we can go by specific context then. What battle did Deir Yassin initiate?
That was a battle. That was an event. That was an incident.
No, it was not. Urgun and Lahi were very.
So what was Safed then? What was Safed? What was Safed then?
The Safed looting? Are you talking about the Safed looting? And also, you mean Safad, not Safed.
Well, excuse the mispronunciation. I'm just a Midwesterner.
Okay, I gave you a specific instance, which is one of the most known instances of Zionist militias chasing people out and attacking them without provocation, and you immediately jump to a different, I guess, battle or incident.
Because if we're gonna focus on one, we can focus on many. I'm not sure. See, that's the thing that you want to do is we want to present this one-sided narrative as though it's the whole story, and it's not.
Hold on.
We can both agree
Why did they attack
to denounce, condemn, criticize specific events, but we have to also acknowledge that other events and incidents existed as well.
Everyone acknowledges instances of Arab violence on Jews.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
You're in the different
Because you
communities
just didn't.
than we are.
Yes, he does. He does acknowledge that, bro. This is.
Do you think? What do you think? Okay, when you're talking about the violence between the Arabs and the Jews, you say the 1948 war, and if you're talking about the expulsion of Palestinians, it's called the Nakba.
I was talking about pre-1948 war. That's why I said November 47.
So the Civil War. Okay, so the Civil War. Yeah, that's called the Civil War. But if you're saying Nakba, that's the expulsion of Palestinians from the land. That's what the Nakba refers to. The expulsion. Doesn't refer to what happened between.
Well, it's funny how the Nakba kind of ebbs and flows depending on the context one wants to present, because in many instances, the Nakba is presented as the disaster, a disaster that was inflicted. Wait a second. Okay. Because the word actually is disaster. And it's often presented as it's presented as a historical catastrophe that was inflicted on an innocent and blameless people.
Okay.
That's what the Nakba story is. That is what I'm pushing back against.
Okay. Why are they not innocent?
Okay. Well, who were the Arab militias that were running around gunning down and killing Jewish settlers?
Sure, they were the ones under.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Hold on. Okay, so you understand that I'm going to respond now to your claim about who were these people, because I actually am aware of this topic a lot more than you are, or Kalinda is, or whatever.
Your appeal to your own authority is irrelevant. Don't care.
No,
present your story. Present your point.
That's history, and I read about history. That's fine. You don't have to care or want to care, but what?
I read about history too. It doesn't make me a subject matter expert.
That's fine, dude. Oh my god.
Well, no, it's fine that you appeal to your own authority, but it's irrelevant.
Okay. How many Palestinians fought in these civil wars?
Why don't you tell me? I don't have the number.
It was the highest estimate was 3,000 under Hajj Amin al-Husseini. The highest estimate. How many Palestinians were expelled?
What, somewhere 600 to 700K?
It was like around 600 to 800,000. It was around that part.
Okay.
That's fine. These 800,000 that were expelled.
800,000. Where'd that number come from?
He said 600 to 800. It's an estimate.
Oh, I'm sorry. So
go for these 600 to 800,000 people that were expelled.
That were expelled, or there were some that involuntarily left?
Yeah, that's what
you can say involuntarily left.
Okay. But I mean, it's not like we had tanks and troops rolling them out.
The reason it's called expelled is because when they try to return, they are prevented. Or shot.
Yeah, there's a new state there. Yeah.
Yeah, they still have.
Yeah, there's a new sovereign state.
Okay, does the sovereign state hold the same rules for Jewish people that were kicked out of the areas they were in?
Apparently not, because we don't see Egypt or the neighboring Arab companies returning them, do we?
What?
What? What do you mean?
We're talking about East Jerusalem. Jews were kicked out from there, and then the state went and kicked out Palestinians out of their homes to let these Jews go back into their homes prior to the state, because they lived there prior to the state, or supposedly lived there prior to the state, because it's not them. It's they sold the rights to a company that goes in and sues these families to get out. So regardless, the state does not care about what you're saying. It's a new state, so they don't care about Ottoman records, right?
I don't think I said that.
Well, no, you said it's a new state.
You said that.
People are not allowed to go back in.
It's a new state. They exercise sovereignty over their borders.
Okay, so they shouldn't care about Ottoman records.
Oh, okay. I mean, you're attributing something to me that I don't think, but okay. Get on with your point.
You don't think, but you're talking about the state, so they have a right to govern the way they want. Sure, whatever. They basically said these Palestinians are not allowed to live here because they never lived here. That's the reasoning they used for never letting them back in. That's the reasoning for that, like for not letting them back in.
Sounds just like the same reasoning from Egypt and Jordan and Lebanon about Jews and the
What do
Jewish
you mean?
quarters being emptied out. Yeah,
They weren't chased out. They involuntarily
they
left.
were chased out of Egypt or
They-
Lebanon
they-
or Beirut. Okay.
Hey, I'm using the retardedness of what you're saying back at you because Jews
No.
were expelled
You're
from
using the
Middle Eastern
retardedness
countries.
of words that you imagined and then want to
You
attribute to
said
me. So
you
I'm
said
sorry.
Palestinians weren't chased out. Majority of them they were involuntarily left. That is actually the majority of Mizrahi Jews. They weren't chased out. They involuntarily left before violence reached the rest of them. That's literally what happened to Palestinians.
So connect it to a real point.
That is
Make your larger point already.
You are not listening, so you're just making.
No, you were talking about you were talking about 800,000 people having left. So
I'm
what?
responding to everything.
So
you're saying.
what about that?
So they did not leave; they were expelled because they were not let back in. You said there's a new state, but that state.
Wait, they were
uses
expelled
automatic-
because they were not let back in.
They were
No, that's
if they are fleeing.
Expulsion doesn't rely on whether they were let back in. Expulsion relies on an activity to literally move someone away from a spot. That's why I made my comment about they weren't
So if
chased
you
away with
spread propaganda,
troops and
if you
tanks.
spread propaganda to make people flee in fear, and then when they come back to their lands and their possessions, and you don't let them back in, are they not expelled?
Spread propaganda. That propaganda motivates people to leave an area.
Not motivate. It
That
makes
fits the
people
definition of
flee
expelled.
in fear.
We can agree, though, that these people left because of what they were hearing, not only from Jewish communities, but from the Arabs themselves. As Kalinda noted,
According to, as
ago.
Kalinda noted, that she might have been wrong about this. Only 6 villages
Maybe.
left, according to what they heard from Arabs.
Also, the Arabs were trying to get people to rise up and fight. I believe that was the motivation
Yes, they
behind
were.
the shit that they were saying.
Sure, but according to Ben Gurion, 6 villages left from
Oh, okay.
Arab orders or Arab news.
Yeah,
Like,
you
only
know,
6 villages
yeah.
left.
So, Sev, do you have a so what is your central objection to my complaint that the Nakba is
Weird to
presented
call it
as
a Nakba myth.
problematic, single-sided narrative that distorts the origin
depends
of
who tells it,
this
doesn't it?
conflict? I don't know. I didn't finish my
depends-
question, so I'm not sure you were answering it.
No, it depends. Like, my objection is
depends.
calling it a myth. It depends who's telling the Nakba story. If you have someone who is a fucking staunch pro-Palestine person with not a single ethical bone in their body, yeah, of course they're gonna embellish the stories about the Nakba.
The validity of the reasoning changes based on the person's political views?
Well,
Of course not. That's silly.
Because you're saying
That's dumb.
story. It's a narrative. Of course, it's going to change depending on how you sell it.
No. We're not talking about changing the narrative how you sell it. I'm asking you what your objection is to what I described as my objection to the Nakba story in calling it a myth.
Because it wasn't a myth.
What part of it?
People were expelled and were
was
not
not a
let
myth.
back into their homes.
Yeah, I didn't disagree with that.
Well, that's the
Okay, then why are you
Nakba.
calling it a myth? That's the Nakba.
No, the Nakba isn't merely that 600,000 to 800,000 people left. The disaster the disaster spans more than a year of time, with multiple events involved that ultimately led to 600,000 to 800,000 leaving the area. And what we're told to believe about the Nakba, hold on a second. What we're told to believe about the Nakba is, again, that this is a historical disaster that punished a blameless, innocent population.
Well, since you want to get into the weeds of it about it, so again,
I didn't. How does that? Wait. How does that mean? I want to get into the weeds
you're
about
saying
something.
it's a sequence. You're talking about a sequence of events, right?
No, I'm telling you that the Nakba isn't 600 to 800 people leaving.
Okay, it was
What is the
series
disaster?
of events. You were talking. It's a series of events. Okay.
So what is
Right?
your objection? Is what I asked you. Are you
Then
going to
calling
answer
it a-
that or not?
I answered it. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? Is he brainlit? What the
No.
fuck?
Appealing
Yes,
to
this
what
is
may
how
or
he
may not be wrong with me is
argues,
not an argument.
What's up?
This is how this guy argues. This guy's pretty infamous.
So you would just say something. He would not. He would say, "Yes, I acknowledge that," and then move on.
Now
and
you're
say, "So
living in
what's your
fantasy.
objection?"
You can create a caricature but it's not reasoning. It's not logic. It's not persuasive. What is your objection? Do you think I am wrong in that the Nakba origin story is not presented as a one-sided story?
It depends on
who says it.
It depends on who says it.
It does. Hold on. Do you think Benny Morris presents it as a one-sided story? He most certainly does not.
Yeah, it's an accurate representation of what happened. And it's still, for him, he says that it is like Israel was on the immoral side, but they had no choice. And that's coming from a Zionist that's on the right for that country. He's a historian that's a Zionist on the right for his politics.
He
who
used
said
to be on
Israel
the
was
left.
immoral. He used to be on the left, yeah. But not before his work, no? As far as I'm aware.
No, he was. He was on until the Second Intifada. He
Not
got
all of his work,
radicalized.
though. But not all of his work, right? It was like the most famous of his work was after he was like radicalized.
No, he wrote both the Palestinian refugee problem before he got radicalized, I think.
Regardless,
But it doesn't affect his history,
Yeah. His history is because he's still very proud of those books and still vehemently.
He's a good historian.
So I'm still trying to figure out: is there an objection to me explaining that the Nakba is presented as a one-sided story? Or are you guys arguing that it's not ever presented as a one-sided story?
Of course not.
No. Okay. And what is the mainstream? What is the mainstream version of the Nakba?
The mainstream.
What is presented?
It's probably what pro-Palestinian people usually fucking say it is.
At the start of the call when he jumped in. That it's a story about blameless, innocent Arabs and Palestinians being forcibly ejected.
So what
by
did these
Zionists.
Palestinians do? If they're not blameless and innocent, what did these Palestinians that were expelled do?
No, it's not about what the individuals who were expelled do. What did the Arabs and Palestinians do?
Do you have anything to say, since you're emphasizing the blameless, innocent victims that were expelled?
Well, yeah, because it completely ignores the existence of Arab and Palestinian militias and irregulars.
There was only one Palestinian militia, and it was the one under Hajj Amin al-Husseini, and they already fled before the expulsion of the Palestinians left.
So there were not a variety of militias that were taking control of and holding various territories at all. None of this happened.
Wasn't it the Egyptians? I mean, the villages had their own militias. Some of them, didn't they?
Came from Egypt, came from Lebanon, came from Jordan.
You're talking about different Arab
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about Palestinians.
When I say Arab irregulars, what I'm talking about are those forces from Egypt and Lebanon and Beirut.
Those weren't expelled. Those weren't expelled.
Oh my God,
the Palestinians were.
He's not talking about. Bro.
Oh boy, this is what's hard. So, okay,
This guy's
I am not.
when he's retarded. That's funny.
CSEV, that you have to retreat to that is mere projection. That's all that is, and it's okay.
I'm sure I'm very projective of this.
It's okay. So no, what's frustrating here is the lack of want to actually engage in a conversation. Instead, you want to try to get a dunk.
He's asking you a question, and you're like, "Oh God, really?"
You
Instead
want
of
to
answering the
retreat to what's
question.
wrong with you. That's what you want to do.
Okay, then
So-
answer the question. I asked you a hold on, hold on. If you want to have a conversation, we'll have a conversation.
I will not hold on. So
No, you will hold on, because I'm not.
I'm
going
telling
to let
you
speak until
that the
you let me
Nakba
speak.
myth
When I asked you
involves a
about these
story
innocent
telling us
victims, when I asked
that
you
there
about
were
these
no
innocent victims, you
Arab
talked about Egypt,
irregulars,
Lebanon,
that there were
Jordan,
no
Syria.
Palestinian militias, and that the
There was no
Jewish
Palestinian
settlers
militia, I
and
acknowledge
Zionist militias were the only ones who were killing people. That is the Nakba myth. That is
Yes,
what's presented in
listen.
high school education in the United States. That's what's presented
Okay,
in college
wait.
history education in the United States.
Hold on,
That is what's
hold on.
presented
Wait a
throughout
minute.
popular culture.
Wait a minute. Hold
that
on.
is presented online and social media.
Wait a minute. Wait
So
a minute. Wait a minute.
That is what I rejected.
Just a sec.
reject
I'm going
and
to
push back
challenge
against.
you. I'm going to challenge you right now. Are you telling me that in the United States, people teach about this shit in fucking high school? Really?
That's pretty bullshit.
That seems very unlikely to me. I very
Wait,
much
I'm wondering.
doubt that
Oh, no,
Americans
I'm
give a
wondering.
shit about
Kalinda,
this
how old are you?
topic.
Kalinda, how old are you?
I'm 41. I'm old as fuck.
41. You're not that much younger than I am. And when I was in high school, yes, we learned about Israel-Palestine. We learned about World War II. We learned about World War I. We learned about all sorts of what is now ancient history. What do you mean? What are you surprised about? My sons are in high school right now. They are learning about the Israel Palestinian conflict, particularly because in October 7, 2023, they were in school when it happened. This was a current event. So what do you mean? What is this surprise? Is this performative surprise or is this actual
No,
like real
I just
surprise?
think it's weird that like unless you covered it in like the
Weird.
most like just
What's weird
hold
about
on. Jesus, let me talk. I think it's weird that unless you like I just find it hard to believe that unless you covered it in the most like summarized, super quick, glazed over, we're going to talk about this for 5 minutes.
I have to go
shit.
anyway. Linda, I have to go anyway, but I just want him to answer this question. Were the Palestinians that were kicked out innocent victims or not?
No, I don't believe all of them. I don't believe that all 600 to 800K were innocent and blameless.
Okay. Majority of them.
No, not even a majority. I would find it hard to believe that none of these people who left did not participate as part of militias, as part of communities where we had high numbers of instances of intercommunal violence going on. That none of these people did anything.
A lot of them
participated in self-defense. Yeah, just like the Jewish communities engaged in.
Wait, hold on. Why do you think Deir Yassin was called a battle? By Israelis, obviously.
Well, there are Arab irregulars there. What are you talking about?
No, it was Deir Yassin's actual militia.
Oh,
Deir
boy.
Yassin had people in it that fought back and actually wounded and killed people from Irgun and Lehi, and that's why Irgun and Lehi were so angry about losing that many people during this fight against this little old village that they actually tortured the people that were left alive and executed who was left. They actually grabbed the people who were still alive and took them to West Jerusalem and paraded them like animals and then executed them. Do you know anything about this? There was not Arab irregulars there. It was just the people of Deir Yassin. That's why when people heard about what was happening to people in Deir Yassin, people started to flee in fear because they thought they were next. That is like why I brought up Deir Yassin, because Deir Yassin was the domino that fell first that led to all these dominoes, which is these villages fleeing. It's a core part of the Nakba. That's why you talk about Deir Yassin instead of some random buttfuck village that had no real impact. Anyway, I gotta go. This guy doesn't engage with anything. Yes, Safad did not really have no impact. The main impact of villages being massacred was Deir Yassin. That is quite literally known and evident by every single historian that has covered this topic. On the left, on the right, in the center, doesn't matter. Israeli, Jewish, Arab, Palestinian, everyone acknowledges that Deir Yassin was the first domino that left for the Nakba. That's it. Anyway, I have guests over. See ya.
Okay, bye. I don't know why you were laughing.
Well,
I don't know. I knew that. I had a feeling that he would.
No, the fact that he had guests over and he still got onto a Discord call. He was so enraged.
Well, yeah, bro, he lives there. Obviously, it triggers him when fucking Westoids talk about the conflict. He lives in.
I'm sure it only enrages him when it goes the other direction. I'm sure he doesn't mind when you're talking about it, or when folks he agrees with talks about it.
Let me rephrase that. It enrages him when Westoids talk about the conflict who are wrong about
No, when
things.
he disagrees with them. That's all.
By the way,
and that's fine.
By the way, he comes on and argues against like stupid pro-Pally people too. Just so you know, who are like cheerleading Hamas and shit.
I'm not shitting on him for any reason.
I know, but I'm just saying. Listen, dude, I understand what you're saying. However, I don't think that talking about the Nakba myth is really like a good way to go about this. If you want to argue that history should be presented in a more honest fashion and that like the conflict is actually complicated and there's more to it than just this one side, then I think that that's a good argument to have, and I make that argument. But it feels like that's not the argument that you're making. Your view of this feels very biased when the way that you present it is.
What argument do you think I am making?
Bro, because that you present it, so you turn around and you're
again,
like,
what argument do you think I'm making?
I mean,
you said you feel like I'm making an argument. What argument do you think I'm making?
It feels like you're more on the side of Israel, and that you want to like, and that,
I
and
am.
so yeah, so you're pushing a narrative that is more favorable to Israel rather than like a sort of middle of the road, both sides narrative. That's the issue.
Well, no, I also push both sides. I do think that the weight of this, or the balance of this, leans more favorably towards Israel, but that doesn't mean that I can't have a objective view of history, events that animate that history.
Okay, well, it feels like you don't if you're not even willing to talk about like maybe like why the Palestinians were fighting, or like what it is that they objected to about the about like the partition plan or any of that other shit, or like, you know, why there were all these problems in the first place. Because like I do think that's important.
I mean, I'm happy to talk about those things, but you asked me to jump into Discord to talk about a specific comment I made in your chat.
Yeah, I know. I just think it's weird.
Plus, I wasn't
the Nakba myth. That's just such a weird way to frame it. Like, it's just deliberately being combative if you don't actually like disagree that much with the actual
if we're
truth
gonna
of it.
if we're gonna play here like we don't actually say and post things that are intentionally what's the word? The word is escaping me. Controversial, or that is intentionally I don't want to say combative or confrontational, but where you're trying to spur conversation, you're trying to trigger.
Yeah, I get it. So basically,
disagreement.
Are you specifically saying that you're calling it that because you're trying to rage bait people, like you were with the quote unquote Palestinian thing? Is that what you're trying to do?
Well, that's the only thing I said that I did to poke people in the eye. Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean,
I'm not saying Nakba myth because I'm just trying to performatively trigger people.
Okay. I mean, like, it just, so it's like, jokes on them. I was basically trolling the entire time. I don't actually think that the Nakba is a myth. I just think the way that it's presented is wrong.
I just explicitly said that I don't think that the Nakba thing is true, and I'm calling it a lie or myth because I'm trying to intentionally trigger people. I just explicitly said that's what I believe.
Wait, so you think that the Nakba is like, when people say the Nakba,
Yes, the origin story I think is a big lie. It's a myth. It's an intentional one.
When people say the Nakba, they're talking about the expulsion of like those 700,000 people from like from their lands.
That expulsion didn't happen in a vacuum.
I know that. I'm aware of that. Of course not. It's important to recognize that it didn't. But by the way, it's also important to recognize like how they got there. And I feel like you're not doing that. It feels like you just want to. Then you recount what happened, and your recounting of it is very like one-sided, you know. And now you're just talking about like, you know, the Israelis are presented as like the innocent heroes, and the Palestinians as the bad guys. Like it feels like that's
I don't think I've used any language that would characterize the Zionists or the Israelis as innocent heroes. Now that's weird.
Yeah,
that's a weird caricature of what I said.
You presented it as though they were like
no.
being
You
attacked.
interpreted what I said as that.
But that's what you said, though. You were like you know, like the Arab militias that were attacking the Jews, and they planned to, and they wanted to like
kill the
them.
Palestinians who left.
Yeah, you villainized them.
Yeah.
Therefore, to make it seem like the Israelis were like the victims.
No. This is the problem with most of these conversations that happens is that I will talk about the Palestinians, and what someone like you will do is say, oh, well, then you must think this of the Israelis or Zionists. And that's a creation of your imagination.
I mean,
if you want to ask me if that's what I think, then ask me if that's what I think.
But why would you present it in such a way where you're basically just but you already admitted that you're more on Israel's side.
So
you clearly think that like they're the better party here. Like, why wouldn't you think that if you're more on their side?
No, because I don't think of this as a better or worse party. I don't think of this story as the Jews or the Zionists are innocent victims here. These are your words.
I mean,
my words are that in taking the totality of this conflict, yeah, I lean slightly to the side of Israel. That doesn't mean, again, as I stated 5 minutes ago, that I cannot objectively look at and condemn what Israel has done, or
Okay,
that
but
I have to ignore what the Palestinians have done or their supporters and funders in neighboring Arab countries.
Yeah, and yeah, okay, but you're not going to say that it was bad that a whole bunch of people, a lot of whom were innocent, got kicked out of their homes and then they weren't allowed to go back after. And
Well,
and
why
the
wouldn't I? Because I
Israelis.
haven't said that. I haven't said. You're attributing now something to me. If you'd like to ask me what I think about that, but I think
Bro,
I
earlier
already
when
agreed with
Sev
you 20
was
minutes ago.
earlier when Sev
I
was
already agreed with
talking
you 20
about
minutes
it,
ago that
you
that was a condemnable thing.
okay, but earlier when Sev was talking about it, you literally you were like, yeah, but you know, it was a
No, no,
newly
no, no,
formed
no.
country and that was their sovereignty and they decided that like these people couldn't come back in. Like that was the argument that you gave.
When he appealed to their returning as evidence that they were expelled, that's what I objected to.
Yeah, but I would say that that's part of it though. That like
Part of what?
that part of the fact that they couldn't that they couldn't come back. That's for example, I bet
Is
that
part of what?
I bet that if I called the Nakba an ethnic cleansing, you would like lose your shit. Would you, or do you agree that that's what it was?
Nakba was an ethnic cleansing. Well, I guess now we're using these expansive
I'm not, by the way, hold
definitions
on,
of concepts and words.
Hold on a second. Can I clarify what I think ethnic cleansing means? Because that I'm not one of those
please do.
fucking retards who think that it's the same thing as genocide, because it's not. Okay? The
Well,
ethnic
please do.
cleansing,
Yeah.
the ethnic cleansing is the forced removal of a group of people from one area. That's what it means. That's it. That's all it means. It is the forced, it is like the removal of a group of people from a particular area. Or the and the prevention of their return to that area.
Well,
That's what ethnic
and is a
cleansing
little
means.
is a little sus there,
No,
because
that's
the
how it's
typical
defined.
definition or concept doesn't involve the the prevention of return. It's not normally just thrown in there.
Yeah, but usually the idea is that like if you kick a group of people out of a place and then you don't let them come back, then that means that they've been ethnically cleansed. And I understand you're going to object to the phrase "kick them out," but like essentially they were made to leave because of things that were happening, like the war. In the same way that the Arabs were like incentivized, or the Mizrahi Jews were incentivized to like leave the surrounding Arab countries after 1948. They weren't necessarily like forcefully kicked out directly at gunpoint, but they were like made to
if we're
leave.
using a sane version of ethnic cleansing, then yes, I would concede that.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's my definition. I don't think what Israel's doing is a genocide either, by the way. I hate the use of the way that everybody like uses that word. I don't think Israel's Nazi Germany. I fucking hate those comparisons. Yeah. I have a pretty like both sidesy view of this. I just think calling it the Nakba myth is kind of insane.
Well, I mean, sure. I mean, we all have opinions and we all evaluate the opinions of others. I'm not offended that you think it's insane. You wanted to talk about it, so we talked about it.
Okay. I mean, I think it's fair to like call out people like presenting one-sided versions of history, by the way, or like bad history or whatever. You know, that's fine.
Sure.
And I think it's not good. Like, yeah, I think that trying to teach about the Israel-Palestine conflict in high school and giving like a summarized version of it, probably like during one class, is probably like a really shitty way to go about it, because it's kind of fucking complicated. And yeah, I don't know.
So you'll appreciate this. I think the same thing of teaching gender ideology to elementary school kids.
No, but whatever. That's a whole other conversation. Also, I hate the term gender ideology. I think that's a lot of
thought you'd
bullshit.
appreciate. I just thought you would appreciate that, knowing that you recall me from Sansol's chats.
Yeah, I do. I argued with you in that chat quite frequently, actually. I remember that.
Sure. Yeah. All right. Well, hey, you got shit to do, and I got shit to do. So I appreciate you asking me on, and you have a great afternoon.
Yeah, all right. By the way, you can stay in the Discord and argue with people. This Discord is just don't violate Discord TOS. You know.
Sure. No, I'll do my best not to.
Okay.
Sure.
Thanks.
All right. Have a great day.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Jesus fucking Christ. You know what? I don't know. At the end of that convo, it seemed to be okay. Is he gonna leave? Is he gonna leave my room? What's happening? Or is he just gonna sit in there? Or does he just not know where the button is? Yeah, this guy was in Sonzel's chat a lot. He also argued with him a couple of times. But mostly he just one-guyed Sonzel from the comfort of his chat. Yeah. Anyway, chat, thanks for stopping by. Holy shit, we went for 7 hours. It is 3:30 p.m. I need to go to the store and get a bunch of shit because waiting until tomorrow would be a bad idea. Stuart needs cat food. He needs his noms. He requires his sustenance. Sonso was so easily triggered. What happened to that guy? I mean, listen, Debate Bora, I imagine that most people are probably like that. Also, are you gonna leave my room in Discord, or do you want me to just disconnect you? Because I can. I can just disconnect you from the room. You know what? I am just gonna do that. Fuck it. I got a couple segments out of that though, which is good. Wasn't he brigaded off Twitch? Yes, but he got his account back and now he streams there again sometimes. I don't know. Sonsol doesn't really do a whole bunch of streaming. Oh, you just closed Discord. That's probably why. Okay, that's fine. Sonsol doesn't stream that much anymore. I don't know. I think he moved and he had some other shit that he was doing. Yeah. But I mean, okay, that's fine. I think that's what happened. I think Sev and maybe you were triggered. Like, you're very prone to poking people, but we see that at the end of the day, he doesn't disagree. This was just a time waste. I mean, I thought it was kind of a funny conversation, but, you know, I mean, I think Ice Beans remembers you from back in the day, Debate War. I'm sure at some point you and I will debate or argue about other things. Like Trump. Or gender ideology, quote unquote. But not right now. Alright, chat. I need to go, because holy fuck. It is 3:30 and I should go to the store. Maybe I'll pick up some fish on the way home, and maybe I'll have that instead. We have a fundamental disagreement about the Nakba story and how it's presented. Sev presented it exactly as I was objecting to, which is what I mean, he didn't Debate Board, he didn't actually point it out, that he didn't actually do that. That's not what he did. He said that there were some massacre. I don't think that you heard him. Maybe you should go back and listen again in the VOD, because he was not saying that all the Palestinians were forcefully expelled from their homes by like Jews at gunpoint. He said that there were some massacres, but he wasn't saying that they were all massacres. And he said that a bunch of people ran away, or that they were basically they were expelled in the same way that the Jews were expelled from Arab countries later on. But yeah, I don't think that he did. Regardless, we'll see later on. Maybe I will check it, because I'm probably going to upload this as a segment, hella based. I got 2 segments out of today's stream, maybe 3. I mean, he didn't really do that. Regardless, like, that's not what he believes about the Nakba. He has like a nuanced view of the history. Like, he basically believes what Benny Morris believes about it. He doesn't disagree with that. He just wanted to quibble over word. Yeah, I feel like that is indeed the case. Don't worry, we'll find something more substantive to argue. We got another conservative for the Discord chat. And he can stay as long as he doesn't break TOS, because that's what I want to do. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna send you guys all over to Mr. Box. Hold on a second. Is just a sec, buds, friends, because I can actually redirect people. I knew Sev would love that convo. Explicitly described the Nakba as I said it presented. Yes, he elaborated later. I mean, you guys were talking over each other a fuckload, so I feel like I would have to like go back and listen to it. But from what I understand, he was clarifying and saying that yes, there were some expulsions, because there were. Most of the people fled though, and then there were like some villages where they were forcibly expelled, or there were massacres, and then like anybody who survived was kicked out, basically. That's a thing that occurred. But yeah. Where the fuck is it? Oh, there it is. Jesus, they make it so difficult. All right. All right, guys. Have fun. Go say hi to Loner. And have a good rest of your days. I will see you guys all tomorrow. Hopefully I'll do some more research tonight on Euromaidan and whatnot, and I'll get back to you. Anyway, you guys can keep arguing with Debateboard in my Discord. Join my Discord. There's a thingy in the stream suggestions. And feel free to argue with him. Please do so in the Israel-Palestine channel. I'm probably going to have to start enforcing this shit so that people will stop fucking arguing in the general chat over everything. Anyway, have a good one. Bye!